Hi. In this introduction, I would like to keep things pretty concise and try to help you prioritize and maximize your learning to the best of my ability. So, first of all, thank you so much for buying this course. I really appreciate it, and I hope and I believe you'll get a lot of value from it. You will both improve your chess and hopefully have a lot of fun because, of course, chess is about fun for most of us, hopefully all of us. Now, I would like to start by saying that in the chapter called Introduction, I have this little variation informational line, which is called How I Recommend Studying This Course. And I would strongly suggest you read through it. Maybe some of you though would prefer it to be, delivered via video or whatever. I would just like to reinforce a couple of points because I believe it would never hurt. I know that many of you would get this course. Many of you will be of a very different level. Some of you started playing chess a month ago. Some of you are, say, pretty decent players. Some of you are titled players. Some of you have a lot of time to study theory. Some of you don't. So obviously, we have a very kind of different, very uneven type of community here, which I think is absolutely fantastic. We are reuniting chess people from all the sorts of backgrounds, with all the sorts of backgrounds. It's really cool. But it's there is no such thing as one size fits all, and I know that because you're so different, you would benefit in a different way from studying this course. Now, let me explain what I mean. Well, let's imagine you're a beginner. What should you study first? Should you study chapter 1, chapter 2? Just read the course as a book? Page 1, page 2 until the end? Well, if you're a beginner, the fact that we have a chapter called Italian for Beginners is probably already a little self-explanatory. That's definitely something I would recommend starting with. So the whole point of the Italian for Beginners is that after the following moves, if black goes bishop c5 or knight f6, we will just play d3 and develop our pieces. And we'll develop in a reasonably, equal, identical way, regardless of what black does, which I think would make any beginner's life very easy. I provide you with a couple simple middle game plans. Hopefully you'll find it pretty understandable what to do. Now, another thing you would really need, in my opinion, to do, you would benefit from as a beginner, is to see what happens if black makes some random third moves like h6 or like d6 or like knight d4 or like g6. Those are not good, and white gets a big advantage. Sometimes, and not a big advantage, but still an advantage, quite effortlessly. But he needs to know what he's doing. And in my opinion, just understanding this would already help your chess greatly. So if you're a beginner, I would do just this. Now, if you're rated, let's say 1300, 1500, 1700, how do you study this course? I still think, based on the experience derived from my private lessons with dozens of private students at this level, I know that any Italian player at this level faces the moves bishop c5 and knight f6 in like maybe 5-6 cases out of 10, and in 3-4 cases they face all the crap moves like d6, h6, g6, whatever, bishop e7, knight d4. So see, the thing is, when you study the main lines, it's very difficult to get anywhere, to get any advantage. That's just the reason why the main lines are main lines. So we're only praying to get a bit, but in bad lines we immediately get a huge advantage. So I think that prioritizing studying such a chapter at this point will benefit you greatly. It will be the best return, return on investment of your time, because whenever opponents would throw such stuff at you, you would know what to do. You would get very good positions automatically. At this level, at the same time, I would strongly suggest you start looking at such variations as, for example, knight f6, knight g5, but you don't touch the very main lines with, let's say, knight a5, bishop b5, c6. You can look at them. You would rather look at them, but you would definitely want to start with stuff like knight d5. This is very bad. White gets a very powerful initiative, and you want to know what it is, how we get there, and how to take advantage of it. Or, for example, after bishop c5, b4, it would be greatly beneficial at this point if you study moves like bishop b6, or bishop e7, or knight b4, or say bishop b4, c3, and here not the main moves, but the bad stuff like bishop c5. That, I think, something you would benefit the most from at this point. As any player rated, let's say 1800, 1900, 2000, 2100, you shall study this a little differently, I think. How? Well, at this point, I already totally believe that, any player would understand that, say, after h6, you need to play aggressively like d4. You don't want to just play calmly like some d3 or some h3. So most likely, studying the sidelines would not be as important. I would still like you to take a look, and maybe you would, I mean, not maybe, but surely you'll discover a couple of fresh, interesting ideas and plans. But I believe you'll be very capable of dealing with the sidelines yourself at this point. What shall you study? You should know very well, in my opinion. You should study, and as a result, not know very well, not when you're starting the course, how to deal with such bad variations as this d5, ed5, knight d5, or how to deal with variations like b5, or variations like knight d4, or whatever bad moves black can throw at you. Not very bad ones, but pretty suspicious ones. Or, for example, after bishop c5, it would be extremely beneficial, again, if you had a decent idea of how to meet all the side lines, such as b4, bishop e7 and stuff. And I would start studying the very main lines, such as, what am I doing? B4, bishop b4, c3, bishop a5, as well as bishop e7. The only thing, though, is that I would not, of course, remember them all. I would just try to, focus and make sure we understand all the ideas, everything. And you will already be looking through some of the most critical variations, but don't feel pressed to memorize them all. You would not need them as much. Your opponents will not know them. But still, it's good to have an idea of what's happening. And finally, if you're rated, let's say, 2200 and higher, say 2100 and higher, up to, all the way there towards the sky, 25, 2700, I know how 2700 rated players analyze their openings. And I believe that the depth I've provided in this course, both in the very main lines, let's say bishop a5, when we analyze critical stuff and find novelties on move 15, 17, and the very critical stuff after knight f6, knight g5, d5 takes, knight a5, bishop b5, c6 takes, bishop d3, here after this main line knight d5 or sideline knight g4, which is also dangerous. You want to really focus on the most principled variations. Those are the most important ones for you. If your opponent does something bad, or even not that bad, you would find a way yourself, I hope. Sometimes you wouldn't, but anyway, you would spend your time best if you study the most critical lines. Now, I would like to give a piece of advice to all the players, say, above 2200, and I think most of you already follow it, but still. The piece of advice would maybe sound a little weird, but don't trust me. Well, I don't mean that, I made a shady course, or I don't mean that I'm implying something wrong purposefully. What I mean is that any player at this level should be already capable and should be taught how to do their own research. It is very helpful to, see analysis of authors. You shall rely on them. You shall use them. You should learn a lot of interesting ideas from them. But at this level, I would never, ever simply follow analysis of any author in the world, not my friend, not my coach, not anyone. I would always make sure to check things myself, no matter how I trust the person. First of all, because people can make mistakes, but most importantly, even if it's very good, because you will this way understand the positions a lot deeper. And at this level, this is exactly what you need, to understand the positions extremely deeply. You might want to play some critical positions out with your friends. You will definitely, this is already to all of you, you will definitely practice them a lot online before playing them over the board. But at this point, I would definitely strongly recommend you do a lot of your own research and check stuff, consult the databases, engines, correspondence games, and make sure that when you agree with everything I've suggested, it's good, it's high quality, you know why, you have checked it, not you just, blindly trusted me. And, well, I really did my best. I believe it's a very good course. I believe analysis are top-notch. However, again, at this point, any player should be critical towards others' analysis. Finally, I would like to say that it's very important, in my opinion, that you don't focus that much on memorization, but you try to really understand what's happening. Many of these positions, especially this one on the diagram on the screen right now, is very murky and definitely require a lot of investigation. There's plenty of things that, you can discover, but you don't want to just memorize things. You really need to understand why you make the moves that you tend to choose. And finally, of course, I would like to say, that, in my opinion, this course was, is also very, useful because I've suggested many alternatives along the way. So I would strongly suggest, especially as this concerns players of higher levels who already understand very well who they are, so to speak, what their chess style is, what their preferences are. Some like to play very sharp chess and just go all in, go nuts. Some like to play without risk and try to press in a slightly better position. In many positions, I give you set choices. I say, this is insane, you sacrifice a rook, and there's an attack. In some, okay, or you can play slightly better endgame. So I would strongly suggest, for stronger players, you investigate the alternatives in places where I give an alternative move, you pay specific attention, and you choose the move you like best. For example, versus Jan Gustafsson's line, in the very main stuff after knight d5 here, I give two moves. And one move leads to a forced draw, or not a forced draw, but a very drawish position endgame if black knows what he's doing, or else he's a pawn or two down. And the other leads to a huge mass carnage. So I know myself, for example, I would be more comfortable with one type of position than the other, no matter what the evaluation is. Even if one's objectively better, I'd rather play with the other because of my style. So I would strongly suggest you try to make sure to keep this in mind. And I think this is more or less it. Now you should be ready to study this course. Most of you, many of you, it's a full repertoire, would want to study it in its entirety. But many of you at the same time would want to use it rather not as a book you got to read from the very beginning to the very end, but more of a, some encyclopedia or something where you just consult the pages you need, and the rest might be done differently. Like, for example, if you already have some repertoire versus, say, knight f6, now say you go d4. Okay, you might not want to study my knight g5, this is my preference, but maybe yours is different. You can only choose to study the chapter after, say, bishop c5, b4. Or imagine if, say, here, after bishop c5, you play something else, such as, say, castling knight f6, d4, or whatever dynamic line. Okay, then you might only want to study the suggestion after knight f6. You are not obliged to follow my advice in every single position, and I just want you to keep this in mind, because many players are, well, why not the other move? Why is the other line bad or something? Many lines are not bad, it's just that those are the ones I prefer. But make sure you approach all of them in a very kind of, serious, responsible way, and don't just follow. And hopefully you follow, hopefully you share my, passion, my interest for specific variations I've chosen, but it's absolutely fine if you don't. I just want you to keep this in mind. And now I think you should be ready to start studying this course in a very efficient way, because of course, all of us have, a limited amount of time, so it's good to maximize your effort and make sure you get the most out of it. Hopefully this little video was useful. Thank you so much for watching, and I look forward to seeing you in the main theoretical chapters. Hi, and welcome to the quick starter guide of this course on the Italian from White's perspective. As some of you might already know, if you've delved in the course, in many critical variations, I suggest a couple of alternatives because I feel the positions are so rich, and it's definitely possible to treat them differently based on your style. Of course, I'm not gonna talk about any alternatives in the quick starter. Here I've selected the most practical lines. I did not, unlike, for example, say my Queen's Indian course, where a quick starter was basically a couple of critical lines from each chapter, I've decided to build this quick starter slightly differently. You might see a lot of lines from one chapter and no or nearly no lines from some other one, because again, the quick starter is should consist of lines which you'll see the most. So let us get going. After e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, we get our dear Italian game. Now, of course, the two main moves are bishop c5 and knight to f6. However, because the quick starter is aimed at players who would not want to study as much theory or want to get up and running quickly, I would like to explain to you what are our ideas in case if black doesn't make these moves. For example, what if black makes some random move like h6? And this is something I feel many club players struggle with. not with the move h6 specifically, but they just kind of keep playing according to the scheme, like d3, castling some moves, you know, and they don't extract as much out of the position as it would have been desirable. So at this point, if black does not develop, we are white, and if the opponent plays passively, plus because we are white, we have an extra tempo by default, we've got to try and make use of this time. So we'll immediately hit black hard with d4. Now, for example, if black were to play d6, we would just take, and say after taking queen d8, black would lose, because if king d8 we win a pawn, or if say knight d8 we win a pawn. So black would need to take with the pawn, and now we take with the knight. At this point, you can even compare the position with, let's say, the Scotch game, which arises after, say, d4 takes. It's as though white made a useful move bishop c4 as well, and black played an absolutely idiotic move h6. For sure, white should be much better. So bishop c4, now h6, d4, takes. For example, d6. Otherwise, if say knight f6, black always has to watch out for knight c6 followed by e5, where the knight will get kicked around. Please see more details in the chapter. For example, d6, and we just castle, knight f6, and here white could definitely just play, say, knight c3, but the most brutal way to go would be knight c6 and then just e5, and black's position is being totally torn apart, and he is nearly getting crushed. For example, black takes, and now we just take on f7. If black takes, he's gonna lose his queen, and if black goes, say, king e7, we go bishop b3, and with all these weaknesses, and an absolutely, you know, terrible, miserable king, black, of course, should not last too long. This position is very, very unappealing. This wouldn't do. Say if black were to waste a move with something like d6, this is a reasonably, you know, reasonably decent move. In fact, it's a move that has been played by, say, Ivanchuk or Paravian or Gledura. However, here, it's very important that we again hit black in the center. Now, as I explained in the chapter, black has the more stubborn moves, but many beginners or many inexperienced players get scared of the spin bishop g4. And I would like to show to you here how to deal with it. We're gonna ignore it and play h3. Now, if black were to take after queen takes, the pawn is of course not hanging because the mating strat is a lot more important. So bishop h5, and here we go d5, and g4. Now, black has to retreat, and after knight c3, white is about to simply develop with, say, bishop e3, queen e2, long castling, and just crush black with h4, h5. The center is very stable, white's position is absolutely, you know, solid, and white has no weaknesses. He has a huge spatial advantage, and black's bishop on g6 is absolutely out of play. This is a very bad position for black to be in, very undesirable. So it's important that we know how to deal with such stuff. Now, a couple of minor attempts would also include something like, for example, bishop e7. And this is, in fact, a fairly interesting move, but I would like to show to you as well what we need to do. Again, please just remember it as more or less a rule of thumb. If black makes a passive third move, you want to hit him with d4. More or less regardless of what this move is, whether it's bishop e7 or h6 or g6 or f6 or b6 or a6 or resignation, whatever, you go d4. You don't even accept resignation if he doesn't play bishop c5 or knight f6, you just go d4 and you hit him hard. So d4 it is. Again, conceding in the center is not very appealing. Please see more details in the chapter, but basically, again, white just has more space and some very good version of some Scotch game. So black will need to go d6. Now we take, black takes back with the pawn. He can take with the knight as well, please see the chapter. We trade the queens. Now black cannot take with the king because we win this pawn on f7, and black cannot take with the knight because we win the pawn on e5, so he's got to take with the bishop, now knight c3. Now white is claiming the advantage because he's clearly a lot more active in a symmetrical position. He controls one as well as the other key diagonals. White's about to go bishop e3 and control this one, and black cannot challenge us over the a2 g8 diagonal because, of course, bishop e6 would lead to a very uncomfortable pawn structure. For example, here, black can try to play f6, in order to defend the pawn and prepare, say, knight a5, kick this bishop away from this diagonal, and then play bishop e6, but then we just go a3. And after, say, knight e7, we just develop. And, for example, one line I can show you is knight d2. And if, say, here black continues with a6, because it's important that we are about to play knight b3, c5, but also maybe knight b5, knight d5. Let's say if black waits, we go knight b3, and if, say, bishop e6, we go knight d5, and then we just got to go knight c5. And of course white is simply dominating, and the knights are absolutely monstrous here. Black's in a ton of trouble. Black's position is very bad. He can play slightly differently, but again, please just address the corresponding chapter. We need to, stay concise here. Now, black can try to play a move like knight f6 instead, and just develop his pieces. But after bishop e3, he's facing a bit of a problem. White's about to just castle, maybe continue with some ideas like knight d5, hitting the knight and the pawn, especially if black were to move his bishop. White might just play h3, improve his position, stop ideas like knight g4, bishop g4, and so on and so forth. I explain, of course, it in more depth in the chapter. So it's natural for black to try to castle, for instance. But an important thing that I would like to show is that he cannot do that. If he castles, he simply loses to bishop c5 and knight g5. And now the f7 pawn is a huge problem. And let's say if bishop e6, we take, black takes, and we go, say, bishop to b5. Now the knight is pinned, of course, and white's about to take and spoil black's structure even more. For example, after bishop e7, we trade everything and castle. And here, white is not better, white is just totally winning. White will just play f3. He'll improve his knight via a4 by bringing it to c5. The pawn on e5 is a target. This is weak, this is weak. White can hit the pawns with something like rook d3, c3. White can just double up. White can look to attack pawns maybe with, say, knight b1, a3, c4, or, say, d2, c4. White can maybe try to attack this pawn in some other way with the knight as well. And yeah, it's not gonna work for black. Black will just have, all of his weaknesses lost. The a7 pawn as well can be attacked by rooks like this if the black rook ever moves away from a8. But guys, we don't really need to scrutinize it, to an extent where we just want to understand how white wins by force. We just need to say, okay, white is massively better. I claim it's winning. But even if it's not, even if white is just much better, let's just, satisfy ourselves with a large advantage. What is there not to like, right? So we've briefly, but still, dealt with the black passive third moves. Now, let's talk about the main continuations. So, after the move bishop c5, my choice in the chapter for beginners is the very quiet move d3. This is something you might want to use if you are, either unwilling to play the line I'm giving, or most likely you just want to save time and just play something very simple. But for the main theoretical, challenge purposes, my suggestion is the move pawn to b4, the Evans Gambit. Now, black can decline the sacrifice. Black can take with the knight, go bishop b6, bishop e7. This is all dealt with in the corresponding chapter, but here let's talk about what happens if black takes. We go c3. Now, the main moves are bishop a5 and bishop e7. Bishop e7 is especially dear to my heart because I'm recommending it in my black course here on Chessable, full black e5 repertoire. The move like bishop c5 is just plainly bad because we go d4 and this bishop gets hit with a tempo. And after e4 we just castle. And here I would like to show to you a couple lines where black gets his position ruined. Let's say if he is very greedy and he takes, we can now utilize the fact the bishop's not protected. Queen d5 would be very attractive, but after queen e7, black is still resisting. So we take, give a check, takes this bishop, and takes the pawn. And as a result, white is a pawn down. However, after something like this, for example, white's about to play bishop g5, maybe knight d2, e5, and black is getting totally killed because his king is extremely vulnerable. For example, if, say, bishop e6, the knight can, for example, go via a3, let's say to b5, or possibly to c2, and let's say if queen d7, knight b5, the knight comes to d4 in this interesting manner, then knight d4 is coming, e5 is about to be played, bishop a3, or bishop g5, and then rook d1, and black is getting totally knocked out, wiped out. It's not defendable. Let's say bishop f7, bishop g5, yeah, I mean, white's just gonna take or play e5. The game's gonna be over in just a couple of moves. There is nothing black can do. Black should not play chess like this. And again, of course, if you look for details, please consult the corresponding chapter. Black can make a move like knight e7, but after taking, white will just get a very, massive initiative. Now, knight g5. And here, for example, one line I would like to show to you is this. Well, for one of black castles, that's very typically bad in the evans. It's a very common theme, please remember it. The knight is typically bad on e7 because after queen h5, well, the knight's not controlling the square like it would from f6. And now queen h7 is a serious threat, mate in 1, what could be worse? And knight f7 and bishop f7 are very strong, so black is just totally lost. So here black has to play d5. Now, say knight d5, and now we sacrifice a piece. This is another very typical concept in both the evans and the two knights, which we are about to see later. And after, say, king f7, check, white is hitting the knight and attacking the king, and let's say if king e6, rook e1 check, black is getting absolutely destroyed. This is simply not working. Black cannot play chess like this. So another possibility would be, let's say, d6. Now we just take bishop b6, and here white will just develop. We are not going to try to, win by force. We'll just try to develop. But if black plays carelessly, we will win by force. We would not mind that. Let's say if knight f6, we have a very powerful idea, e5. And we, of course, want to take advantage of this king, which is still stuck in the center. Let's say takes bishop a3. The king doesn't get to get castled. Let's say bishop takes d4, queen b3. We don't care about pawns. We're opening up every single file, every single diagonal, every single rank. And I feel black's about to get killed after all the natural moves like rook e1, rook d1. Let's say queen d7, just rook e1. Now, rook d1 is coming. Knight d4 is coming. Rook e5 is coming. There is no way black will survive this. He is totally tied up and lost. So black has to play very carefully. Let's say knight a5. The very important reason why this move is so vital is because, as we will see in many lines, the idea to attack the pawn on f7 is a pattern white is more or less obsessed with in the Evans Gambit. So it's very natural for black. Maybe not natural to get the knight, on the edge, but very natural to stop queen b3. And after bishop d3, knight e7, black can maybe take a deep breath, because there is no threats at least over this diagonal, like knight g5, queen h5, and so on. However, here, the knight is very bad on a5, and white can just take it slow. White has the center. Here I like the move like h3, stopping any stuff with bishop g4, and let's say if castling. Here I would like to suggest a very rare move, which has been seen just in 4 games. Let's try to understand what white wants in the first place. So white has the center. The black pieces, such as, say, this bishop, are absolutely useless for any defensive resources on the king side. So white would like to play, say, bishop c2, queen d3, e5, attack over here. Maybe knight g5, queen h5, attack over here. And at this point, I like a very interesting move, rook b1. Why? Yuri, why are you recommending a move like this? How does that have to do with everything you've just described? Well, the thing is, white can, first of all, possibly, it's quite funny, but white can actually get the rook in the attack like this. But secondly, as you're about to see, after, for example, moves like this, let's say, well, black goes h6 in order to stop bishop g5 and knight g5. Say rook e1, white just improves his rook. Knight c6, bishop c2. The point of the rook here is not just that it can join the attack, but also that it's stopping knight b4, which would have, otherwise disrupted our attack a little bit and stopped, say, queen d3, because then, of course, knight b4 would have hurt. And at this point, I just feel it's extremely difficult for black to get any counterplay. White's about to follow up with queen d3, e5, maybe with, say, bishop e3, maybe with, say, knight e2, f4, h5, or knight g3, and then h5 or f5. And it definitely feels to me white who has a very powerful center and who has a lot more space and a lot of attacking ideas, is clearly having a lot of fun, and even though he is a pawn down, he clearly should not be too concerned. This position where the black, bishop is on b6, absolutely out of play. The black queenside pieces have a hard time finding good spots, because again, say if you go bishop e6 as black, you're gonna lose a piece, If you go bishop d7, well, what the hell is it doing there? How does your queen get in the game? If you ever move your knight, you might allow for knight d5, and so on and so forth. Black has a huge pile of problems to resolve, and it's by no means easy for him. The position is quite uncomfortable, practically. It's very uncomfortable, practically. So, yeah, the conclusion is that after the move bishop c5, black is not losing, of course, but the arising positions are super inconvenient for him. Now, let's discuss the main moves. Black can play bishop e7, which is my choice in my e4, e5 repertoire, as I had mentioned. Here we go d4. Now, it's very important we are creating a threat of queen b3, intending to win the pawn on f7. So black cannot just mess around and make, let's say, a move like d6, because after queen b3 he's gonna be in a lot of trouble. Or, for example, say takes the pawn, because again, after queen b3 he'll be in a lot of trouble. Black has to find the move knight a5. And of course, I discussed all the other moves I've just mentioned and some others that I didn't in the chapter, but please, let's just stay concise here. Knight a5. Black is sacrificing a pawn in order to get rid of the bishop. But we value our bishop so much, we are not gonna take it. We'll play bishop d3. The reason why the bishop goes here is so that it's possibly looking at h7 and protecting the pawn on e4. And the bishop will be exactly most useful over this diagonal. Now, one thing I would like to show is that black should not be greedy, he should not take pawns. We take, for example, d5, and you can definitely, again, find more moves covered in the main chapter, but after something like, say, e d5, queen d5, knight c3, bishop b4, queen c2, knight f6, we get to the game between Nigel Short and Grandmaster Newback, and here Nigel played bishop a3, trying to distract this bishop and try to win the queen. But I prefer the move castling. We attack the queen and prepare the threat of rook e1 check. And after black takes, white takes, castling, I would like to show to you a couple of very beautiful things, which will hopefully instill so much love in your heart for the Evans Gambit that you would just crave to, abandon the video and start playing it right away. Even though I would rather have you finish the video, of course. Now, we don't want to take any pawns. That's not what we play gambits for. We go rook e1, create a threat of rook e5, hitting the knight. Say knight c6, and now follows bishop a3. We're hitting this rook. Rook d8, and now follows bishop c4. We're hitting this queen, attacking f7. As you can see, every single move comes with some threat. Now, to play, say, queen a5 or queen h5 is clearly very dangerous, because the queen would be driven too far from the square on f7. So black goes back, and here I like the move knight g5. Now the pawn is hanging. Say knight d5, queen f3. White is creating a threat. What is this threat, by the way? Please pause the video. What is the threat? Well, the threat is revealed if, say, h6 takes, if black were to take back. Because after queen d5, rook d5, black would have gotten mated. Plainly, immediately, mate. So black will have to take this knight now. But here comes a, point final. White is already nearly winning here. The move he is about to play is absolutely gorgeous. It is... What is it? It is rook e7. I would like some... I would like you to applaud to this move if possible. It's just too gorgeous. The point is that if black takes with the knight, we take, and on f7 and give checkmate. Black cannot really take this way. So black has to take on d5, and now we give a check. And now if king h7, again we mate black immediately. So black has to take, and after queen d5, we get a queen for a rook, bishop, and a pawn, but we're gonna win the pawn on g5. We're gonna play d5, activate the bishop, and the black king will be very weak, and with ideas like h4, h5, white is going to clearly pose a lot of problems. Black will need to be very, very careful here, and white is objectively already much, much better. Black should not play like this. What black should do is, well, black should not even, take the pawn at all. What black should do is play d6 and return the pawn. Now we take, get our pawn back, and after castling, queen c2, I would like to mention one little detail. If white just develops his knight, it would be a very bad move, because now the bishop would be barely defended only by a knight, and black has a very nice move, knight g4. Trading a piece, which, as I am about to explain, is very good for black, and trying to get this bishop, of course, which we should not allow. So, queen c2 it is. Now, let's talk about this position a little bit. So, what's happening here? White has more space in the center and on the king side, and an extra king side pawn. White has more activity. Black's knight on a5 is on the edge, of course, which is not good. But white's structure has been shattered, and that is something black is hoping for in order to get counterplay. Basically, in a nutshell, the picture is such that if we trade pieces, black will get a great endgame, and on the other hand, if we don't, white will have a good middle game. So that's really all it is about. White needs to just start, playing on the king side with moves like f4, knight d2, knight f3, maybe e5, maybe bishop b2, c4, and activate the bishop. Black wants to trade. So here, the best moves are bishop d6 and knight d7. Those are very rare moves, played really just, less than a dozen times, and they are covered in the main chapter. Now let's look at the main move, c5. Black's trying to grab space and prepare queen c7, possibly avoiding anything like rook d1. However, here after knight d2 and f4, I don't like black's position. Black can try a couple of things, b6, bishop e6, but we talk, of course, in more detail about it in the main chapter. Let's look at what happens after, say, bishop e6, knight f3. Now, white's huge strategic goal is to play c4 and grab space, grab the square on d5, and play bishop b2. Once that happens, the bishop's gonna simply dominate the board. So black cannot allow for it. But if he goes c4 himself, after bishop e2, he concedes the square on d4, and after bishop c5, knight d4, I evaluate this position as a clear advantage to white, who is about to go bishop e3, say rook e1, bishop f3. As you can see, he builds an absolute central dominance, and he can even go as far as king h1, rook g1, and just attack on the king side, even though he doesn't have to. White is clearly better, and it's way easier to be white here. So that's by all means not black's pipe dream. Another thing you can try is c6, but again, I just find it lame. We continue in an identical manner, and here I would like to introduce to you one more very interesting idea, which is knight b3. The point is that, well, white's structure, as we said, is not attractive, and that's his only problem. So what we're looking to do is to either bring the knight, say, to d4, or if black takes it, after a b3, we improve our structure significantly, and now there will follow c4, bishop b2, white's much better in the center, and now white will also be better on the queen side. This is already a large advantage for white. Black should not play like this. So, if you want to know how black should play, please see the main chapter. But surprisingly, c5 and c6 have been the two main moves, and I just claim that they are bad, and there is no compromising on it. They are just bad, period. So, yeah, that's not gonna do. Black has to play carefully, and if he does, as I said, if he goes knight d7 or bishop d6, he equalizes, but the positions remain complicated. And I just think we need to be honest and objective. We cannot always want to just be better. We should be satisfied in many cases with just an equal, complicated, interesting position. And that's exactly what's going to happen if black is very careful. So, okay, let us move on at this point. Another key move that we need to study is the move bishop a5. And that is the most popular continuation, something, for example, suggested by Grandmaster Lisi and Grandmaster Ovechkin in their book on the open games. Grandmaster Lisi is a player rated who's been rated 2700 and who's been Russian champion, and who actually played this line himself. And I showed to you in the theoretical chapter and in the model games chapter how Grandmaster Lisi himself treated this position. He was extremely well prepared, but still lost as black. Now, we go d4. Again, the threat is queen b3. At this point, I would like to quickly show to you a very, very funny line. So, one thing black might want to do is take knight d4, but it's not a good idea, because after knight e5, Now white's threatening f7, and if knight e6, white can play knight f7, king f7, and here either queen h5 check and picks this bishop, or even bishop e6. So that is why Grandmaster Bologan in his book suggests the move b5. He tries to sacrifice a pawn and distract the bishop from the attack of this pawn. But then he gets to take on d4. But I personally think this position tends to be very dangerous for black. If he takes the pawn, he nearly loses, as I explained in the main chapter. So the best move is c6, and I would quickly like to show to you how the game can develop in such a way, in that case. Another possible move here is bishop a3, but also I really like the idea to play e5, trying to restrain black a little bit. And I explained this in a lot more detail in the main chapter. Sorry for repeating this word for dozens of times. I'm gonna do that again in this video throughout this quick starter. But yeah, I cannot explain everything here, of course. So white's about to just go bishop a3 and completely, lock black down and kind of get a very firm, very firm control over the square on d6. So d5, now we take, and some position like this arises where I think white's bishop is a little more active than its black counterpart. The pawn on d4 is a little safer than its counterpart on c6, and if black ever goes knight d5, we can take and play a position where white's knight on, say, c5 or e5 is a bit better than the black bishop restrained by the pawn on d5. Generally nothing huge for us, but maybe still a slight, teeny, comfortable edge. So the main ideas black has would involve playing either ed4 or d6. If black takes, we go queen b3 and hit this pawn. And after queen e7, we castle. Now, it's important to understand black should not want to go for a position like this, where he gets to capture a pawn, but gets under all the sorts of, attacks with white threatening rook e1, knight d5, and all the stuff like this. And the black queenside pieces are absolutely, out of touch. None of these pieces are participating in the game in any way. And for example, after castling, I would like to show a following line to you. We take on d6, and after black takes, of course, he is 2 pawns up, but they are not useful whatsoever at this point. And here, on top of that, black's pieces are so undeveloped that white even has a very nice tactical idea. That's how much more active we are. We have bishop f7. The point being that if black takes after knight g5, black cannot take because of mate. And if not, say if queen f8, then we again take, and black cannot take because of mate, so black loses material, ends the game. So black would need to go back, and after something like bishop d5, we cut our analysis short, saying we are a pawn down, but all the black pieces are absolutely stuck, and we are about to maybe go knight e4, or maybe rook e4, maybe attack on the king side. And of course, this is by no means an acceptable position for black. This is just, terrible, clearly. And the extra pawn is not going to help him. So black's probably best defense here is bishop b6. I mean, not probably, but sure the best defense. But now I like the following line. We take the pawn, and we threaten to stay with a very powerful center. Again, guys, you might feel a little confused why, talk so fast and ignore some possibilities you might be interested in. But again, my answer is very simple. Look it up in the main chapter. So, say black takes this pawn, and now after taking knight c3, white's threatening with stuff like, say, knight d5, bishop a3, and that's exactly how the main line of the events runs. And after, say, knight f6, bishop a3, d6, rook d1, white's about to force his bishop away and play, say, e5. For example, if the bishop went back, e5, now the pawn cannot take, the queen would be lost, the queen cannot take, rook e1 would win. So yeah, that's not working. And if, say, bishop c3, queen c3, queen e5, that's exactly what Ovechkin and Lisi recommend in their book. After queen c1 castling, I recommend a very powerful novelty, rook e1. The point being to bring the rook over to the attack, as well as the bishop. And again, I explain it in more detail in the chapter, but it feels to me that some position after, say, rook e8, a very good move which avoids any possible issues over here. Bishop b2, queen h5, for example. If black goes somewhere else, e5 might be very powerful, just as ideas like rook e3, g3, queen g5, save queen e7, rook e3, g3, and queen g5 looks extremely strong. say queen h5, and here I cut my analysis short after something like this, where white's apparently about to bring his rook to the attack. If the queen leaves, queen h6 would be a threat. Queen c3 might be a nice way to add the piece to the attack. And yeah, black's king is very weak, and I think we have an insane amount of compensation for the missing pawns. 2 pawns are not such a huge price. White's pieces are way more active, and black's king is really weak. And importantly, of course, I also suggest plenty of alternatives along the way if you don't like this position. But that all is only something you can get in the main chapter. Here, we have no time for this. Now, in this position, instead, black can also try the move d6. Now we go queen b3, and after queen d7, here's a position we're gonna get. We will castle. Now we are ready to take, bring our rook in the attack. Like, for example, if black did something random, like, say, knight f6, and say we took rook d1, we hit the queen, and if queen e7, we have bishop a3. And now not only are we hitting the queen and forcing it to leave and we win f7, but we're just trapping the queen and the game's immediately over. Black loses his queen. So black needs to know very well what he is doing. He needs to play bishop b6. Now knight d2, and here a very important move is knight a5. We retreat, black takes, we take. Now, I explained that the best move, and more or less the only move, is queen c6. But there was also a game between Mamedjarov and Dingliren, obviously 2 top players, which saw ed4. But after cd4 and a4, the position escalated very quickly. Now white's about to trap this bishop with a5, and after c6, bishop a3, the pawn was attacked. Now e5, black is not really having a single, minute of a break. Black took, castled, but received rook d1 and knight d6, and at this point, as I explained both in the theoretical chapter and in the chapter on model games, white was already nearly winning. Eventually, the very tricky and stubborn Dingliren managed to escape, but clearly white was just winning at this point. So this is not the way black should play. Black should play queen c6, and then the position we discuss in the theoretical chapter and model games is this one, where white has the weak structure, but a big development lead. Black's nowhere close to castling. White's about to start hitting black with the queen, with the rook. Black still needs to lose time, and so on. And as I showed to you there, black's position here is very dangerous. Objectively, it is deemed equal by theory, but it is still very, very dangerous practically. And again, I would love to show you more, and that's exactly what I do throughout the course, but in the quick starter we have no right to be that detailed. So we're more or less done with the very short and concise coverage of the Evans Gambit. Now, it's time for us to look at the move knight f6. At this point, of course, it makes no sense to play, let's say, d3. That's what I recommend in the chapter for beginners, but of course, if say d3, bishop c5, you just got, move ordered out of our Evans, and yeah, it's absolutely pointless from the repertoire perspective. So we'll go knight g5. I also tried to make the move d4 work, but I feel knight g5 is the most principled way to challenge the 2 knights. Now, black continues d5. As I explained, he has some stuff like knight e4, like bishop c5, but that's just losing. So d5, and now we take. At this point, it's very important to understand black should not be taking this pawn. I explain more in the theoretical chapter, but here I would like to say, first of all, white has a very dangerous thing called the fry deliver attack, which involves a knight sacrifice, where the black king is getting forced into the center because now the knight is hit just as the king, and after king e6, knight c3, white's attack is very powerful. But instead I recommend even the easier move pawn to d4. And now the point is that if black is ever, say, to take this pawn or something, our knight's gonna be protected, and we are about to deliver the sacrifice on f7, and black's position here is extremely, extremely dangerous. Please see more in the quick starter guide, in the main chapter, but also, of course, yeah. Also, it's just important to understand black should not be playing in this way. Like, for example, if black were to take this pawn, now we castle, and save bishop e7, it's important that black is getting chased after knight f7, king f7, and say here queen f3 or queen h5. Both moves lead to a terrible position. The black king is ending up in a lot of trouble. If black were to, let's say, play bishop e7 here, after knight f7, white is also winning, and after king f7, queen f3 check, well, the king is clearly getting forced in the center. After king e6, knight c3, a very important detail is that the knight cannot be protected with knight e7 because the square is occupied by the bishop. And if black plays knight b4, we just castle. Now, our threat is a3 to attack this knight and force it away and win the knight on d5. And one very beautiful line would be c6, a3. We don't care about the knight. And after knight c2, we just take on e5, and we don't care about anything. And if black takes this rook, we just go rook d1, and again, we don't care about material, we just want to get here and break through this defense. And if, for example, black were to make some move, such as, say, knight c2 or something, we would just take on d5, and after cd5, we would take on d5, and after king e5, we would mate. And actually, I've even had several students, not just one, but several students made black's king more or less like this in this line. So that's something you're extremely likely to see. But of course, please study the main chapter in order to be provided with more details. Now, black has to go knight a5, and that's the very best move. He can try such a funny move as b5, and here he is not really going to end up in a good spot, but we need to know what we are doing. If you take the pawn, which seems to be such a good move, initially, the problem is that black takes on d5, hits the bishop as well as a pawn, and white can still keep a slight advantage here, as I explained in the main chapter, but I'd rather not go here. A much better move is bishop f1. It's a very weird move, and it definitely seems very strange to everyone who sees it at first, but it makes perfect sense. The point is that if black takes with the knight, we just wins this pawn on b5, and now the knight is hanging, and no queen can come to d5. And if black takes on d5 with the queen, we have knight c3. Now the pawn is protected, and we just win the pawn on b5 next, and white is winning. So black's only challenging move here is knight d4. Now we kick this knight out. If it moves, we win the pawn on b5. So black has to take on d5. And now we take this knight, black takes ours, we take on b5, king d8. And up to here, everything has been very forced. Both sides were just, grabbing unprotected pieces of the opponent. In fact, this position looks terrible for black, but it's not as bad. It has been even played by many grandmasters. Say there was a game between Wei Yi and Duda, obviously now two top players at the World Junior Championship in 2014. Now, I would just like to skip all the details and just show a couple main things, because it's a quick starter. Objectively, this line is already kind of more advanced. If you're on more, of a beginnerish end, you might want not to study this as much. We're gonna castle, and after bishop b7, it seems like black's creating a lot of threats to the g2 pawn. So we need to stop this by queen f3. Now, the black knight cannot move, the bishop is hanging, so he defends the bishop, and here we go d5. That is a very difficult move, unless you have seen it in advance, unless you had studied it. Now, importantly, knight f4 makes no sense, because after queen g3, there are no threats, and knight e2, of course, is not possible. So black has to play knight e3. Now the g2 pawn is hanging for real, just as the rook, but thankfully white has a very strong reply queen h3, and white is threatening mate on d7, and of course the knight. So black has no way to mess around, he has to take on g2 with the queen. And at this point we got the following position, where black still has some threats, such as, say, knight f3 check, but we thankfully just easily deal with all of them with bishop g5 check. Now we take on h4, and at this point black's last hope could be to activate the rook and find, some target on b2, so we deprive him of that hope as well, and then white just goes knight c3, bishop d3, e4, or maybe the knight could be on d2. We can play f4, for example, as well, and white is simply a pawn up in the endgame, so basically the whole line is kind of refuted. Black should not be playing like this, but of course we need to understand what we are doing. Now, and again, please look for more details in the main course. Now, in the main chapter. Now, the main move here is knight to a5. Now we give a check. And at this point, the very best move is c6, but black can try to play bishop d7. And that's not a move to take lightly. If you just naively take, after queen d7, black might be already better. He is about to get his pawn back, he'll have a better stake in the center, and the knight on g5 would look extremely odd. So, it's very important to know the move queen e2, which both protects the bishop and hits the pawn. Now, if black were, say, to take, you would have hit the knight as well as the king, and if, say, c6, you would have taken, and now if knight takes, you win this pawn, and if pawn takes, you win this pawn. Again, see more details in the main chapter. So black has to play one of the moves, bishop e7 or bishop d6. Now, the best move is bishop e7, and it's not a move you're likely to see at a lower level, but still I would like to briefly explain it. Now, we go back knight f3, and black takes. Some trades happen, queen e6. Black is stopping castling, because then after f6 there would be a pin. We play d3, castling, knight f3. And here I would like to show a very critical line, which is bishop b4 check. Again, if black just trades, you're simply gonna be a pawn up, period. You're just nearly winning. So black has to give a check. And now black has to find queen a6. Black is preparing rook e8. So you don't want to take this bishop. I explain why in the main chapter. We are gonna castle. And here comes the whole point, the whole reason why the queen is on a6. Not only is it on this diagonal, but also it's eyeing the rook. Black goes knight b3. And now, again, I explain this in a lot more detail in the main chapter. Please, let's just, get to the main position. We take this bishop, black takes this rook, we trap his knight, black takes a pawn, we are about to win his knight, black takes the pawn, we trade, wins this knight, black takes a pawn, we attack his knight as well as the pawn on b7, and after rook d8, threatening mate, knight d2, stopping mate, knight a4 we take, and as a result we get to the following position. In the main chapter I explain this at a probably, pace like 10 times slower or something like this. But basically in a nutshell, as a result, you just have a knight and a bishop for a rook and a pawn. And it's absolutely clear that the rook and a pawn is a lot less useful here. The pawn in c7 is safely blocked, it's not going too far. And very importantly, it's likely to be a target. White basically has an extra piece in such positions because two pieces are better than one, rook, and it's likely that black will lose this pawn on c7, and then the fight will just be taking place on one flank with 3 versus 3, and let's say 2 knights or a knight and a bishop versus a rook, and black will still have to suffer a lot. I explain more in the main chapter, but let's just say this is a clearly better position for white, and that's the best thing black can get if he is very well prepared. So, the really main move, by all means, is c6. Now we take, black takes back, and here a very important thing to understand is why we play bishop d3. We do this because if we go, say, to e2, then after h6, knight f3, e4, unfortunately, we don't have enough control over the square. We're getting kicked around, white has to play knight e5 and let black win even more time by attacking our pieces. So the reason why you play bishop d3 is because you want to be able to play knight e4 after h6. If black goes h6, we just go knight e4, and if, say, black plays knight d5, and here basically the whole position in a nutshell is explained very, very easily. The whole thing here is that white is a pawn up, all you care for, you just want to trade down, this simple. And if you trade down, you'll just win an endgame where you're a pawn up. So at this point, black doesn't want to trade, he goes knight d5, we castle, and I would just like to show you briefly some possibility, and of course I explain a lot more in the main chapter. I hope you're not too tired of these words, you don't hate me for them. Bishop e7, let's say black just develops, knight g3, we stop ideas like f5, and after castling, a very important idea is that you want to trade pieces. Also, you hate having a bishop on d3, because it stops you from playing d3 and developing these guys. So, you're gonna continue bishop f5. You're offering a trade, and you're preparing d3. If black takes, he just helps you. So it's logical not to, but then you just go d3. Now, this knight is a problem, so black plays c5, intending to improve it. And here you play knight c3, you offer a trade, black doesn't accept it, and then you go knight e4, and now you insist on a trade, and black will have to take it, because if he does not, I'm afraid after something like queen h5, he might suddenly even get mated. And if he does, you're simply going to stay a pawn up and have a winning position. So this line does not work for black. Black has to play a lot more precisely in these positions. And that's exactly what we're kind of fishing for. We expect black not to be, well prepared. And if he is not, he is just a pawn down, period. And it's a lot easier, of course, for us because we'll know what our defensive ideas are. You'll defend and you'll just win an endgame with an extra pawn. That's kind of my hope in a nutshell. Now, the main move is knight d5. We'll touch that in a second. Bologan also suggests knight g4, and Jan Gustafsson also mentions it briefly. This is a move, for example, Grishuk played versus Vityugov. Now, after knight e4, black goes f5, and here it's very important that you don't want to retreat, because after, like, say, bishop c5, castling queen h4, unfortunately, you're gonna get slaughtered, you're simply already lost. This is not how white should play in the opening. Here it's very important to learn the move bishop e2. And at this point, of course, black does not want to retreat, because white could either go back, white could simply go back, and there is nothing black can do. There is no way he can create threats. This knight is fundamental for creating threats. Black takes, black goes h5, white plays h3, and now black takes. Again, retreating is not possible. Knight f6, we just trade and win a pawn. Or say knight h6, it's just stupid, but we could just win a pawn. So, black takes, we take, and here the whole point was that now black opened up the f file for himself. And now I explain a lot more in the main chapter. Sorry for these words, I know, it's annoying to hear this. But here you really need to deal with such threats as queen d4 and rook f8. It's very important you do. And here we're gonna play b4. Now the whole point is that if black takes, he is not attacking this pawn anymore. And I know you might want more explanations, that's why we have the main chapter. Here, black goes queen d4, he is hitting the rook and threatens mate. You take this bishop, black can take the rook too, it will transpose. Say castling, and black takes the rook. He could take first, it would be the same position. Now we go knight c3, the queen is paralyzed and stuck. And here black absolutely has to just do something about, say, us taking, us playing, say, bishop g4, us just developing, his queen is being arrested. So e3, that's the only idea he has. We cannot take with the d pawn because black will win the knight. We cannot take with the f pawn because black will win, trade the rooks. So we take on h5, and as a result, we get the following position, where after bishop a3, I am suggesting a novelty or a rare idea as opposed to Bologan's and Gustafsson's move king g3. I believe we need to stop rook f1, so we go king e1, and now we have an endgame where, as a result, the white bishop's coming to f3, white has two pawns for the exchange, black has a very bad knight, a lot of weak squares such as e4, d6, and so on. White has the bishop pair, and he can again target a lot of weaknesses. For example, if black tries to improve his knight, we immediately, once he does, target the pawn on c6, and say some position I found was knight h6, black takes, rook c8, and as a result we get a position where the number of pawns has declined greatly. White is about to play, say, bishop a3, kick the rook out, knight d5, c4, start advancing his pawns, possibly target the pawn on e5. The black knight cannot go too far, black needs to watch out for these pawns advance as well. And I know I'm explaining this at a lightning speed. You really would love to have more explanations. But I would like to be concise here, and I would just like to cover in a nutshell kind of what you can expect. And in the main course, you'll see, a dozen times more explanations about this. So, yeah, white is a little better in this endgame. And for example, Bologan himself admits white is a little better in this endgame. Now, we go all the way back. The very best move is knight d5. Now, you play knight e4. You don't want to go knight f3. Just, I'm already so much into this position, so I'm already even mispronouncing stuff. You don't want to go knight e4, because you'll get hit very badly with f5. So you go knight f3. Now, black's main move here is bishop d6, but it's important he can try to hit your bishop immediately. Now, it's just a bad move, because after bishop f1, you are defending g2, and you're about to play d4 and hit his pawn as well as his knight. Again, our goal is to just trade, and if, for example, bishop d6, we just play d4, we're about to simply eliminate that knight, and black will just be, doing terrible, a pawn down. So say black takes, we just trade the pawns and retreat, and later white just develops, white just castles, goes knight c3, h3, bishop e3, and as a result, white is simply a pawn up. There is no counterplay, no counter chances. So this is not really working for him. And yeah, I would just like to say that, again, I explain more, where. Here black has to play bishop d6, and here we go knight c3. And this is my kind of, well, not novelty, but a very rare idea. The whole point here is that white doesn't want to have a bishop on d3. We would like to play bishop e2 and then d3 and prepare the development of the queenside pieces. But once you play bishop e2, you'll get hit by e4. So knight c3 takes control over the square and prepares bishop e2. At this point, if black simply does something random, like for example castling bishop e2, here the better move would be f5. But if black plays knight f4, I explained this in several places in the model games and in the theoretical chapter. We just castle, and a game between Van Forest and Carlsen has been, I think, extremely important, decisive for the evaluation of this position. Carlsen tried to just generate a lot of activity, but after several trades, even though it looks like black apparently gets a lot of activity, it's not the case. And white eliminated all this counterplay with a brilliant idea. He played h3, and here an absolutely key, brilliant, decisive move, g4. Now white is dismantling the spin and winning control over the e4 square. And after fg4, knight g5, in a couple of moves, white managed to force this bishop away and force an endgame with simply an extra pawn and a firm control over the square on e4. And as a result, white was just nearly winning. Carlsen managed to save a draw. However, I definitely don't think this is a fine position for him. And in fact, black is nearly lost. Of course, it's hard to beat Magnus, but anyway, we have a huge opening success. That doesn't do. Now, in his course on Chessable, Andrei Terehov recommends f5, grabbing space, and here he says that black just has enough compensation because he is about to go c5, bishop b7, rook e8, and have a lot of activity and a lot of space. And I agree, black has compensation, but I think a lot more investigation is needed. So here we play g3 and stop any ideas related to e4, bishop h2. And now after c5, castling, bishop b7. It's very important to understand what is white's key defensive ideas. White is a pawn up. All we care for is how to simply trade the pieces. We'll play rook b1 first, taking advantage over this file. And at this point, I explain way more in the main chapter, but I would just like to say here that our goal should be to trade some pieces, and particularly the bishops, because the black bishop is annoyingly active. We'll play knight d2 and prepare bishop f3. Now, if black makes a random move like king h8, we go bishop f3, and after, say, taking, white's about to just play, say, queen d5, knight c4, knight f3, and just start trading pieces. He is nearly winning. For example, e4, black tries to do something right now. We just retreat, let's say takes, f4, knight e4. And as a result, white is just attacking the bishop twice. If the bishop retreats, we just win this pawn, and white's position here is just, already just pretty much winning. Again, I've skipped a lot of possibilities both sides had, but I just wanted to say white stabilizes everything and black doesn't get counterplay. Black's best idea, surprisingly, is a very strange move c4, but the point being to generate counterplay right here. But after rook e1, white prepares ideas like maybe bishop f3, or maybe even bishop f1, g2, and then knight f1, e3, and black does not get counterplay. As I explained, he does not get to take this pawn. Please please watch the explanations in the main chapter. I just really want to, have a certain limit to the quick starter. Black has to play a move like king h8, a waiting move like this. Now after bishop f3, black doesn't trade, and we retreat. And now the knight is coming to e3 and then d5. And I definitely believe white just keeps the extra pawn and defense. Black is clearly quite active, but at the same time, I simply do not believe there is enough compensation. So yeah, this position is very good for us. But again, please, I just really had to be concise. We're spending like hours and like thousands of words of instruction to explain these positions. I did not want to delve too much into this in the quick starter. So really what black, in my opinion, should do, but that is a novelty, no one really knows this. Oh, and by the way, yeah, so castling is something we've dealt with. If black goes knight f4, then we castle, and after taking, say castling, we play b3. And I explain a lot more about the structure in the main chapter, but basically the whole point is that these pawns are somewhat ugly, but black also has problems. Black needs to watch out for this pawn, and if black ever plays c5, which is exactly what, say, Dingley Ren did versus Aronian, the pawn becomes a target. We spent 4 model games analyzing the structure, so I would be very concise here, but basically in a nutshell, bishop a3, rook c1, and knight e4 is about to hurt black very, very badly. For example, the game between Aronian and Ding went in the following way. White just eliminated a lot of pieces, and at the end of the day, he just had a position with an extra pawn. And I understand black has a very nice bishop, the pawn is isolated, and it's hard to advance it, but still white is playing for 2 results, and black does not have really, any counterplay, and he just hopes to scrape by and just save a draw. This is an absolutely 2-result oriented position, and something we're really looking forward to getting. So this is not a problem by any means. Now, even though knight f4 is the move you're going to be seeing the most, I can guarantee. But the best move, I think, is f5. This is a novelty, and this is what Jan Gustafsson recommends in his lifetime repertoires here on Chessable. Black is threatening e4, and he is increasing his central control. Now we trade knights, and here comes a very important move, which is pawn to b4. The point being that we need to kick this knight out, and if black takes, we totally dismantle his center, and we are just winning. Now, if black goes forward, he is ending up in a lot of trouble after we take, black takes, and we just develop, hitting him in the center. For example, e4, and here comes knight d4. And after something like castling queen e2, black's in a lot of trouble because the pawn on c4 is hanging, it's about to be taken with a check. Black cannot defend it with bishop a6 due to knight e6 with a fork. And if black goes, let's say, queen c7, he is gonna, run into knight b5, which will be another huge problem. So this is very uncomfortable for him. So, and again, please see more in the main chapter. The best move here is knight c6. We go bishop b5. And here, bishop d7 is the most natural move covered in the main chapter, but Jan's suggestion is the best move, bishop b7. At this point, I am recommending 2 moves in the main course. One is a move that basically guarantees us a draw, but the positions are super messy, and I feel it's a little too much for the quick starter. So in the quick starter, I'll go for an option where white is playing 2 pawns up, and he's guaranteed a draw. Black is going to get 1 pawn back immediately and the other one most likely soon, but white is pressing without any risk. If black knows what he's doing, yeah, he draws, but not more than that. Never more than that. So here we play bishop b2 and hit the center. Jan explains black can easily just ignore this threat and castle. But now we take on c6 and win the pawn on e5, and after rook e8 play f4. And at this point Jan says, okay, queen b6 and black's hitting the pawn, black stopping us from castling, and black clearly should have enough compensation. This would suffice. This would do. No need to analyze this any longer. However, I don't agree with Jan. I agree about the evaluation. Black is fine at the end of the day, but he needs to still knows what he is doing, because we are 2 pawns up and black cannot create any immediate threats. We play a3, and now we are about to go queen f3, and simply say queen e3 or queen f2. And if that happens, okay, I'm just gonna castle and be like 2 pawns up and I will win. So black has to play very precisely. He needs to play a5 to immediately counterattack us. Now we return 1 pawn, and after a b4, bishop e5, f e5, queen b4, we got the following position. Now, of course, black can try to trade and play, an endgame with opposite colored bishops, a pawn down, but that's not fun. So the best move for him is queen e4 check, king d1, and now queen g2. But after rook e1, it transpires that white is about to play e6, white's attacking this bishop, and white's threatening the, well, not threatening mate, but white's looking at g7 in a very, well, he has a very good appetite for the g7 pawn, let's put it this way. And the white king is absolutely safe. So here, black can still make a draw, and I explain how in the main chapter, and after some 10 moves, we just got some drawn endgame with, like 3 pawns left for each side and some rooks, or like a rook and a bishop. But anyway, black had to know really well and, really a lot to get here. And even if he does, okay, this is just a draw, white never risks. I hugely apologize in front of you for keeping this quick starter so, well, a little rushed, because really all the main options for black just have to be discussed in great detail. And to be honest, maybe I would not have included them in the quick starter, but I still wanted to let you know what type of positions you can expect in the main lines. For another, word of kind of direction, if you are a less experienced player, a club player, I'd strongly suggest you start with the chapter Italian for Beginners, and with the chapter Sidelines and Move 3. And then you'll be studying the main chapter step by step. And I'll explain a little more about this in the introduction video. But for now, I think, yeah, we've accomplished our goal of getting acquainted with what all the positions look like, and with getting ready to handle the Italian. Now I hope you are as excited about it as I am. And I'll see you in the main course, in the main videos. Thank you for watching. Hi, this video is really going to be special. It is going to be special because this is a super important chapter, yet this is one of the most ignored topics in the entire Italian game, I believe, especially among those who needs to discuss this topic the most. In this chapter, we'll be discussing the position after e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop c4, where instead of normal moves such as bishop c5 and knight to f6, black makes weird moves, odd moves, bad moves on move 3. I would like to first say that if you are a titled player, or if you are, let's say, 21, 2200 FIDE and higher, you might as well not really need this chapter all that much. First of all, you're not really gonna see those moves, such as, for example, d6 or g6 or h6 or whatever crap there is. And secondly, if you do, you might be able to figure it out over the board. Now, if you are a beginner, or if you are a player below, let's say, 16, 1700, this chapter might as well be your, something that would yield you highest return on investment, so to speak, of your time. Because studying the main moves, bishop c5 and knight f6, while of course it's absolutely needed, it takes a lot of work, but I believe that this work is going to be more or less useless if you have no idea how to punish the sidelines. And at lower levels, I used to not realize it when I was, starting my coaching career, but at lower levels, as games of dozens of my students show, such moves are really being seen in 20, 30, 40% of the games. And unfortunately, most of my students, when they see these moves at first, rated say 1400, 1600, they don't deal with them optimally. In fact, I was very surprised. So I had the student, and I mean, I still have him, it's just that now he knows the stuff. He used, he once saw the move knight d4 played, and he's a very strong player, about 2000, and he played knight e5 here, which we will see is a losing move. And later he even won the game, but I was really surprised, and I understood, well, yeah, this is something that needs a lot of discussion. So if you are a beginner, or if you are relatively inexperienced, this will be one of your most useful chapters. Now, talking aside, you might already be, very anxious to get straight to the business, so let's do just that. So the first thing I would like to address is what happens if, say, black makes a move like h6. Now, clearly, this might look like a fairly stupid move, but at the same time, well, say it stops knight g5 for one, so that later black can, say if you just play d3, knight f6. In fact, interestingly, white might already not have any advantage. We just got to, the quiet Italian after d3, knight f6, d3, h6, and then g5, which is like one of the very trendy lines at the moment. And white can definitely play this way, but yeah, we're totally out of our repertoire. So after the move h6, black stops knight g5, but of course he totally ignores the development. And it's very important, it's absolutely imperative, we try to punish him right away. We're gonna play d4 here. Now, if black tries to keep this pawn on e5 alive with the move d6, he loses more or less right now. We're gonna take on e5. Now, if black is to take with the knight, then he's losing directly due to knight e5, pawn takes on e5, and here a very typical tactic is bishop f7, distracting this king away from the queen. Now if the king takes, we just win the queen, and if say king e7 is the only move, we just take, and when black takes back, we just continue developing and we are just a pawn up, and black cannot castle, the position is already technically lost for him. And if black instead takes with the pawn, then we can again take on d8. And now black faces another huge problem, because if he takes with the knight, after knight e5 he loses the central pawn, and if he instead takes with the king, then he loses a pawn to bishop takes on f7, which of course will be very bad for him. So black cannot try to hold on like this anymore, it's already too late, so black has to take. But after knight d4, black's position is still very uncomfortable. First of all, black can blunder a couple tactical tricks here, and those are very important tricks, I believe, that you guys should know in the Italian and in generally e4, e5. But even if he plays solid and doesn't blunder, he'll still find himself in a very passive position. So the first way to blunder would be to play something like knight f6, because when we take on c6 and black takes back, we're gonna play e5. Now the knight's getting kicked out, and black will just do terrible. For example, if say knight e4, we might just win due to things like say queen f3 or ideas like bishop f7. Black will have plenty of problems, and even if we just castle, black is doing absolutely terrible. White's pawn on e5 is stopping more or less any sensible ideas related to development. It's of course a monster pawn. The knight on e4 is very vulnerable, and black is doing really badly. If black were to take with the d pawn, well, we have bishop f7, we have just queen d8 as well, and if king d8 we can just play something like f3, and white is more or less a pawn up, because black's double pawns of course are not going to be even nearly as useful in the endgame. This is not fun. White is just nearly winning. So black doesn't want to play knight f6 here. If black takes on d4, after queen d4, it's very important that the white queen, in fact, this is something that many players kind of misunderstand. Many players, especially beginners, they've heard this concept that you don't want to develop the queen early. But unfortunately, that's kind of the limit of their knowledge and the limit of their understanding. And whenever I teach some concept to my students, I always want them to be able to answer a question, why? So when I ask a question, why is it bad to develop the queen early? Well, the answer that I expect would be, it would be typically bad because the queen is likely to get attacked. But on the other hand, if the queen cannot get attacked in the center, which is clearly not the case here, the queen is absolutely safe, then it's a very powerful piece, which is making it impossible for black to develop the bishop due to queen g7, which even keeps an eye on this pawn, and which is ready to support some pawn thrust, and it's just, generally very well placed. Let's say if black goes knight f6 here, after e5, things get really bad. The knight is being kicked away, and as a result, white just got two pieces in the game, a very strong pawn. He's about to continue development, and black is just gonna get screwed. Black will have to retreat with something like knight g8, and he is just lost. So, yeah, for example, say knight h7, we just play, say, knight c3, say queen g4, and say if black blocks and prepares to play something like d6 or d5, hitting the queen and the bishop, we can just play, say, queen g3, and white's about to just play h4 and more or less win. Save black castles, there are some threats like bishop h6, black is just already lost. So black cannot really play this passively. And, well, the best way for black to go here would be d6, I think. But the point being that he stops all these ideas, like after knight f6 we can take and play e5, it looks. But he doesn't quite stop it, actually, because we can castle, and if, say, knight f6, white can just play, for example, knight c3, and white will have the advantage because the pawn on e4 clearly is a lot more valuable than the pawn on d6. It controls a lot more space, and it's a lot more actively placed. But white can also take and immediately do a lot of damage to black. Because now again, if the knight has to walk away, white will take rook e1 and black's gonna get destroyed. He is not castled, he is undeveloped, it's very bad. And if black takes, again there is this bishop f7, and here we can just play, say, bishop b3. And maybe what I'm about to say would sound quite harsh and quite drastic, but I think black has just lost. Black has so many weaknesses. Black's king is extremely vulnerable, and even in the event of the queen trade, white will have a lot of targets, and black's king will still be a problem, so white is just winning here, period. I'm not accepting a lower evaluation than this. And generally speaking, of course, even if it was not the case, even if it was just much better, we have no reason to complain in either case. So, the idea to play h6 here is very bad, but you need to punish this aggressively. You don't want to just make sleepy moves like d3 or castling. It is super, super important. Now, let's move on. Another move I would like to discuss is the move pawn to d6. Now, interestingly, actually, this is a much better move, I think, than its theoretical reputation. And in fact, maybe that would sound surprising, but I believe it to even increase in popularity. Especially at lower levels, and maybe even at higher levels, not at Grandmaster, of course, level, but maybe at some 2300 level, people might play it to play for a win. It's actually a very interesting move, as I've discovered. So, here, it's possible to, for example, castle, but I'm just not happy with the fact that after, say, knight f6, the positions will remind us more of a, slow Italian. So I prefer to, again, and this will be our general approach, whenever black plays some crap, whenever black makes a passive move on move 3, we play d4 and hit him where it hurts the most, in the center. The opponent doesn't develop, you hit him right there in the center. So we're gonna play d4. Now, in fact, I would like to also say that the move d6 on move 3 was played by such great players as, for example, Ivanchuk. It was played by young, talented grandmasters of, 2600 and higher level, such as David Paravan of Russia or Benjamin Gladura from Hungary. And, yeah, it's definitely a way to try to get a game. Now, d4 is very strong. And if black had to just take, for example, we had just discussed these positions, and I think they're simply bad. After, say, knight d4, white just gets this very typical type of advantage, and later he can just play knight c3, castling. White will have the better position due to the pawn on e4 versus the pawn on d6, and black can always blunder. If, say, he goes knight f6, he can always blunder capture and then e5. So there is no need to look any further. White is just better. And if people played like that, of course no one would go d6. That's not a fun move. There's also a move bishop g4, and I think this is something that confuses many students, many players of club level, many students of mine. And it's quite understandable, because let's say if d5, knight e5, things might not look as clear, or if, say, d5, here after, for example, knight b8, or knight e7, the positions look very, they're good, but they're very non-Italian. And that is a bit of a problem, of course, because, of course, especially at the less at the level of less experienced players, unlike grandmasters, they don't know all the types of positions, and of course they don't know, for example, some King's Indian structures if they just play the Italian 1e4. So that's a good move, but I'm not recommending it. I'm recommending the very brutal h3. Sorry, my apologies, bishop g4, and here's a very brutal h3. Now, a very important thing to understand is that if black takes, we take back with the queen, and we don't care about the pawn because there is a threat of mate in 1. And if black goes knight f6 here, then we can play d5, and now we already have the bishop pair, and after knight b8, knight c3, white has a couple of very interesting plans. White has a huge advantage, a lot of space, and black had to lose a lot of time, and white has the bishop pair as well. But what's very interesting, and that's something I used to actually not understand until some pretty recent time, shortly until before I started making this course, I've analyzed these positions deeply, and I just thought, okay, I mean, white can just castle a nice position. But what I've discovered is that black is just getting crushed, because white will play bishop e3, and then g4, and then just g5, h4, h5, and he'll just crush black on the king side, and if needed, he can castle long himself, and black's position is absolutely terrible. It's falling apart if white knows of this plan to just advance the pawns and castle long if needed, or even keep his king in the center. And this might seem to be an aggressive plan, and this might seem like white is even risking to some extent, but in fact what white is doing here is absolutely justified. White's not creating any weaknesses, and white is definitely in a position to play like this. So that's not good. Now black can also play bishop h5, but then we are again gonna play d5. Now if black continues knight d4, he is gonna do very badly after g4, because now of course if black retreats, we are just gonna take on d4 and win a pawn with an overwhelming position. So he's got to take on f3 with a check and then go back. But here the problem is that his king side, and his queen side, and the a4 e8 diagonal got really weak. And as a result, white has a move bishop b5 check, and black has to lose the right to castle. And of course, after a move like king e7, we don't need to continue this discussion, I hope, unless we plan on changing the topic of the course to how to find multiple checkmates in the opening or whatever it is. I think any player, of course, here should be satisfied. So this is not good, and if black plays knight b8, then we again continue with the same plan of g4, knight c3, and then again white's about to play h4, h5, bishop e3, queen e2, long castling, and black is gonna get killed on the king side. This is already beyond any reasonable doubt and any discussion. Black is doing absolutely terrible here. His position is disastrous. So the conclusion is that the move bishop g4 is not just leading to a slightly uncomfortable position or a typical advantage. This move is absolutely unplayable. Black is doing absolutely terrible. Now, the real kind of, discovery of mine, and it's really huge, I was very surprised, is that in fact it's very possible to play knight f6 in this position. And it's also interesting for those of you who play bishop c4 and meet knight f6 with d4, because there black can play d6, and it will be an absolutely identical position. So if some of you, for example, play as black, the Italian, and you ever, wonder how to play versus this line after knight f6, d4, you might also make a move d6. And you're likely to end up in a slightly worse position, but it'll spare you the need to learn any sharp variations, which I think is very attractive to many. So, d6, d4, and knight f6. And here it's possible to play d5 when I think white gives some advantage after, say, such moves. But this is a very King's Indian position, and I would definitely consider my task of helping you build a very understandable intuitive repertoire absolutely unfulfilled if I had you go for the King's Indian as opposed to playing the Italian. And it's not like white is winning. White is just somewhat better, which is a normal picture in the King's Indian. White is somewhat better, but the game's going. And yeah, it is definitely not what we need. Black got exactly what he wanted, a complicated position with plenty of chances to get counterplay. So we instead will minimize his chances for counterplay by taking on e5. Now, importantly, black can lose more or less immediately here, provided he doesn't play precisely. So in this position, black can lose by either taking on e4, which will be absolutely terrible due to bishop f7, and after king f7 check, white wins a pawn, and also, white gets his piece back, wins a pawn, and loses, and deprives the opponent of the right to castle. Black just lost his castling rights. If black plays knight e5, this is also more or less losing because of knight e5 and then bishop f7. Again, white wins in a very standard way, just a pawn up. What's funny is that black has a very neat counter tactic he can take and hang his queen, but after queen d8, bishop b4 check, black's attacking our queen. and he is giving a check. So here it's important that we can just say go back, for example, takes, and white is just a pawn up at the end, right? White can just play, say, f3, knight c4, and again, white is still winning or nearly winning, but importantly, it's not, unfortunately, an extra queen, it is just a pawn, which is, again, very, very good, just slightly maybe below your expectations when you saw there was a free queen. So this is not gonna work. But interestingly, black can play de5, and surprisingly, it proved a very difficult nut to crack. Now, of course, we're gonna trade, and typically I would say, well, if black takes with the knight, he hangs a pawn on e5, and if black takes with the king instead, he hangs a pawn on f7. And that's exactly what I'm gonna say, but there's a little caveat. So if black takes with the king, he is gonna end up in a lot of trouble after white continues with bishop f7, knight e4, and here comes the key move bishop d5. When white hits both knights, and he inevitably gets to take the knight on c6 and then wins the pawn on e5. And as a result, white still guarantees, white is still guaranteed to stay a pawn up, a healthy pawn up, and black's king is still reasonably unsafe. So again, white's advantage is huge, and I would say more or less decisive. But interestingly, black can defend really stubbornly by playing knight d8, and after knight e5, we get a very interesting position. So this position was reached at the moment of writing the scores in 47 games. Mostly, those games have been played by players below, say, 1800. And black mostly took the pawn on e4, which resulted in very neat pressure for white. But actually, black has a better defense, which was seen only in 7 games. So really, there might be a better way to play versus the move 4 d6, which is going for this closed King's Indian type of positions. But I personally think that we still keep the pressure here, and the chance of you running into, the precise defense by black, which was seen just 7 times, is very, very low. And even if you do, well, still, that's a nice position. So I suggest that we just go here. It's the most practical approach by far. If black takes the pawn, after castling, bishop c5, the only way, otherwise, of course, say rook e1 will be very unpleasant with a lot of pressure. The black king would have a hard time castling, so bishop c5. And here a very important move is knight d3. And interestingly, black is nearly lost. Now white's about to go rook e1, hit the knight, the bishop's hanging, and say if black goes bishop e7, after something like rook e1, bishop b3, say bishop e6, because black couldn't castle, the bishop was hanging, knight c3, castling. This position might look nearly equal, or it might look like white has slight pressure, but no big deal. But surprisingly, this is nearly lost for black. It's that bad, nearly lost. White can go knight to d5. And as a result, white's hitting the bishop, and he's hitting the pawn, so black cannot save both. And if black takes after taking, now I'm attacking the bishop, and if you move it, I play bishop f4, and now white's about to take, possibly the pawn on b7 might be lost. This knight cannot move away because I'll take and I'll win the pawn. This knight cannot move away either because black will lose this pawn. The knight on d3 is wonderful. The bishop has no moves or no targets. And yeah, I mean, white is just, the bishops are dominating the board, and black has absolutely no way out. Later I can play c3, followed by, say, knight c5, and just get the decisive amount of pressure, and black is going to collapse. This is simply a terrible, terrible, terrible position for black. He is gonna find himself on the edge very shortly. So yeah, just paralyzed, has no moves. But a much better move here is bishop d6. As I said, it has been seen only in 7 games so far. So knight f3, knight e4, and here castling. Now, white's looking to keep a slight initiative because, for example, this knight is very ugly, and because, of course, the bishop is very good. For example, if black were to castle here, I think he's gonna end up in a very unpleasant position after, say, rook e1 and knight c3, because of ideas like knight b5 being thrown at black, and if, say, a6, knight d4. Now, again, black cannot really develop to, to c6 with his pieces or to e6 because of the white active pieces. White can play later just bishop e3, rook to d1, and white is clearly going to put a lot of pressure on black's position, and here it might not be huge, but it is a very nagging, uncomfortable edge, and I definitely believe by all means black's not gonna have a fun time. So the improvement I found is bishop e6, now we go rook e1. Now, if black were to move the knight, of course, the pin would be very unpleasant, so black would take, we would take, bishop e6, and here knight c3. Now, white's idea is to go knight to b5 and take the bishop, so black needs to, either stop it, but then he is getting late in terms of castling, or just allow it with, say, castling, which is, of course, most likely. Now, we play knight b5. The bishop cannot escape because of knight c7, so black would make some move, allow us to take, and then say bishop e3. And to be honest, unfortunately, I was a little unhappy when I finished my analysis at this position, because while white is clearly somewhat better, he has the better structure, no weaknesses, as opposed to black. The outpost on d4, an ability to put pressure on this pawn. I do acknowledge, I'm not trying to, make up some fake, claim that white is winning. I am absolutely aware this is just a slight advantage, but I thought, first of all, as I said, this was, a very easy way to play as white, and honestly, I think the chances of you ever getting here, because black would find all those moves, are absolutely non-existent, and even if he does, well, you still have a slightly better position. So, I personally think I would be very satisfied with just getting here, especially, after not really needing to come up with any extraordinary moves in the opening. See, what I'm trying to do, that is very important. I am trying to keep the amount of effort I put into something, both in chess and in life, proportionate to the importance of this. So, because we will see this line no more than, let's say, once in 100 or, twice in 100 games, I mean, the line, even, a position this early, after, say, bishop c4, okay, you're gonna see the move d6 maybe like, okay, let's say 7 times in 100 games. Now, d4, now you're gonna see the move knight f6 in like maybe 1/3, so it'll be already 1 or 2 games out of 100. And then after d5, black will need to play all those very precise moves. So maybe you'll get to that position eventually in like 1,000 games in the Italian. Well, in 1,000 games in the Italian, hopefully you'll already be able to teach me a few tricks of the trade. So I think it's definitely a lot easier than to play the move pawn to d5. And I definitely believe white keeps a very uncomfortable, type of pressure. So we've dealt with the move d6. Now, it's time for us to deal with such a continuation as the move knight to d4. This is a very bad move, objectively, but it needs to be analyzed carefully because, as I said, there's a trap, and unfortunately many players, even very strong, say 1900, 2000, they walk in this trap and they lose. And in fact, I believe there have been, instances of title players also walking in this trap, which is quite strange, but that's how it's been. So it's very natural here, right, to just gobble a pawn on e5. It looks like black just blundered to central pawn, and we are just winning. However, unfortunately, after queen g5, it turns out the knight as well as the pawn are being attacked, and white's in a lot of trouble. Here, if, say, white were to take, now white can bail out somehow and get a position where he has 2 pawns for a piece and some initiative, but he's worse anyway. And say if white were to get very greedy, after, for example, queen g2, queen e4, and knight f3, it would just be mate. I hope I have been convincing enough to discourage you from playing this line, and I hope now you would like to play a little more cautiously in general. So instead we're just gonna take this knight. Now, I would also like to say a move like castling is a good alternative. And if black takes on f3, because the pawn is already hanging there, after queen f3, well, we don't need to look any further. Just tell me, please. Now, both sides have made moves e4 and e5. How come white just got 3 extra moves? If someone can answer why, allowing the opponent to make 3 extra moves, and having a situation where white has played 4 moves and black had played 1 is normal, they can play this line as black. But to me, as a person growing up on a more, classic things, it just seems to be an absolute barbership and black should just lose very shortly, so this is terrible as well. But I find it even more principled to take and just castle. Now, if black continues with the move knight f6, it's important that we can try e5, but black has a very nice counter move d5, and I actually think he's not doing that terrible. White's still better, but black's not doing all that bad. So we're gonna go rook e1, and then white's about to play e5, and we're about to see a very similar position shortly. And if black plays d6, well, this is exactly what I meant by saying we were about to see a similar position. We're gonna play c3, and after taking, say bishop e7, we can just continue, not even with a move like d4, which would give us a big advantage, but with a move like queen to b3. Now, the f7 pawn is a huge problem, and this problem is something we're seeing a lot in the events in general and in the open games overall. As I keep saying, after the moves e4, e5, pawns on f7 and on f2 are the weakest links in both white and black positions. So here black cannot really defend it with the queen or any other piece. Apart from the knight, he's got to play knight h6, but after d4 there's a threat of bishop h6 followed by bishop f7. So black has to castle, and now we just say take. Now really any move is possible, but I like knight d5. And white has a huge advantage. He is about to maybe play, say, just rook d1 or say rook e1, and just brings the rook over via the third rank all the way to attack. And white's clearly going to, put some pretty serious pressure on black's position. It's also possible to, say, go queen d3, then bishop, say, b3, c2 to attack h7. It's also possible to just run the f pawn all the way up the board, and black's position is gonna be really, really terrible here. He is gonna fall apart shortly. Cannot do that. So, I don't really believe there is an opportunity to play the move knight d4, provided your opponent is, somewhat knowledgeable and not ignorant as white. You might trap someone in it once, but long term it's not gonna do you any good as black. But anyway, I'm not showing the scores from black's perspective. I'm just gonna say, if you're white, just don't be greedy, don't grab that pawn on e5, and you're gonna do just fine. Either castle or most important, or best, just take on d4, and it's gonna be absolutely terrible for that poor black player. So that's another move we have dealt with. Now, let's deal with two reasonably serious sidelines, which are bishop e7 and g6. In fact, these moves have been played by a lot of top players. If we look at the move g6, well, this is a, obviously quite a rather risky move, because black's not really getting himself any closer to castling, for example. But it indicates a lot of ambitions, because black's about to go bishop g7, and then knight f6 or knight e7, and he's gonna get some pretty unbalanced and some pretty Ray Lopez-ish looking position, where both sides will have a lot of possibilities. We don't want to let him have a rich counterplay, so we're gonna hit him hard with d4. Now, black takes, and we can take on d4 with the knight, but I think after, say, bishop g7, knight c6 takes, castling, say knight e7, knight c3, the rising position tends to be somewhat better for white, but I think that's exactly what black is looking to get. Not because of the objective merits of this position, but because it's rather fighting. Black has a strong bishop, black has an open file, black might try to push d5, black might look to play d6 and then f5, and for example, say, Mehmed played this, Grandmaster Amin from Egypt played this, Grandmaster Sashi Kiran from India played this as black, and with very decent results. I think white is better, but I would prefer to restrain opponent's possibilities quite a bit. Generally speaking, versus such moves, it's good, versus not specifically move g6, but versus moves that attempt to get a fighting position, but are clearly somewhat risky. I think there are two approaches which tend to work best practically. Not specifically move-wise, but philosophically. One approach is to play very precisely and very aggressively and try to just refute them. And often that's exactly where the weakness of such moves lies. Black is doing fine in all the lines, but one or two. You just learn this line and you just go ahead and slaughter your opponent. There's another approach, which is immediately give up on any ambitions to refute what he's doing, but go for a position where you're just slightly better and the opponent doesn't have any counterplay. In these lines I'm about to give, we're gonna try to combine both of these approaches. So we're gonna continue with the move d4, but after e4 we don't take, but we play c3. Now, it is, in my opinion, very dangerous to take the pawn on c3, because after a very typical move queen b3, there's a huge problem. And after, say, knight h6, we could have taken on f7, but we are simply gonna castle. Because we're saying, okay, the knight's not gonna move away, black has to try to develop, but after we take and he takes back, we force him to basically just waste a move with the bishop, and after, say, taking and bishop f7 and knight c3, white is simply much better. The material here is even, but white's initiative is, very obvious to a bare eye even, and black is just suffering for nothing. There's absolutely no reason why he needs to put himself in such a dangerous situation. We're gonna play rook d1, maybe e5. e5 will obstruct black's entire queen side. Maybe then knight e4, knight f6 or something. Black's gonna get killed. This is absolutely terrible. Black can try to make a move like d3, which I think would be the more resilient idea. But here we can just take, for example, and I think white will be a little better due to the extra space. But I think we can do even better by playing bishop g5. Now, if black goes knight e7 as a response after bishop f6 and queen b3, black is absolutely obstructed and blocked, and it is just a game over right away. This game is already finished. There is nothing he can do. If black plays a move like f6, then after bishop e3, white's about to pick this pawn, and later the weakness of the diagonal and the fact that the pawn is on f6, black really has a hard time developing and castling. This is all gonna tell, and black is gonna do very, very badly. White is just much better. And again, I don't want to discuss how much better or, how to win from here by force. It's just sufficient to say that white just got a very comfortable advantage, right? So, in my opinion, the only sensible move here is bishop e7. And this is what some strong players have tried. But after bishop f4, I really like white's position. Because the bishop wanted to go to g7, and now it was forced to go to the wrong diagonal. Now after, say, knight f6, bishop d3, castling. I really love the rising structure, because we are about to play c4, and with the sort of a typical Maroczy structure, Maroczy bind. Well, it's not quite Maroczy, because in Maroczy typically white trades his d-pawn for black's c-pawn. Here the d-pawn has been traded for the e-pawn, so it's a slightly different structure, but I think white has a very clear pressure and a very clear spatial advantage, and black's rather passive. For example, if he goes d6, I would not want any bishop g4 related stuff to come around, so we'll play h3. Now white's about to go c4, knight c3, control the square on d5, possibly prepare some play, either in the center, maybe on the king side with f4, maybe on the queen side with b4. He can just improve his position with moves like queen d2, rook d1, rook e1, for many, many more moves. And black's very passive. Let's say rook e8, c4. Now again, knight c3 is coming, queen d2 is about to be played, rook d1, rook e1, and white can keep improving his position for many more moves. Later, you can choose where to play, be it queen side after, say, a3, b4, be it center with moves like knight d5, be it king side with, say, h4, h5, or maybe f4 at some point. It's up to you. If you don't want to do anything, you can wait for a few more moves and, test black's patience. But most importantly, black himself cannot do literally anything. And I want to be honest with you. Objectively, I think black is here. Black is not doing that terrible here. His position is reasonably sustainable. White is just somewhat better. It's not a decisive advantage. But this is a very pleasant type of position. This is exactly what you're looking to get. Anytime, any educated player, by educated I mean, chess culture and, having studied a lot of classical heritage. Any player would appreciate positions where opponents are very short on counterplay, because while white might not be winning right now, black's position is very depressing to handle, and that is exactly what matters. That's exactly what's gonna drive your opponents nuts, and that's exactly what's gonna make them make mistakes and make you win. So this is very comfortable. So the move g6 is also not a problem, but you've got to know what you're doing. And the final cherry on the cake is the move bishop e7. And in fact, I actually do have quite a bit of respect for this move. I think it's a fairly interesting one. I do agree it's of course clearly worse than, say, bishop c5 or knight f6, but it actually has a lot of merits. For example, if white played d3, after knight f6, black gets a very classical position from two knights, two quiet knights, so to speak. After, say, 3 knight f6, d3, bishop e7, we would have been exactly here. But he avoids this massive chunk of theory, for example, in the knight g5 two knights, which is exactly what we play. Again, if, say, knight f6, knight g5 needs to be studied, d4 needs to be studied, and say if d3, bishop e7, it's exactly that position that black gets after bishop e7 and if d3, knight f6. But of course, everything comes at a certain price, and of course, it's not possible to avoid this huge pile of theory while just, choosing some weird move order, or otherwise every grandmaster in the world would have been aware of this. So, of course, there should be some downside, and the downside is that we can play dynamically with d4. Now, again, I would like to repeat this as a rule of thumb for you in more or less the entire video. Whenever black makes a passive move on move 3, be it h6, g6, f6, d6, a6, rook b8, whatever crap it is, if it's a passive move, you want to play d4 because you're fighting for the center and because you're making the development of your queen side a lot smoother. Just remember this. And on one or two occasions, maybe it would not be the objectively best approach, but this is exactly how you'll be guaranteed to make a very good move and never mess up. And again, unless you're, a title player or a very strong player, which I assume most of the audience would not be, because, as I said, if you are one of them, you would most likely benefit most from watching some other chapters as opposed to this one. When I teach people, let's say under 2000, I always believe that while it's of course good to be original, you would benefit the most from knowing the rules as opposed to knowing the exceptions. I always say you cannot learn exceptions prior to studying the rules themselves. So it's very important that we learn the rule. Black plays passively in the opening, in no matter what opening. Today I'm teaching you Italian. Tomorrow I'll teach you something else, or someone else will teach you something else. But the general classical chess principle will always stay the same. Whenever an opponent makes a passive move, especially as black in the opening, he doesn't develop, he does something weird, you want to punish this directly. That's how chess works in open positions, in open games. So we play d4. Now, if black is to take, after knight d4, again, we just get this very typical advantage. For example, if, say, knight f6, we just take e5, we have already discussed this stuff for a couple of times, white gets this, typical huge initiative. Or, say, if black plays d6, again, we can just continue with some move like, say, knight c3 or castling, and again, white just has a standard advantage. That's not why black supposedly played the move bishop e7. The real reason is to play d6. Now, white can play d5, but after knight b8, I think the positions are actually quite interesting. And there have been many grandmasters, including even the world champion Vasily Smyslov, known for his fantastic positional play and endgame technique, who decided to venture upon this line and just get a complicated position, where black might be a teeny bit worse, but it's definitely very playable and very interesting. The most practical move, I think, is d5. But of course, if you don't like simplifications, feel free to play d5. So I suggest d5. Now, if knight e5, again, black's gonna lose to the same problem. We will take, and here, unfortunately, queen d8 doesn't do much due to bishop d8, but white has a typical winning move here, which is queen h5. Now, both the f7 pawn and the e5 pawn are threatened, and interestingly, there were even games, where grandmasters blundered this. For example, Grandmaster Moskadenko, a famous author, and I believe an international master from Georgia, Benidze, blundered this versus Nihal Sarin in 2019. Now, black is just losing a pawn, and after g6, the games went queen e5, and after knight f6, bishop h6, white's of course already totally winning. He's a pawn up, knight c3, rook d1 is coming, and later white went on to win in many games. For example, Malachov, Moskalenko, or Nihal Sarin, Benidze. Black is doing just terrible. Interestingly, one of the chess legends, Robert Hubner, actually blundered this as well as black back in, I believe, 1970, I think 72 or 73, I think 72. There was a game between Janka and Hubner. But he actually went on to hold. But anyway, well, black is absolutely lost, of course, so you know, we don't want to discuss this any further. So black's got to take with the pawn, because when he takes with the pawn, the knight's still in the way, there is no queen h5. And here, white will take on d8. Now, it looks like black has several ways of recapturing, but once you study the position a little closer, you'll see that there is just one. Because if black plays king d8, of course he just drops a pawn, and this is not particularly interesting, why it's just a pawn up. And if black takes with the knight, again after knight e5, white is just a pawn up, there is nothing to discuss. So black's gonna play bishop d8, I suppose, and here it's very important that we play this position decisively enough, because if we make, you know, passive random moves, black will just eventually equalize and get a comfortable position. Here we go knight c3. Now, what are white's goals and how can white be better? Well, to begin with, it's a symmetrical position. And I always think in symmetrical positions of such a thing. To be honest, I'm not sure if I had ever seen such a description in any, you know, piece of chess literature or whatever chess, you know, content, videos, whatever. I cannot recall such a description, but I have it in my head from somewhere. And I always teach it to my students, maybe from analysis, maybe actually it's described somewhere. In symmetrical positions, one of the most important thing is control over the key diagonals. And in almost any symmetrical position, there are key diagonals, typically two. In this position, clearly, it is the diagonal a2, g8, and the diagonal g1, a7, symmetrical diagonals. And white already controls one of them. Black cannot easily challenge him because he'll get doubled pawns, and white's about to get the grip over the other one because the black bishop is passive on d8. So here, of course, it's likely black will play. And another thing is, of course, white's pieces are more active. The bishop on d8 is passive. Maybe ideas like knight d5 might be problematic, and so on and so forth. So another huge factor involved in the evaluation of symmetrical positions, because, you know, just by default, when we say symmetrical, it means there is no, like, you know, structural advantage or something. There is typically we want to look for advantage due to the piece activity. And here, white's pieces are clearly somewhat more active. Let's see how much of an advantage we can get out of it. So, black can try to play f6, which is a move I consider weird, but it was played by players over 2500, for example, Grandmaster from Great Britain, Hebden, and I believe Portuguese Grandmaster Galego. Now, black protects the pawn, stops ideas maybe like knight g5, and because the pawn is protected, he wants to go knight a5, kick this bishop out of this diagonal, key diagonal as I said, and play bishop e6. And it's very important that we don't let him do this. We're gonna play a3, and if knight a5, the bishop can always hide on a2, and then the knight will get kicked. Knight e7, bishop e3, knight g6, castling, and here black continue at knight f8 in one of the games. He is forced to spend a lot of time to prepare bishop e6. And now white has a very important plan. He can go knight d2. This involves protecting the bishop to possibly recapture back and activate the knight. Possibly it involves playing knight b3 and knight c5 to put pressure on the queen side and stop knight e6 or bishop e6. And possibly it prepares f4. For example, if a6, well, one game saw f4 here between a Turkish international master with a slightly difficult last name, I think Göker Khan, and another Turkish international master with an even more difficult last name, which I would rather not try to pronounce in order not to hurt anyone's feelings. But anyway, after ef4, bishop f4, knight g6, bishop g3, white clearly keeps a lot of activity, right? But I feel that it was not necessary to concede the e5 square, so I think it was premature. And later on, white went on to win, but I think it was possible to continue better with knight b3. And if, say, bishop e6, just knight d5, and black doesn't get a trade, and knight c5 is coming, hitting the pawn and the bishop. Say knight e7, knight c5. And black's position here is absolutely disgusting. It's just very, very bad. Black is a lot more passive in this symmetrical position for no compensation and no fun whatsoever. So that's not really what black should be looking to do. Black can also play knight f6, and here we're gonna play bishop e3. Now, what's interesting is that black can try to castle, but this is the most popular move in the position according to the database. But interestingly, it's not just a bad move or a suspicious move. I call this a completely losing move. We're gonna play bishop c5, and after rook e8, because a move like bishop e7 just allows us to take and win a pawn on e5 after the knight gets distracted from c6. So rook e8, and here comes knight g5, and the f7 pawn is barely defendable. Black has to play bishop e6, and we just take, and here comes another brilliant move, which is bishop b5. White's about to spoil black's pawns even more. At this point, it's already becoming, to be honest, a very deplorable picture. Black goes bishop e7, and we just take, and say castling. And it's not just a slightly better position, but it's an absolutely resignable position for black, who has two pairs of doubled isolated pawns. We're about to play something like f3, then maybe knight a4, knight c5, maybe say rook d3, rook c3, or maybe rook a3, and all the pawns are gonna get hit, the pawn on e6, the pawn on c6, the pawn on a7, and black is guaranteed to lose one of these weaknesses. It's not a sustainable position for him at all. So that wouldn't do. If black continues with the move bishop e6, I think, well, that's a novelty, and I think possibly it's the best decision he can make. However, while the rising positions are tenable, definitely tenable, but I think they're very unpleasant, and really there is no reason to, play something like this as black is just struggling. We take, and now king e2. Instead of castling, we activate the king. Now, the pawns are gonna be targets. The king will have to guard this pawn to knight g5, and the knight will have to guard this pawn because it's already attacked. Say if bishop e7, we can play knight g5, and then say f3, and now the knight can get improved like this. And after we got the rook out, we can play knight f2 and possibly bring the knight to d3. This knight can go to, for example, b1, d2, c4, and when the knights are on c4 and d3, black is gonna lose something more or less by default. We can always improve the position with a move like a4 to stop b5, to make sure our knight is stable on c4. And it's just that, it might not be a huge deal for now, but the pawns are just, very weak in the long run, and black's gonna suffer, and black's bishop is also worse than ours. So, yeah, I mean, if you were to ask me how to win with white by force in this position, well, I would not have a good answer. But if you ask me, is this a position we want to get? Well, I would definitely say yes. And yeah, I think that's just already good enough, so let's stop here. Yeah, black can play his bishop e6, but it's not leading to anything fun. And black can also play bishop e7. Trying to play bishop d6 protects the pawn and also makes the room for the king on e7. And possibly he can try to play something like, say, bishop b4, hit the knight, hit the pawn. So it's important we play well and precisely here. A very important move is knight to d5. We take advantage of the fact the pawn is hanging, and the rook is hanging too, because we're hanging our pawn on e4, but black has no time to take advantage of that. Now, if black is to take on d5, of course, one problem is that after e d5, we kick the knight out and the pawn will hang. So black will have to play bishop d6. He can play bishop d8 as well, but honestly that is quite stupid to go bishop e7 and then bishop d8. So bishop d6, and here we just spoil his pawns. And here comes a very nice, a very important move, knight to h4. We increase our control over the f5 square, possibly preparing to land there. It would be extremely effective if the light squared bishops got traded, because there would be no defenders of the square on f5. But even with the bishops, it would be very powerful, because black would have to concede his bishop pair and give us the advantage of the bishops. Say rook g8, which was seen in a game between Van der Wiel and Nikolic, played back in Valletta in 1980. We can play g3, which is my novelty. In the game, h3 was seen, but I don't like the fact the knight is still tied to the defense of that pawn, so g3. And say if bishop e6, we could really stop here after any move, like, bishop b3, bishop d3, whatever, bishop, But I would like to show you a little more, and I would like to suggest a very neat positional plan. We'll go bishop b5 to take this knight and give black a bunch of very weak, suspicious-looking pawns. For example, if black castles, we take, and play b3. Now, our idea is to go king e2, we have stopped the check. We might want to play c4 to make this bishop absolutely useless. We might later even play knight f5, And very importantly, all these pawns like a7, c6, say f6, h7, they cannot be protected by any other pawns. It would be very difficult for black to keep track and, defend all of them. And I believe such a position might already slowly shift towards just being objectively mathematically lost. And I could have definitely stopped earlier, but of course my goal, as you have seen in most of my courses, opening courses, middle game courses, whatever, is not to teach you a specific aspect of the game, but to teach you how to play a better game of chess overall. And I definitely believe that when we discuss such positions and plans above and beyond move 10, when we discuss plans in typical middle games and in typical end games, you become much, much better players. And that's what I want you to do. I don't want you to be a good Italian game player. I want you to be a player who is capable of getting a nice Italian position, outplaying the opponent, calculating well, not getting in time trouble, not getting nervous, and then closing out the better endgame. That's what I want you to do. Because if you don't do this, then any opening study is absolutely useless. So I really want you to just win games, not just get nice positions. So we are discussing positions in a lot of depth. That's very, very fundamental. Now, I think we've done a really good job of covering all the sidelines. I hope there hasn't been too much theory to study. In fact, I've tried to take this very pragmatic approach when we play d4, more or less no matter what. When black doesn't play the two main moves on move 3, we just try to say that we are white. If black loses time, we have the right and we will exercise that right of playing dynamically and aggressively and decisively. And most often than not, it quickly yields us very attractive positions. Sometimes black has stubborn ways of defending, but anyway, we are better. So I'm very glad about how we've gone around the sidelines, and I'll see you in the next chapters to deal with the more serious theoretical stuff. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hi. In this chapter, we'll tackle the sidelines of the Evans Gambit. After we get into the Evans and make moves e4, knight f3, bishop c4, and then b4, we are very excited. And undoubtedly we are going to study the main variations in a lot of detail. But the thing is, many players whom you're going to face would not even know what the main variations are. They'll play the sidelines, either deliberately, thinking, oh, I've seen what the main move is, I don't really know it that well, so I'm gonna try to, deviate somehow. Or they'll simply not have a clue what the main line actually is, so they'll just play whatever they can come up with. So let's dive in. The first thing I would like to show to you is that, well, some players actually have tried such a weird counter-attacking move as d5. It's actually even been tried by a couple of titled players. Black's looking to counterattack in the center, and what he wants to do is to have a stake with the bishop when he takes on b4 with the knight and attacks the bishop with the tempo. But we're not gonna do that. We'll play e d5, and when black takes, we will simply castle. And after black takes the pawn, we'll take on e5. And as a result, white opens the e-file, white is much better developed, white's castle and black's not even close, and white's about to also hit black in the center. For example, after knight f6, we'll just play d4, and then we'll take the entire center to ourselves with bishop b3 and then c4. And white just has the free center for no compensation. He is about, after the black knight goes away, to play knight c3, queen d3, bishop c2, the h7 pawn will be a target, white might start playing for mate, but if that's not gonna work out, white will simply have a large positional advantage as well. So that is not a problem by any means, of course. Now, let's carry on. Another thing we need to take a look at is the move bishop b6. I was actually quite surprised to discover that someone no less than Magnus Carlsen, Mr. World Champion, played this move himself for a couple of times. He did it though in an online blitz match, so, we can claim the significance was not that high. Of course, Carlsen, we cannot suspect him of not being aware of the theoretically best defenses. My hunch would be that the reason why he decided to sidestep the main lines is because he thought, well, maybe Grishuk prepared it as a surprise weapon for that blitz match, and Carlsen thought, okay, I was not, as sharp, I didn't remember it as well. And he thought, yeah, I'm just gonna play a game, I'm just gonna see what happens. I mean, maybe slightly worse, but nothing terrible, right? So, yeah, that's what he did. But we don't need to, of course, worry about getting a slightly better position. Here, it's very important that we make the move a4, preparing to simply try to trap that bishop. Now, Carlsen tried both moves that black can try, a6 and a5, both stop a5 by white. I think a6 is the more sound continuation, and it is the most popular move as well. Now, we have a very powerful continuation, knight c3, and black, in fact, is gonna end up in, I believe, a very dangerous position here anyway. Now, if black is to just, naively gobble our pawn, we'll take on e5. And it's very important that in many positions in the Italian and in other openings as well, such a move is met successfully with queen g5. And it appears like black's in a really good shape because he is hitting the knight as well as a pawn. But it's not a problem because white has a very powerful response, queen f3. Now we are hitting the f7 pawn, and not just twice with the queen and the bishop, but thrice with the knight as well. And black cannot defend it. And if black takes the knight, he ends up in a really bad position after we take, because here we have queen f8 check. And surprisingly, not only did we, deprive the opponent of casting rights or something, but also suddenly we're just gonna snatch this knight on a different side of the board. And I cannot really say that we won the game already, but I would not, to be honest, expect too many miracles from black with his king on d8. Later you can just play d3, bishop g5. Where is that gonna go? It's just terrible. So he's got to place a move like knight f6, but here a problem is that white can play knight d5. Now, the b6 bishop, of course, is a problem. If black is to continue with the move knight e4, white has a couple good continuations. It's possible to play queen e2, which is a very solid move. The point being that black cannot really play bishop f2, because after king f1, both pieces are hanging and he is losing one of them. And if he were to play knight f2, he is gonna end up in trouble after knight b6, which hits the rook and wins the knight. He would lose. So he would need to go back or something, but after knight b6 and knight e5, white just has the bishop pair and the better pawn structure, and his position is already clearly preferable. So that is a very easy solution. But it's also possible to just castle and save d6, d3, say knight f6, bishop g5, and here black's position is gonna end up very, very uncomfortable, I believe. For example, if black plays bishop e6, we can double his pawns by taking on f6 with whatever, and that's something most players will do, but I actually would like to delay the capture because I think there is no way black can resolve it, this pin, so we'll just play, say, c3. Now white's about to put more pressure with queen b3, threatening maybe with taking and then taking on e6, and say if black takes, say castling a5, and say queen a4. And really, I've showed this move a little too fast, but that's not something you really need to memorize, and obviously white has a very strong pressure. White hitting the knight, if the knight moves, so it's gonna win the pawn, the spin is very uncomfortable, and white can keep improving his position a lot. Black's under some very uncomfortable pressure, his position is just bad. So that would be, of course, a pipe dream. Now, black can play a move like d6 as well, but here we just take, and d3. And actually Magnus went for this position versus Alexander Grishuk, but I think white is just clearly better due to his fantastic pawn structure. This looks really undesirable, and white again has the bishop pair. Now, it's very important that black cannot just take the pawn and, leave unnoticed, because after something like rook b1, followed by bishop e3, white's creating a very powerful pressure on the b6 pawn, and he is just gonna win it. And if he does, he'll have a clear advantage due to, the better structure and the bishop pair, as I said. And also, white will have the pressure over the b file. And if black tries to defend with knight d7, it is just way too greedy. And after knight g5, now the f7 pawn proves a huge target. And if black castles, the absence of the knight on f6 will tell due to the very typical, and that's something you see on hundreds of occasions in the Evans Gambit, the idea queen h5. Now, the f7 pawn as well as mate on h7 are both hanging, and black is simply losing right away. The game is over. Black cannot play like this. Black can play knight d5 here, but after e d5, black I think is also in a lot of trouble. Here, he shouldn't be taking the pawn again because after a5, he's chased around. If say bishop c5, c3, now suddenly the knight got trapped and the game is just over. And if black ever say counterattacks our knight, we can just take, he takes, and we just win his bishop as well. So we lose a piece but win two. White is winning. And for example, yes, e4, just to illustrate it, and we just win a piece. And say no checks are ever dangerous, we can just go king f1, white is a piece up, totally winning. The better move is bishop a7. And here it's important that if c3, black might get counterplay with a move like e4, because his bishop's not gonna hang, but his position is still terrible after bishop a3. Now, if black is to defend this knight, we can just play something like c3, and if, say, black counterattacks our knight, we take, and say castle. And if black is to greedily take the pawn after rook e1, he is gonna end up in a ton of trouble. And in fact, I really don't need to be showing you all these lines, they're simply terrible for black, but I would still like to, in order to illustrate the power of some blockading possibilities and some blockading ideas. For example, if king f8, black would like to develop these pieces by playing d6, but guess what? That's not gonna happen. We will play d6. Now, the entire queen side is absolutely stuck, and white is basically just playing with, like, 5 extra pieces. That is why you wanna play the Evans. That is what the opening is for. White's about to go rook e7, and there's absolutely no way to stop this. Queen f3, there's no way to stop this, and black just has to resign. And that's exactly some of the typical ideas you need to remember. And if, say, black castles, we go queen f3, say d6, and we just take, say, take and d4. Now there's a pin, so white's gonna get to take the c5 pawn, and he'll just be winning. White will simply be a pawn up, and his pieces are way more active, so black's just not going to survive. There is no way he does. So yeah, that's not gonna do. Neither will the move e4, because again we castle, and again rook e1, and again say take, and again queen f3, and maybe I would sound a little too harsh if I would say that white is just totally winning here, but I would still say so, because while the material is equal, black's king is on f8, which means his coordination is terrible, the rook's not coming to the game, and white's about to apply a lot more pressure by, say, activating the rook over the third rank, or maybe activating this rook. And yeah, this is definitely not, this is definitely not fun. Black is gonna end up black's just gonna lose shortly some materials. The bishop might go to c3 to put more pressure. Yeah, this is terrible. So basically, to cut it short, black just needs to, accept some position where he's under pressure, and if he gets too greedy, he just loses right away. Another line is that if black goes knight d4 here, well, we can play some position like this, for instance. I think white will be better. He's more active. The black pieces are, not that great, but I think it's even better. And again, all these lines, the main reason for showing them is not because they are this important, but because I want to make you acquainted with the typical Evans themes. So here we'll play d6, same blockading idea. If black takes, we take, queen f3, and c3. And if black plays bishop a7 after something like bishop d5, again, I'm sorry guys, you might not be used to hearing such harsh evaluations from me. Typically in, some other courses on more positional chess, I would just say, well, we are comfortable, we're enjoying a better structure and stuff like that. Here, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna say we're just winning. Black is absolutely paralyzed, and his extra pawn is not gonna do the job of, making him happy when two pieces, the bishop and the rook, are simply out of play. Just look at this position as at a position where you're a rook and a bishop up. In a position with a rook and a bishop, extra. Are you ever gonna say we're slightly better? Hell no, you're just gonna say, dude, resign. Why are you playing? So yeah, white's totally winning. So black has to return his pawn with a move like d5, and after say taking bishop a7, castling d6, he at least gets to develop his bishop. Now we can just take this pawn and be a pawn up in a nearly winning position, or we can just play a move like d3, just keeping the very annoying nagging pressure, and white's much better in either case. And I would definitely like at some point to just cut this conversation, cut the analysis, because, well, we don't want to spend the rest of our lives discussing how to convert in the most convincing way and where is mate in 45 by force or something. White is just much better, that's enough. So, yeah, that's just all very, very bad for black, but we need to have a certain clue of what we are doing. He can play something like queen f6 here, and now we're gonna play c3, and after taking, we're again gonna give up a pawn, even in the endgame. And after some moves like this, again, white keeps a very uncomfortable type of pressure. And again, black just has no way out. The rook on a8 is crying with big salty tears, and black is not ever getting to activate it. If you want to, if you start doubting for at least 1 second what the evaluation of this position is, please knock at the door of the rook on a8 and ask what it feels about the position. Once you hear the answer, you'll be convinced. There was actually a game played in a titled Tuesday Blitz online tournament between Grandmaster Antal and Andreas San, and black managed to somehow save this, but other than that, he's totally lost, of course. So yeah, the line is just very, very bad. I mean, not like very bad, because black can get just a somewhat worse position, but it's not fun, it's very uncomfortable. And if black plays a5, we just play b5, we just play c3, for example, or take and c3, and now just d4. And it looks to me like we just have some Italian where white has been allowed to play a4, b4, b5, c3, like just in a row for no particular reason. We've been gifted like 5 moves, so white is just much better. We're just gonna castle, we have the center, queen b3 is coming up, the f7 pawn's gonna fall. The position is terrible, right? There's no need to look any further. So the move bishop b6, well, I have a lot of respect for Magnus and for his desire to experiment, but the move doesn't withstand the analytical test of, scrutiny test. Now, black can do a couple more things like this. Of course, the main move bishop b4, we'll look at it shortly. He can also continue bishop e7, and it's also not easy to refute this move, but I definitely just think white's just gonna get a clear-cut edge. We might just play a3, and after say knight f6 d3, you'll just get some typical Italian where you just got to play b4 and a3 kind of for free, so you just won a couple tempi, and that I think should satisfy many of you. But if you want to keep it kind of original Evans-ish, you'll play b5, and after knight a5, it's very important, in my opinion, that you make a precise move here. And this move would look really weird, so please be careful here. If you take the pawn on e5, which is exactly what people mostly do, after taking and d5, a very typical theme in the Evans, takes, the pawn on g2 is hanging just as the knight ends the pawn, black gets a pawn back, and I don't really see why, white should be that excited. Black is getting a satisfactory position. We can play bishop e2, but unfortunately the pawn on e4 is quite fragile now, and here black will play d5. And just believe me, after say knight e5 d4, or after say d3 d4 and queen d1, or after say e d5 and some queen d5 or e4, the position gets rather complicated, and I just don't see any reason why we would want to go here. We don't. A very important move is a move that will keep the pawn protected, which is bishop d3. It looks really strange. However, it's a good move. It's a logical move. The pawn is now defended. And also, as you might know from my previous repertoires, here on Chessable, from my service, from my articles, from my analysis elsewhere, what I really like to do is to offer some unorthodox and some pretty non-standard solutions early on. I like to deviate from the existing theory, and I like to come up with original stuff that the opponents would not expect. A moved bishop d3 is definitely one of such continuations. And now the difference is that if d5, we'll just say thank you very much and we'll have a free pawn. So black plays d6, and here we just castle, rook e1, and at this point we are about to go bishop f1. But first we want to stop any stuff like bishop g4, so say h3. And for example, if say c6, let me just make a couple moves. The whole point that you need to realize what we are playing for, that's what we've been playing for a couple moves ago, that's what we've been playing for right now, is this knight on a5. The knight is a very sad animal in this position. It cannot go back to c6, cannot go to b7, neither can it go to c4 or b3, or attack something. This position is very uncomfortable for black because he is literally a knight down. Now, white can continue with c4, possibly a knight c3, or maybe just say knight d2, bishop b2, and then maybe c4, or maybe instead c3 and d4. But in either case, as long as the knight stays here, white is going to be clearly better. And I was a little concerned about the fact this is not a very typical Evans-ish position, Evans-looking type of position. However, it's a much better position for white. So again, we should not shy away from it just because it's a little different. We're going to take it and embrace it with both of our hands and be very happy. White is just better. That's not going to do the trick for black. So yeah, this is more or less it about the move bishop e7. So we have discussed d5, we have discussed bishop b6 and bishop e7. Now it's time for us to discuss black's captures on b4. Now, if black takes with the bishop, that's the main move, and after c3, we'll discuss this position in a second. But first I would like to say if he takes with the knight, there's nothing particularly interesting about this move, because after c3, knight c6, d4, we get the same position as when he takes with the bishop, we play c3, bishop c5, d4, an identical position. So just a transposition, no independent meaning or value. So now it's time for us to talk about bishop b4, which of course is the main move. And here's c3. Now, black has two good defenses, which are bishop a5, or another move, which black can also, of course, try, is bishop e7. And that's, of course, the moves that I am recommending in my black repertoire here on Chessable called Unleash the Bull, a full black e5 repertoire. But we're gonna leave both of those fun continuations for a different chapter. Now, instead, we're going to talk about the sidelines. And the sideline, of course, is bishop c5. In this position, of course, we'll place the move d4, immediately taking the center. Now, black can make a move like bishop d6, but it honestly doesn't make that much sense. It just blocks the queen side. And black could, by the way, play the move bishop d6 here as well, but it doesn't make sense either. It just blocks the queen side. So bishop c5, d4, if bishop d6, we can just castle, and after knight f6, in this position, it's interesting that we have two very powerful continuations. One is knight g5, hitting f7, and here a very cool point is that after castling, we have a very, very powerful move. Please remember the theme. With the bishop on d6 and the knight on f6, it really looks to me like black is begging for it, for a fork. So f4, and whatever black takes with, you get e5 and you win a piece. And as a result, you might end up with some like piece for 3 pawns or something like this, in a position where a piece would clearly be a lot more valuable. White is much better. But I think another good move here is bishop d5. Now, the reason why it's a good move is because we are preparing to take, and then take on e5, and again fork the black pieces. So say if black castles, we just take on c6 and win a piece, and the game is over. Black has to take, but then after e d5, we again threatens the knight, and if the knight moves, we take the pawn, and white just keeps a, more or less winning position. White is simply a pawn up, and there is not really that much that we need to discuss. White gets his pawn back, white's initiative is very powerful, black's queenside pieces are still sleeping in their beds, and of course that's exactly the dream of any Evans Gambit player. Let's go back. So black would play e d4. Now, there are two good continuations, I think. cd4 is a possible move, but I don't like the fact that there is a check, And I think there is no harm in just castling first, which is the main move, and I think there's a very good reason why. Well, the first reason why is because if black just takes this pawn, which seems to be an additional, option he just got, he's just gonna end up in a ton of trouble. A very typical theme here is that the c5 bishop is unprotected, and that there is usually some problem to the bishop and the square on f7. Well, here unfortunately queen d5, queen e7, while it looks very dangerous, it's still not so clear, but we have this very typical tactic, which is bishop f7 and then queen d5 check, hitting this king as well as the bishop. And after king back, queen c5, followed by queen c3. The material now is equal, but the position is definitely not. Actually, sorry, what am I saying? White is still a pawn down. However, the position is still very, very bad for black, because he lost the castling rights, and white's about to just crack the position wide open with moves like bishop g5 or bishop a3, knight out, rook d1, rook e1, e5, and black's gonna perish. The black king is gonna get slaughtered without any chances. Let's say knight f6, rook e1, e5 is coming. Let's say bishop e6, knight a3. Now, the knight's coming to b5. Let's say black plays queen d7. Now knight b5. Let's say a6, now knight d4. Now e5 is coming again. Say takes. Again, knight e6 is coming. e5 is coming. Let's say if bishop f7, bishop g5, again, e5 is coming, rook d1 is coming, knight f5 is on the way. This is a threat. This is a possible problem. And the game is just already finishing in 3 or 4 or 5 moves from now on. Black would not really make too bad a decision if he just resigned shortly. This is terrible. So, black cannot really afford to take the pawn. That's not a possibility. Here, black cannot either play a move like d3. This will be very bad. And here we really need to remember a very important tactical attacking theme, which is knight g5. The knight's attacking the pawn, we are preparing queen h5. If knight h6, more or less the only move, it might appear for a second that black is not doing that terrible. However, and actually if black played knight e5, there would be the same idea. So knight h6, and here we even get to take on f7 right away. Takes, and here check. White gets his bishop back, and after, say, g6, queen c5, say check, and queen d3. As a result, well, white has a slightly weird pawn structure, but it doesn't really matter. The number of pawns is even, but white's king is a lot better. The black king is very weak. White can, say, play bishop b2 c4 and get a lot of fun. Maybe f4 f5 and get a lot of fun. Maybe, say, queen e3, queen h6 if the king ever walks to g7. And yeah, all of the dark squares around the black king are extremely vulnerable, and black is simply gonna lose shortly. This is absolutely terrible. Black definitely doesn't want to be in a spot like this, and we definitely do. So that's not gonna do the trick. Now, if black tries to make a move like, say, knight f6, it's also gonna be very, very bad, because we just take, black moves the bishop somewhere, now e5, and black is getting kicked around. Let's say knight back, knight c3. Now white's about to just play maybe knight d5, bishop g5, maybe h3. Now the bishop cannot, it's very important, the bishop on b6, it's very important. It cannot go back to the defense of the king side. That's why white's basically attacking you with an extra piece. And of course the black queenside pieces are very, paralyzed and passive as well at the moment. Say castling bishop g5, queen e8, knight d5. Black can never move his f-pawn due to the bishop. Black is about to face some ideas like bishop d3, c2, queen d3, hitting the king side, maybe rook e1, maybe h3, and then, after knight h6 we can take. Black cannot really entangle with d6. If he plays d6, we could just get to take, rook e1. Just look and learn, study. We are not doing something difficult. We are not doing something which shows why chess is called one of the most complicated games, We're just bringing all the pieces in. Guys, it's really simple. It's very simple. You trust your attack with 10 pieces rather than 1. It's very simple. And after, say, queen d7, black is just getting his queen or his knight trapped, say h3, If knight h6, we just take knight f6 check, we win a queen. Or he could have given up a knight, but anyway, black is getting, finished. He cannot resist, he cannot defend. So yeah, a position like this would be absolutely terrible. If black makes a move like knight e7, it's also gonna be terrible. Unfortunately, we don't get to win right away, but we take on d4. Now, if the bishop goes back to d6, we do get to win right away with knight g5, threatening again f7. And after castling queen h5, and again the threat of mate, and the threat on f7, leaves black without absolutely any chances to defend. And I would just like to show you one little thing. It's not really necessary, but if black plays h6, we take. It's very important that, black already has to give up in exchange. And if after something like this, we can definitely just say take and, attack the queen and give a check and win. But it's very nice to know white can mate by force with knight h6, king h8, knight f7, king g8, and no mate. And this mating construction is just a very nice thing to be aware of, even if you can just win a queen instead or something. Why not mate, right? So, yeah, that's not gonna work for black either. And if black plays bishop b6, then we can again play knight g5. And again, if castling queen h5 wins in the same manner. So the only move is d5 here, and then we take. And if black takes, he's gonna lose to some very typical sacrifices, some very typical attacking ideas. We are going to take on f7, force the black king into the open space, and now check. Now the black king is attacked, so is the knight. And if black were to move the king away, we just take the knight and we keep the attack with equal material, with a clearly winning position. And if black tries to hold on to the extra piece rook e1, and again we just win the knight on the next move. So black is totally screwed. And if black finds the best defense, which is knight a5, he might still stay in the game, but his task will be very difficult. Here, it's very important that white plays very precisely to keep as much, steam in the attack. Black's about to castle next if we don't do anything, so we're gonna play d6 and hit the pawn on f7. Now, well, black clearly doesn't want to take the pawn and lose the f7 pawn, so he has to take our bishop, check. And I would really like you to understand the following pattern. If black makes any move with the piece to d7, such as bishop d7, we take, and not only the knight, but also mate and f7 are both hanging, so black just loses a piece and the game is over. It's very important. And if black plays, say, queen d7 again, we just take on c4, and again, both the knight and mate are threatened, so black is losing. And then some rook e1 is also threatened, so black is losing. So the only move here is c6. And here I've already, to be honest, dug this up to some incredible depth, which was absolutely unneeded and not called for. But my perception is, and my strong hope is, that you're not gonna take everything I'm showing as a demand that you just study it and memorize it by heart. I much rather want all these lines to just illustrate all the attacking patterns we have and instill that confidence in you that you really have a clue of how to handle the arising positions. Because clearly, you don't want to be in, some standard position where you don't know enough attacking patterns. Here we, of course, take the knight. Now again, the pawn is hanging just as the knight. The advantage of the last move is that there is knight d5, but after a check, again, black is doing terrible. If he goes king f8, he just loses the right to castle, and after knight c3, for example, queen d6, I would just like to show to you a very neat attacking pattern. We take, and if queen takes, we go bishop a3. The king has to move and it's going to be mate. This is just plainly mate right away. And if black takes with the pawn, we go queen b3. And black just needs to resign suddenly because there is no defense to bishop a3. If the king moves, it's again mate. And if black say goes bishop, queen d7, we just give a check, and rook e7. And again, black is just getting totally toast. And there's absolutely no way he can defend. The point final, as they say in the old chess books and in French books. I definitely don't need you to memorize the entire thing, but I want you to know that when the black king doesn't get to castle, this is exactly what is supposed to happen. We all know that some things in life are supposed to happen, and that's what happens to bad, ignorant kings and their army. They are getting dismantled. So yeah, that's not gonna do. Surprisingly, black is not totally lost here. He can go bishop e6, and after taking, the computer says after some move like king d7, the position is not that lost. It just says white is much better, but black can resist. And to be honest, it's a very surprising discovery. But I'm honestly not particularly interested in talking about this any further because, well, the king is on e7, on d7. What are we speaking about? You just keep making natural moves. You just keep attacking. You develop all of your pieces, and yeah, things are not supposed to work out for black. So the entire line is just rubbish, and black is in a very bad shape. So he needs to play d6 if he wants to defend, if he wants to have a shot at defending. Now we're gonna take this pawn. And after bishop b6, it's very important to understand that, unfortunately, we might not be always able to just win the game right away. Black might be able to defend and keep the game going. However, white has an insane amount of initiative for the missing pawn, and that is exactly the type of position any self-respecting Evans Gambit player wants to get as white. So here, black has a way to lose directly anyway. He can go, say, knight e7, and again lose to this very typical stuff, knight g5 and queen h5. And again, there is no way to stop all these threats. Time to resign. Black can also play knight f6 and lose right away as well, because we go e5. The knight's now hit. If it moves, we can just say take, rook e1, no bueno. So black would take, and here comes bishop a3. And now black doesn't ever get to castle. And after black, say, takes on d4, here comes queen b3. Now another threat is knocking at the door. And if say queen d7, which is more or less the only move, here comes rook e1. And again, white's about to take on e5, or maybe go rook d1. And there's absolutely nothing black can do here. Black's position is totally lost. He doesn't get to include any single piece in the game. That guy is stuck. The rooks are stuck, and the king, unfortunately, is gonna, finish his life quite badly. So the only move here is knight a5. Black has to find it if he wants to stay in the game, to kick the bishop away from this most dangerous diagonal. Now we go back, and here black goes knight e7. It's important that, again, if knight f6, there are always ideas like e5, so knight e7. And the thing is, typically it would be very dangerous due to knight g5, queen h5, but because black found knight a5, the bishop's not on this diagonal anymore, so black can afford a move like this. And here, I would like to switch from the super aggressive, ambitious offense to calm positional chess, where we just say, okay, I've heard somewhere there's such a concept as long-term positional pawn sacrifice, and we are a pawn down, but we don't care. Our pieces are so much better. Our center is so impressive. We're just gonna take advantage of that. So h3 it is. Now we stop bishop g4, and after black castles, we will just continue. Now let's look what we've got. We've got the center. The black knight is passive on e7. The black knight is really bad on a5. The black bishop on b6, as said, cannot join defense. What can white do? White's about to go bishop c2, queen d3, possibly prepare e5 and mate. White can play bishop g5 and try to mate. And one more very interesting idea, a very rare move, seen in only 4 games so far, has been suggested to me. I saw it in a dream. It came from the sky. Or, more realistically, in chess language, it was shown to me by Alcy0, the new discovery that revolutionized the chess world. The move is rook b1. This guy, Alcy0, loves open files. The rook might come to b5 and then all the way to the king side and help us mate black. And it's possibly stopping ideas like, say, knight c6, b4. If, say, black goes h6, stopping bishop g5, we can just improve another piece. And if, say, knight c6, we can improve another piece. Now, there is no knight b4. We're about to go queen d3. e5 is on cards later on. Maybe white can also improve his position with something like, say, knight e2, f4, h5. or knight e2, g3, h5, or f5. And I definitely believe that black is not having fun here. And as you can see, unless you are a very, cynical materialist who doesn't believe in any, spiritual accomplishments, to put it this way. Now I feel we're already, getting to some slightly dangerous topics, but anyway, speaking of chess, if you, have at least a teeny little amount of belief that in chess spirit might dominate the material, or in other words, if you just, aren't that concerned about the pawns, you should overwhelmingly enjoy being white. And while black is not much worse, objectively, analytically, I think practically he is, and practically his task is very, very unthankful, ungrateful. It would be very difficult to defend against all the white ideas. So I am very happy to go for a position like this and leave us here. I definitely have no concerns about such a pawn sacrifice. If only could I get such active positions at all times. Evans would be the only thing I would ever play in my entire career. I hope you're happy with all the positions we're getting in this chapter. I think most of them are just objectively better. That's the beauty of the Evans. If black's not ready, if black's covered, if black's not taking the pawn, there you go, he's just getting screwed immediately, and his life's getting very, very tough. We are yet to see what happens if black knows what he's doing and defends in the best way possible, and we're gonna do that in the next chapter. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you shortly. Hi, in this video we will speak about the very main lines in the Evans Gambit. After such moves as e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, bishop c5, b4, which is the core of our repertoire versus 3 bishop c5, black can do a lot of things such as knight b4 or bishop e7 or bishop b6 or whatever, but of course the most principled move is capturing with the bishop. We've talked about all the sidelines in a different video. And after the move c3, again, black can do a bunch of weird things, such as bishop c5 or bishop d6 or bishop f8 or whatever, hang his bishop or resign. But now it's time for us to look at the two serious possibilities, two only serious possibilities. In this position, the two good moves are bishop a5, which is the move that has been recommended by many theoreticians, such as, for example, Igor Lysy, a Russian elite grandmaster who has been 2700 and who wrote a book on the Berlin and about everything in e4, e5. Bishop e7 has been recommended by some author from Ukraine. What's his name? Yuri Krikun, or myself. To say it differently, I've recommended the move bishop e7 in my Unleash the Bull course here on Chessable, and I definitely stand by this recommendation now as well. Obviously, it has been a little bit of a difficult chapter for me because it's always difficult to challenge your own ideas. Admittedly, we'll speak about it later too, but admittedly, when I was writing Unleash the Bull, for example, Lila was just emerging, and a lot of ideas were unavailable, and I unfortunately did not go as deeply in the Evans back then. The beauty of Chessable is that even though I wish there was a more comprehensive coverage, it's not a problem. I can always add variations. So obviously the black, players of e4, e5 who follow my course can also be sure they'll see the same recommendation, same fair evaluation as I would give in this white course. But yeah, the appearance of Lila and the fact I've analyzed the Evans for dozens of hours with several private students of mine have led me to the conclusion things are not that simple there. So let's start with my own recommendation, which is bishop e7. In this position, basically here is the deal. It would be very tempting for white to play queen b3 and hit the f7 pawn. And I said, well, it doesn't really make much sense, right? Because black can just go knight h6, and now knight a5 is a threat. keeping hitting the bishop, getting the bishop, and white has to lose time, so there is no problems. And I definitely stand by this evaluation. There are no problems, and in fact, it's possible black is even already slightly better theoretically. But actually, queen b3 is a pretty interesting move practically. Now, when you hear words black slightly better theoretically, don't just quit this video, because I have a different recommendation for you, a normal move where white is fighting for something, so don't worry. And I'll be giving, this video is different, kind of, it's special in many regards, because I'll be giving a ton of alternatives for white on, in many critical junctures. You'll see 2, 3, or even 4 possibilities sometimes, because I feel the positions are very rich, very interesting, and I definitely don't want you to just play one move till the rest of your life. I want you to always know there's always a possibility to experiment. So this move queen b3, I would recommend it for maybe some adventurous players, because now we go d4, and after knight a5, because of course otherwise white could have just taken the knight, ruined the structure, taken the pawn, knight a5, here we go queen b5, and after taking, we take on h6. Now, it's very important that we can just recapture back as well. That's another possibility. And if that's the case, then your queen could go literally anywhere, like to a4 as well. But if you want to take on h6 first, please be very careful not to blunder something like this. And unfortunately, white is just losing this game right away. The game is already over. So it's very important we go exactly to b5, if that's what you want to do. Now, black cannot easily just keep his piece with knight d6, because we can take on e5 and the rook would hang. So black takes and we take on c4. And this position, I think objectively it's a teeny bit better for black from the computer perspective, like minus 0.20, minus 0.30, something like this. Now, for most players, most of you, are not grandmasters, you are club players. For most of you, and I always teach my students this way, it's very important to play the position you like, of course, as long as it's not lost. But yeah, you don't need to look at the computer evaluations in such a kind of blind, admiring way. You might not tell the difference. I could have told you it's plus 0.30. I mean, who knows how to prove the opposite without just turning the engine and hitting the magic button, look up the evaluation. In this position will be a pawn down likely, and but opponent's king will be somewhat weakened. And I think black's objectively totally fine. Practically he is fine as well, but things can get a little tricky if he doesn't know what he's doing. So to some of you, I think this would be quite useful. Here black has to play the move d6, I think, which has been played only in about 20 games out of more than 100. And yeah, I mean, if black takes the pawn, I think it's clearly too dangerous to just help white and develop the initiative. Develop white's initiative. So d6 and now just knight d2. And say, black can castle, but I find it a little weird to castle when the king is on g8 and, these pawns are gone, because obviously after anything like, say, takes, knight e5, possibly castling, and then, say, f4, rook f3, rook g3, it feels like the black king might really get in a lot of trouble, and I would be quite scared. So, black, in my opinion, should make a move rook g8. And I know you might have this question in your head, and what if he still castles, and stuff like that? Well, I'm sorry, I'll have to disappoint you a little bit. You'll have to investigate it on your own, just because my main recommendation is different, and I don't want this video to run for 5 hours, so I'll just briefly present other possibilities, and we'll look at the main lines later in a lot of detail, of course. So this is a very important thing. Now, white can castle, and black can go something like bishop h3. And for example, after knight e1, I personally find this position to be rather interesting, because the knight might look ugly, but white can just go, say, queen d3, kicks his bishop out, or say king h1 and threaten to take. Later he can go f4, and of course with the black king still on e8, I feel the position could be a little, not a little, but quite uncomfortable, honestly, from the practical perspective. Now, the computer says it's minus, a quarter pawn for black, but again, don't just blindly follow the evaluation. There is no need, there is no help, there is no use in knowing it's a little better for black if you're black and you realize your king is stuck in the center and you're not that happy. So that's another thing we can definitely consider playing. Now, let's carry on. The main move is d4. At this point, black has a couple possibilities. The best move, I think, is knight a5, and this is the move I'm giving in my black repertoire. But it's also possible that he makes a couple other moves. For example, black can try to play d6, but it's very important that the inclusion of the moves d4 and d6 is hugely to white's favor, because after the move queen b3, we're hitting the f7 pawn, and it cannot be protected, because if black ever goes knight h6, we've got a bishop, which is controlling that square, which should happily gobble that knight, and we would just, get a very powerful attack. Black's king would be in dire straits. So this is not attractive for black at all. Now, he can play knight a5 and transpose to the lines we're about to see right now, but these positions are still not comfortable for him. So he can take, and after queen b3, it's very important, you don't want to just take back. Our key goal is the f7 pawn, so queen b3 is the move. And here knight a5 is exactly the transposition I was talking about. For example, white takes on f7, king f8. Now, you might find yourself a little scared in this position, because obviously the white, queen is hit, and so is the white bishop. And wherever the white queen moves, it cannot really protect this bishop so easily. So, yeah, but it's not a problem. We'll go queen a4, and after taking, we'll take on a5. And in this position, I feel black is still, he still needs to resolve a lot of problems, because moves like queen d5 or queen h5 or knight e5 are pretty serious threats. And obviously white's about to get his pawn back, white wouldn't be any material down, and black's king is clearly not very comfortable. So this position has been reached even by some very serious grandmasters, such as, for example, Sandipan and Dighav from France. But I think black's position is just bad. If, say, black goes d6, then after the simple queen d5 check, it's an improvement, actually. People mostly take, but I think this is a much better move. Now, importantly, after king f8, we are simply gonna take. Now, the reason why I don't want to take first, and this is, I think, quite important, is because if we take, black can make a move like c6 and hit our queen, offer a trade, and stop queen d5. So I would like to give this check first, making sure I get it. And here, if king f8, it's important. It's not easy for black to stop our check with the bishop, because of course white can take or take on b7. Things can fall apart very quickly, so king f8. And here we take on d4. And in this position, black can even, win a pawn with, say, knight f6 and knight e4. But after castling, I find white's position to be simply overwhelming, because, well, the key a2 g8 diagonal is very weak. Black cannot easily organize his kingside pieces. If black is ever to play g6, then after bishop h6, I feel it's just gonna be something strongly resembling of a checkmate very shortly after. So yeah, white's about to go rook e1, kick this knight out, maybe knight c3, knight d5, bishop g5. White's gonna get, the rest of his army in the game and just have a lot of fun. Because obviously this extra pawn doesn't matter at all at the moment, but of course the fact that the black pieces are not in the game does. I always teach my students who are afraid to sacrifice pawns, and that's, I think, a very important thing to learn in chess, to sacrifice material for the initiative, either a clear attack or just a long-term initiative, which is, I think, rather the case here. We cannot really say white is like mating by force, but it's definitely possible to say white's just, enjoying a very nice long-term compensation due to the fact all the black pieces are stuck. So I always explain to my students, if you look at a position like this, you don't need to count pawns. You're not a pawn down. In fact, you might be several pieces up, because all the white pieces are gonna be thrown at black very quickly. And let's say the black rook on h8, it's not. It does. I unfortunately, maybe some crystal ball could do this, but I can't. I cannot tell how the rook will ever get in the game anytime soon. So that's a rook down to me, at least when we speak about dynamic chess. Now let's keep going. So black's best defense here, I think, is c6, but after queen f5 check, I again see a lot of problems for black. Now he cannot go king f8 either, and if, say, knight f6, then e5, now black's about to lose a piece, and if, say, d6, hitting the queen, Sorry, that was a poorly drawn arrow. We have e6, a very important move, because if black takes, we go knight g5 check, and unfortunately black is going to lose his bishop. So black would have to retreat, but after he goes back, well, the pawn on e6 is super strong, clearly, and black is still very, very unorganized, so this position is just, in my opinion, very uncomfortable for him. Black is doing just very badly here. So black can try to take on d4, but I just think it's a very bad idea. All we need to know is just queen b3. Now there's a move d5, which can be tried, but after bishop d5, first of all, if black plays something like bishop e6, trying to stop our, ideas to harass the f7 pawn, we can just take and say just take on e6, but I like the idea of taking on b7 even better. Now the material is equal, but clearly white's initiative is very powerful. The black king is now a lot weaker, this knight is super insecure, black cannot defend it with the queen, the rook would hang, white's about to just take, castle, start throwing pieces at black. I, to be honest, even fail to see a good move for black right now. So yeah, this is very, very undesirable. And if black has to go knight a5, he'll have more chances, but again, we just do the same thing. Queen a4, we'll lose that bishop and take that knight, and again, black's king is very, very vulnerable. And white is not down even a single pawn. So there's absolutely no need, of course, no reason why you might not want to go for this position. And it's important to keep in mind white has checks like this in mind, checks like this, knight e5, and black's king still has to, find peace, so to speak. It's a very difficult position for black to be in. So, yeah, this is definitely something we are just daydreaming of getting. So the best move is knight a5. Now, the whole point is that, as I said, queen b3 has been prepared, and black's main problem is the f7 pawn. So to play knight a5 is very logical, because black's immediately covering b3 and hitting this bishop. At this point, white can take this pawn, but I don't like it. I call this move quite dangerous for black in my black repertoire, and I definitely think so now. The right solution for black is to just take, and here comes an important move, d5. Black, after taking, hits the knight as well as this pawn, forces white to go back, and after, say, queen d8, white has the center, but black has, less pawn islands, the better pawn structure. All of these pawns might get quite weird, and of course black is fancying the bishop pair. So, I think it's possible to play like this as white. Here, if you are to play this way, if you for some reason want to avoid the main lines, I'm giving this option as well. You can castle, and here I like the new idea, which is bishop a3. And, I've been just so critical about the whole thing for white, but now I say, okay, white equalizes after bishop a3, but after, say, castling, takes c4. White has the extra pawn in the center, he's gonna go knight c3, rook e1, queen f3 maybe, but after, say, c6, bishop e6, black is blocking his pawns very easily, and he's about to start pressuring them, and unfortunately I just cannot really see, not even advantage, but like reach ample opportunities for white. Like, the only thing I could imagine is just how white will push d5 at some point after c6, and just everything will get traded and white will draw it or something. And I mean, it's an equal position, but I just feel like the margin, the probability of black making mistakes here is not all that high. So I don't want to be here. So the move we will make as white, and it's a very important detail, the bishop will retreat, but it's very important, we can go to d3 or e2. But the very crucial thing is to go exactly bishop d3, because it's protecting the pawn and because it's hitting h7, which, as we will see soon, is important. Now, the main move is d6, but black can also try to take. And again, as always, I just tend to believe in most gambits, and Evans is not an exception, the best way of fighting the gambit typically is accepting the sacrifice, or even declining it altogether, or accepting it, and then returning it at some appropriate moment. And, we can debate whether black has to take on, whether black has to return the pawn or can try to keep it in the Evans, but I definitely think that he should not gobble more than one. And after we take back, it's also possible to sacrifice more stuff with castling. And I think it's a very promising move as well. But again, we just cannot be discussing every single move for white as much as I would love to. I'm just loving Evans, so I would definitely be interested. But we take. Now, white has a very powerful center, and the black knight on a5 is clearly on the edge of the world. So the only logical move here is d5. Now we take, black takes, and we go knight c3, hit the queen. Well, white got an isolated pawn as well, which might look like we just weakened our structure, but the point is that we are winning time. We wanna buy time in the Evans gambit, and in gambits overall, we wanna get as much time as we can. Time is of essence here. If black retreats, we just castle and keep developing posing problems. So bishop b4, queen c2. Now white hits h7, protects the knight, and after knight f6. This has been the game between Nigel Short, obviously a fantastic player, as we say, hat down, a very, obviously a legendary grandmaster, who, as we see, definitely paid tribute to the Evans. And here he continued bishop a3, trying to distract this bishop away and hoping to win the queen. Or not really hoping to, because he faced another grandmaster, but trying to. And I think it's possible, but I think black gets a decent position there. But I suggest we just castle. Now we're hitting that queen. And of course to retreat is very dangerous because rook e1 check is going to really hurt that poor uncastled king. Maybe some queen a4 check could hurt the bishop, the knight, and the king as well. So black would take, we would take, and black would castle. And in this position, again, I want to emphasize when you show your intention to play the gambit, most likely almost any gambit, this intention has to be real, meaning that you don't want to just try to chicken out and, get your pawn back as soon as possible and hope to just, equalize and like make a draw or something. It's very important that white doesn't want to be spending any time on moves like queen c7, because now after, say, knight c6, bishop g4, rook c8, actually it will be white's center that will be under pressure, and white will lose all of his initiative. You don't play gambits like this. Even though it's an equal position, white's not worse. Rook e1 is the move. We're threatening rook e5, getting ready to win that knight. And we're making rook e8 more difficult, of course. Now, black goes knight c6, and we play bishop a3. And maybe black could have made some other move, but that's not really an important line. And of course, I want to show you what's important. I, just expect you, if you're curious, to do some homework yourself, check stuff with the computer. I would tell you, frankly, in positions like this, if black just makes one move, towards the left or one move towards the right, so to speak, from the norm, it's likely he's just getting killed right away, so there would be no pondering on why some position is good. The computer will just kill it for white. I mean, black will get destroyed. So there is no need to worry if you wonder what else black could have done. So here, rook d8, bishop c4. Now, both of white's bishops are working, hitting f7, controlling f8, stopping the rook from defending it. And here the black queen has a very hard time finding a good spot, because if the queen goes to a5, it's getting driven too far from f7. If the queen goes to d7, then the bishop is gonna cry. And if the queen, say, goes to h5, again, the queen is getting driven way too far. So say queen d7, and now I like the idea knight g5. And here I would like to show to you a couple of very flashy lines. For example, knight d5, the only move, more or less. Otherwise, black would be in dire trouble immediately. Queen f3. Now, the d5 knight is under a lot of pressure, and white wants to, say, if black makes some random move, like h6. Not a random move, actually, but yeah, that's the move. We take, and, well, I just want to show what white wants. If black were to just take, we just take, and suddenly it is checkmate. So, obviously, black's last rank, back rank, is a serious issue for him as well. And if black plays hg5, here we have a very neat move. I could have just shown it to you routinely, but I would really love you to pause the video here. Please slow down, take your time. What does white do? It's absolutely gorgeous and entertaining, very entertaining. Boom! Rook e7. you might have a bit of a shock. I'll give you a couple seconds. If black takes it, we take on f7, and it is just checkmate immediately. And if black takes this bishop, then we have rook e8 check. And now if black retreats, again, it's the same checkmate. Very nice, right? And if black takes, we just win the queen. And I would say, well, black still has a fairly, acceptable amount of compensation for the missing queen. He's got a rook and a minor piece, and at the moment a pawn as well, so it might look like material equality, but of course the g5 pawn's gonna get lost, and white can later go bishop b2, d5, maybe attack with h4, h5, h6. I feel the black king is gonna be really weak, and white is just much better. And maybe the computer will save it, but I'm not interested in, playing a computer and trying. I just know that versus a human, it's a big advantage. That's all I care for. But yeah, white is much better objectively as well. So rook e7 is just, of course, brilliant. That's why, not just because of this move, but because such moves are abundant. Such moves are very frequent in the events. I want to show this opening to you. I want to teach it to you guys because it's so fun, it's so interesting, and it develops your dynamic understanding so well. Now, let's go back to my main recommendation for black, which is going all the way back to play after bishop d3, the move d6. As I said, I believe in this philosophy where in gambits with the black pieces, you want to take the pawn and try to return it under the favorable circumstances. So we're going to take this pawn twice, knight f6, castling, castling. And now it's time for us to discuss the rising position. What's happening right here? So white got his pawn back. The material is equal. We're not playing a gambit anymore. This is good. White's pieces are clearly active, which is very good. The knight looks good. The bishop looks good. We'll see why this bishop is so useful in a second. The black knight on a5 is bad, which is, of course, a boon for us. Now, is this position such a sugar for white, so to speak, so wonderful for white? Well, white has some problems as well. For example, white's pawn structure, especially the queenside pawns, is not very convenient. White has several weaknesses. If we just trade down and make it to some endgame, we will be worse. But of course not lost, but worse. And as I said, when I was analyzing the events for black, I just thought, yeah, good position, because there haven't been that many games since this bishop d3, and many players have played it as black. Karakin, Kramnik, whoever, so many good black players. Lazaro Bruzon, a great player from Cuba, now playing for America, my teammate in university. So yeah, so one thing I emphasized in my black course is that if white just develops his piece with like knight d2, it's very important this bishop stays unprotected, and black has a very powerful move, knight g4. Black wants to trade the pieces overall, and of course if say white takes and black takes on d3, black also gets a key bishop. He is just better here. So we don't want to do this. But the reason why I returned to the events is because I found a very important idea here, which is to play queen to c2. This is the right move, I believe. It prepares knight d2. It prepares f4 followed by e5, because we have an extra pawn on the king side. We want to act where we are stronger. We're stronger on the king side, so let's get some stuff rolling down there. And of course, if white gets to play e5, the bishop might point, a gun at the h7 pawn. So the knight on a5 is one of our sources of happiness. We're about to just play knight d2, f4, knight f3. We'll see a couple more ideas a little later. Now, because black is looking to get an endgame, because black has the better structure, the best way for black to go, in my opinion, are moves that offer trades or moves that push white's pieces back. Which is why I'm so surprised, and that's why I did not take the line seriously at first, that such players as, say, Karakin, they've made a very popular move, which is either c5 or c6. Those are the two main moves. But I personally think after those two, white is just clearly better. So that's not what black should be doing. Now, let's look at it. So if black goes c6, black's preparing the move queen c7, maybe stopping ideas like rook d1 or rendering them effectively pointless, but we're just gonna develop, and now we're just gonna play f4. Now, black needs to somehow improve this knight and this bishop, so it's likely he'll go b6, intending to play c5, knight c6, or maybe knight b7, knight c5. That would be a nice outpost. And maybe bishop b7, and just prepare the rook development, because if the bishop went to e6, it could always get harassed with f5 later. But here I found a very nice novelty, which is knight to b3. I really love this idea, because if we force black to take, then after a b3, white will get rid of his only problem, which is the suspicious pawn structure. And as a result, white will have the extra space, white will have nice pressure over the a file as well, and white will just clearly be much better. There is just no much better, not just a little, but much better. So black shouldn't be really wanting to trade. Black should make some move like knight b7, but then we get to continue with knight d4, or with bishop b2 c4, and our bishop will start working over here as well. And this would be a very, very inconvenient position for black, I believe. Things would really look bad. Now, let's see let's see what else black can do. So it's also possible that black continues with the move c5, trying to grab space on the queen side and ensuring himself of some nice spot on c7 for the queen. So in this position, it's very important that black's again trying to expand on the queen side, because he has an extra pawn there, and obviously he is, again, as I said, looking to make some room for his pieces. However, it's not a problem. We go knight d2, again we go f4. In fact, this move was played by a very strong German grandmaster, Huschenbeth, and I definitely think it's the right decision. I would like to mention that there was a move knight c4 as well, which was played in the game between the Ukrainian grandmaster Krivoruchko and Sergei Karyakin, but I don't like it, for that simple reason that white should be the one keeping pieces, not trading them. So we're gonna go f4. Now, another idea we have here is to play c4 and develop the bishop to b2. And that is a very important plan that white should keep in mind. If the bishop goes elsewhere, in fact, it's not that easy to develop it. Like, you go to e3, you get hit with some maybe knight g4 at some point or something, but on b2, it's going to do just great. But of course, first you want to make a move c4, and only then bishop b2. Because if you play bishop b2, black will try to play c4 and make your bishop terrible. So if here black continues with, say, bishop e6, we'll play knight f3, and now white's about to go c4, bishop b2, so black has to play c4 himself, but then he's surrendering the d4 square, and after bishop e2, check, king, say, knight d4, I just think white is clearly better. White has the space advantage. White's about to go bishop f3, bishop e3, king h1, rook g1, and possibly start an attack over here. White doesn't need to move his g-pawn unless he wants to, but I think that should be a very direct way of handling the position, and definitely a justified one, because we are in full control. We have a lot more pieces down there, and let's say the black knight on a5 clearly is not contributing to, black's defense in any possible way. So that is not how things should be for black. And this is exactly something I'm looking to get. And if black plays b6, we just go c4. Now, white's bishop is inevitably coming to b2. And I think this position is extremely difficult for black from this strategic perspective. But don't take my word. We are discussing this position in a lot more detail in the chapter on model games in bishop c5 on move 3. So please make sure to study the game between Huschenbeth and Grandmaster Karpachev. And now I think our mission has been accomplished in the very main line. So yeah, the move c5, it's really very surprising to me why it's the most popular move, because I think it's just plainly wrong. Now, black has two good moves which in my opinion lead to dynamic equality. One is bishop d6, and in fact this is a move I would like to point this out. It was suggested by one of the people on the beta testing team, I had missed it as I was analyzing it, or I underestimated it, but he, came back to me and he explained it was in fact a lot more interesting than I thought. And indeed, that's the case. So I've looked at it a little more. So here we go, knight f3. And at this point, there was a game between So and Caruana, which was actually played more or less during the days of this beta test. So knight c6. But here Fabi chose bishop g5 and got a winning position quickly, which is good, but I like the move knight d2 better. And after rook e8, for example, we go knight c4. Now the knight's about to hit this bishop, e5's about to get ready, and we are just gonna go bishop g5 and bring our rooks in the center. And I definitely believe white is just better. For example, if black stops bishop g5, then we stop bishop g4 with just h3. And again, we could take the bishop, but I'd rather just go, say, bishop e3, bishop d4, rook d1, rook e1, possibly make black look out for e5. And I definitely think white's position, I mean, the position is balanced, but white plays easier, and that's all that matters, because we cannot get advantage everywhere, that's quite obvious. So yeah, this is all good. Now, the main move is bishop g, not main, but the strongest move is bishop g4. And this move was played only by one player ever, rated 1300. Not a grandmaster, not 2300, but 1300. So I'm not sure if the right idea was kind of meant by him. At this point, we can place the move pawn to e5 and seemingly win a piece, but unfortunately it's not the case. Black takes, we take, black takes, we take, and here there's there's queen h4. Now mate is threatened, and if you say go rook e1, you're just gonna get in a lot of trouble and you're already lost. So we have to play f4, and here unfortunately black just gets a draw. So basically the consequence of this line is a forced draw, which might be fine with some of you, or might be fine if you play a stronger opponent, because if you play a much stronger opponent, after he goes bishop g4, you play e5 and you force him to take a draw or else he loses, which of course is, often practical. But of course, from the course perspective, theoretical perspective, I would rather try to get a game whenever possible. So those of you who want to just play chess will go knight d2. Now, the knight is protected and e5 is again a threat. Rook e8, black takes the e5 square under control. We go rook e1 and prepare e5 again. Black goes knight d7, again stops it. We go h3. Now, if black just gives up a bishop, well, thank you very much. We just have the bishop pair. And white's about to just go, like, say, knight d4, maybe retreat, in order not to ever get hit with any knight moves. White can prepare f4. White can develop his bishop, develop his rook, play f4. And clearly white's position is a lot nicer and a lot easier to play. So black has to retreat. And here I think we can continue in multiple ways, but I would like to suggest the forcing move e5. Now I think we can also go, say, bishop b2 or knight d4, and all those moves lead to a roughly balanced position where, again, the better player would win the game. There is no other way around it in most chess variations. You play better, you win, your worse, you lose. But, of course, black will have to know this far. But the forcing move is e5. Now black takes, and we trade the central pawn for the h7 pawn, and then say trade and go bishop e4. Now, our structure is worse. Black can try to put pressure on the pawn on c3 with something like queen f6. However, and we've traded our central pawn. However, white's position is also nice in many ways because the black king is quite vulnerable, and white can try to attack with moves like maybe knight f3, g5. Maybe the rook could come over as well. And generally speaking, I think black should be very, very mindful here in order not to land in a lot of trouble with his king. That is definitely, a serious possibility that black has to be watching out for. So basically, you're just kind of trading, as typically in gambits as in evans overall, you're trading some potentially, potential chances to get an attack for a potentially bad endgame or potentially unpleasant endgame, which I think is a fair trade. And here it's roughly balanced. But again, you have plenty of alternatives along the way, plenty. So feel free to investigate. Now, another thing black can do, which I think is the best move, or the cleanest solution kind of, which doesn't allow for any forced stuff, is the move knight d7. The point being that black is just looking to trade a pair of pieces, and if white has to spend the time to retreat, the knight will come to c5. This move was played by Kramnik and other great theoreticians, such as, for example, Boris Avruch or German Grandmaster Wagner. And yeah, but we can still fight for something. We take, black takes, and now e5. We hit the h7 pawn and make him lose time. Say g6, and here we go knight to d2. At this point, white is quite happy as he managed to provoke some concession on the king side. Now there are ideas like knight e4, knight f6, bishop h6, and so on. And the games, for example, one game continued, a game between Halkias, Greek grandmaster, and Kramnik, continued b6, knight f3, bishop b7. And at this point, I don't like what Halkias did. He continued with the move bishop e4. And the reason why I don't like it is because, well, fundamentally, we have the worst pawn structure. So we are supposed to want to keep the pieces on the board. Now, many players, and I know this feeling myself, I've been there on both ends of it, so to speak. When they face stronger opponents, they feel that simply trading the pieces would enable them to, draw or something, or get faster to getting a result. However, it's not really the case. The case is that when you're playing a game of chess, you need to make moves which fit the existing position best. If you need to attack, you attack. If you need to defend and trade queens, you defend and trade queens. And it doesn't matter whom you're playing, because obviously, the truth, so to speak, of the position remains the same no matter what. And there is room for psychological approach, of course, but you need fundamentally to just try to follow the right thing. So I like the move bishop e2. The point being that we stop bishop f3 and prepare to just develop with, like, say, bishop f4, rook d1, rook e1, knight d4. Possibly the bishop could instead go to h6, maybe h4, h5. And save rook e8, rook e1, rook d8, bishop f4. This position is quite equal, but it's not a dead draw sort of equal when it's a perpetual check as a result of some forcing line, or where you just get a dead drawn endgame. It's a very complicated fighting position where clearly all the three results are possible. So I would definitely suggest, if you want a more peaceful position, you look for an alternative earlier on. But I mean, most players who watch this, by default, you got a course on gambits, on active chess. You want to have fun. You want to have a complicated position. So that's where you go, and you just try to prove you're better than your opponent. Again, all the same plans I've mentioned, such as knight d4 or maybe h4, h5, hold true. So we've covered now the move bishop e7 completely on move 5. Now it's time for us to look at the move bishop a5, which is the most popular move by far. I still think that bishop e7 is the most practical move for black, and that's something I would recommend again if I were to rewrite my course, but bishop a5 is what people tend to prefer most. Now, white can castle in this position, and that's something I would suggest you investigate, but I feel it's a slightly inferior move because we still need to push d4, and castling already kind of gives up a tempo, which might be important for some other purposes. So we'll immediately grab the bull by horns, we'll play the move d4. In this position, the two main moves are ed6 and ed4 and pawn to d6. The former move, e takes d4, has been recommended by Grandmaster Lisi and Grandmaster Ovechkin in the books they've co-authored on the open games for black. And interestingly, Victor Bologan in his book recommends a pretty weird move, pawn to b5, which actually is quite interesting because it's been played only in 44 games as opposed to several thousand games in the two other lines. But actually, I don't think it's easy for white to get an advantage there or something. So we'll look at that too. And black can try some other stuff, such as, say, knight d4, for example. Let's start with this move to understand why Bologan suggests b5. So knight d4. Now, it might look like a nice move because there is a pin, but it doesn't work. And that's exactly why Bologan suggests the move b5. Let's see what's happening here. The problem is that we can take on f7. I mean, we can first take on e5. It's actually interesting to consider taking on f7 as well, intending to take on e5 and take on d4. But first we take on e5. Now, when black goes knight e6, or else, well, he's just going to get his knight lost, because obviously he doesn't want to lose stuff on f7 either. So knight e6, and here we suddenly playing knight f7. And after king f7, white has two very good ways of continuing. The easiest move may be queen h5, just picking this bishop. But I like the idea of first even taking here, because black clearly cannot take with the d pawn as he loses his queen. So king e6 and now check, and we pick the bishop. And obviously black's king is extremely, extremely weak here, and white's position should be much better. White didn't even have to sacrifice any material. His attack is going to develop very smoothly with moves like bishop g5 coming, queen g5, maybe queen c5, queen e5, bishop a3, just development, knight d2, rook e1, f4, f5, f6. It's very bad. So black shouldn't do this. The reason why Bologan recommends b5 is because after bishop b5, if bishop d5, that's also a possibility, and I'm mentioning this as an alternative. Please investigate yourself. But bishop b5 is what we'll do as a main suggestion. And here after knight d4, the point is there is no bishop f7 because, or there is no knight f7 and bishop e6 because the bishop here has been distracted from the main attacking diagonal a2 g8. So here we are gonna take, and after e d4, we have two possibilities. We can take on d4, and that's something that Bologan mentions in his book. But after queen f6, a very important move, offering a queen trade, castling bishop b6, followed by knight e7, and some sequence like this. The last move is very important, because black's about to take on f3 and wins this bishop, or spoil our pawns, or force us to go to some endgame, or force us to, take on e5 when he can take either the knight or the bishop. I don't really see any advantage here, unfortunately. Bologan suggests the move queen e6, which I feel is less serious. We might fight for something. But anyway, the whole line is very solid for black. So I'm going to recommend something slightly different, which is to castle. At this point, black has a couple of possibilities. And again, it's very important that just as in many other Evans positions and all these lines we are analyzing, the point of analyzing them is not always necessarily to use them. The point is to get a very solid grasp of the arising themes and possibilities. For example, here black can try to take the pawn on c3, but taking the pawn on c3 is very typically bad in the Evans, not just here, so you just re-emphasize this pattern. Now we go bishop c4. Now the problem is that there is a threat of queen d5 hitting this pawn and the rook, or even just bishop f7, forcing the king out and then giving a check, hitting the king, hitting the rook, and also hitting the bishop. So black has to go c6, but then there's queen d4. Now g7 is hanging. If say knight f6, there are ideas like queen e5 check, or like e5, or like bishop a3, or like bishop g5. It's just terrible. So black has to play queen f6, but then e5, and then bishop a3. And I feel like with every single move, white is just throwing another, kind of hitting another nail in black's coffin, because black cannot castle, black cannot do anything. He is totally stuck. It is absolutely terrible for him. Knight c3, knight e4, knight d6 is about to come around. Rook d1, rook e1. Such a bad position. There should be no discussion. It is just terrible. Black can try to play knight e7 as well, just choosing to develop, but then we got the center after cd4. And after say castling, I like the move bishop a3, pinning this knight, and possibly making moves like d5 difficult because of the pin. So c6, bishop d3. And here, black can try several moves. He can play with the pawn on d6, with the pawn on d5. We'll see more of such positions shortly after in a couple of seconds. But I just believe white's a little better because of the space, because of the center. White's about to just go say knight d2, knight f3, or maybe knight c4, knight e5, or knight d6. And it's not that easy for black to untangle his pieces. The bishop is super useful. It might land on d6 to completely restrain black. The knight on e7 doesn't have that many moves, cannot go, as you can see, to c6 or d5 or f5 or c8, has to go only to g6, but then, say if our bishop is on d6, what is it gonna do over there? So, yeah, this is a passive and comfortable position, which is not terrible, but I would be clearly, in favor of picking white. So the best move is c6, and after bishop c4, again, if black takes this pawn, we have discussed this already via the move order, dc4, dc3, bishop c4, c6. Just to remind you, if dc3, bishop c4, c6, it's the same position as after c6, and after bishop c4, dc3, same stuff. So now black has to develop, and here we take castling, and at this point we have a few interesting possibilities. Bishop a3 is an interesting move. Again, we are trying to pin the knight, restrain it, stop d5. But here black can still play d5 actually, which is something I feel most players would not find, but it's a very strong move. And at this point it's important that you don't want to just greedily grab this pawn, because after rook b8, unfortunately, all of our pieces are stuck. The black bishops are really powerful, the extra pawn is weak. This position is very uncomfortable for white suddenly. So we instead want to just play bishop d3. And here I like white's position a teeny bit better. Obviously, in the Evans gambit, I mean, it should, white shouldn't be better, it's an equal position. Just as in any line after e4, e5. But a thing to understand is that white still has the somewhat more active placement of the bishops. White can try to play knight, say d2, b3, c5, or f3, e5. And I definitely think black still has to pay some attention. He still needs to figure out how to untangle his knight and stuff like that. But I also like the move e5. Now, the point is that we are trying to fix the structure, play bishop a3 and plant some piece on d6, or possibly go knight d2, e4, d6. Just don't blunder anything like bishop c3 when both rook and the pawn would hang after knight d2. And after, say, d5, takes, bishop a3, say bishop b4, takes, knight d2. Let's stop here. I think, again, it should be balanced, but I think white's pawn is a little safer than the black pawn. This pawn can be protected more easily. This pawn can be attacked more easily. The white bishop's a little more active, and white can try to play, for example, rook c1, maybe knight f3, knight e5, hit f7, maybe queen b3. If black ever goes knight d5, white can trade and get a position where his knight would come, say, to c5 or to e5, and it will be a little better than the black bishop, which would be restrained by the d5 pawn. So again, it's already we're talking about some, microscopic advantage, but unfortunately, well, if we are being realistic, but I mean, it's good to be realistic, we cannot expect to win the game by force or something. So yeah, black plays well, okay, we are equal, fine. The game keeps going on, whoever plays better wins. Yeah, so that's an interesting line, but again, I've given you a plenty, a number of possibilities, and black clearly has a lot of, ways to go wrong earlier, so I definitely feel happy about our preparation. So now we have two main moves left to be covered, ed4 and d6. Let us start with the move pawn to d6. Definitely a very solid move. Dingler Ren played it, Caruana played it, Anand played it. We'll go queen b3. Here, again, the f7 pawn is weak, and black cannot go knight h6 because we just take it. So black has to defend it in other ways, which are queen e7 or queen d7. Black can go queen e7, but I don't trust this move as much, because after d5, black has to really walk a very tight rope in order not to lose the game right away. Here, he needs to find the only move knight d4, because if knight b8, we just pick the bishop, and yeah, well, the game is over, we are a piece up. So black has to find knight d4, and here if check, he needs to understand that after queen d7, queen a5, b6, suddenly if queen a3, there is knight c2, and black wins the queen. But white can play knight d4, and after ba5, bishop b5, now he gave up his queen, but there is a pin, and white gets it back, and after, say, taking, as a result, we have some pretty balanced position where white has the very impressive center, but black can try to undermine it somehow, and objectively this is balanced. Well, this could be a line you could just settle for, even though I think white has an even more promising way to continue. But, well, even this is already, like, honestly beyond imagination for most players. Most players would not find this. Someone will just collapses, during the sequence. But, of course, most likely it will be black, because, like, what the heck? You go knight d4, you need to see the check, and you need to see queen d7, and you need to see b6, and then your opponent does this, and you get shocked, and you need to see how to react. Well, it's very difficult. It's not possible, honestly, for most players. But we can take, which is even better. And after ed4, white doesn't want to win this bishop anymore, because after king d8, if we take queen e4, Suddenly the white king is under a very strong attack, the pawn on g2 is hanging, this is no good. So white will play differently, white will just castle. Now, this is a real threat, so black has to play bishop b6, now bishop b2, and after taking knight c3, we get a very funny position where white's a pawn down, but white has the very impressive development, of course, ideas like rook e1, king out, f4, e5, the black queen is clearly on the way, and if I say knight f6, I found the following setup very promising for white. We can continue knight a4, and now take this bishop and just play rook e1. Now clearly white's powerful bishop pair, together with ideas like f4, e5, or ideas like say rook e3, rook g3, is providing a more than sufficient compensation for the sacrificed pawn, and I just think white is just better. White's position is simply better here, and it's not like compensation is, decent or ample or, you can play it, but white is just clearly better. Black's position is very, very tough. So yeah, let's keep going. This is not gonna do for black. So this queen e7 I feel like is trouble. So queen d7 is the right way to go. Here we castle. Now white's about to play d5, rook d1, hit this queen, try to tuck it away from f7. If queen e7, some bishop a3 might even trap this queen, as we will see. So if knight f6, after d5, if black takes with the pawn after rook d1 and bishop a3, suddenly this queen not only has to go away and stop defending f7, but it is simply trapped and the game is over. So black doesn't want to do stuff like that. So black here has to play knight e4, but then after rook e1 and then ed6, again, white is just getting his sacrificed material back. He's opening up the positions. The black king is in a lot of trouble, and for example, let's say knight e6, knight g5, well, this is going to be over shortly. There's just no way black can stop all the threats. It's just bad. So that's not the way to go. Black has to know a very non-trivial, a very difficult move, which is bishop b6, which is why, again, because black has to know a lot of very precise moves, or else he might lose right away. And white is playing a pawn down, and at worst you'll be a pawn down. I definitely consider the amount of risk black is taking in such positions a lot higher, and his position to be a lot more difficult practically, which is really, a very important aspect of it. Now we're gonna go knight d2, which is not the most popular move, but it's a very popular one lately. For example, there has been a game at the World Cup of 2019 where the Azeri Grandmaster Altash Safarli played versus Nihal Sarin, an Indian rising coming prodigy, and he chose exactly this line, the Evans, because Nihal is amazingly good at positional chess. So he chose this line, and he went on to win a marquee game, not a one-sided game, but still he went on to win. And we analyzed this game carefully and deeply in the model games chapter. So knight d2, and here after knight a5, which is another important move to grab the bishop. Queen c2, takes. Actually, Safardi played it a little differently instead of queen c2, but okay, let's leave this for the model games chapter for now. Here, there was a game between Mehmet Yarov as white and Ding Liren as black, and Ding continued ed4, which shows, and actually this is a terrible move. Black's position becomes extremely dangerous, which shows even top players who don't know theory here, because, I mean, why would you study theory here if you can study theory in like Rai Lopez or like main Italian? So that's our huge hope as well. Black would not be that well prepared. He continued with the move ed4. And after cd4, suddenly white center got, fantastically impressive. And after knight e7, it's very inspiring and it's very instructive to see what Mehmet Yarov did. He continued with a4. Now a5 is coming, the move is about to trap the bishop. And after c6, bishop a3, the pawn was hanging. And after bishop c7, e5, there was another problem. And after d5 castling rook d1, there was another problem. And after queen e8, knight d6, there was another problem. And at this point, white's already nearly winning. He could have forced material gains shortly after. But again, let's cut this short here and discuss the game in the chapter on model games. It is analyzed in a lot more detail there. So yeah, this is fine. We are very happy to. I mean, not fine. This is just winning. We're very happy to get here. So here, black has to find the only move in order not to land in trouble, which is queen c6. Now we take. Of course, black was attacking our knight, so we take, and now black has to understand he is giving up the pawn back, and now white got to open up the position massively, which is very favorable because we are ahead in development. We want things to open up. Now, unfortunately, white still has the somewhat, inconvenient pawn structure, and that's what makes it an objectively balanced position. But again, I feel for an unprepared player it would be a very difficult thing to handle, and even the aforementioned grandmaster, whom I have an insane amount of respect for as an analyst, a player, and author, Igor Lisi, he had this game, he had this position in a practical tournament, classical game, versus a very strong 18-year-old at the moment, back then I think 15, 16, international master over 25-50 Lomasov, and he just got crushed as black. He actually was defending well, but then still blundered some tactic and lost. And it just shows that the rising positions are still very murky and full of ideas. Black cannot just learn a line and hold his own. That's not how it works. He'll still have to play a complicated position where he'll still have to defend. So again, we'll look more into this in model games. Now, let us go all the way back. So as I said, the move d6 is a good move, but black has to be very, very careful. Now it's time for the main move. E takes on d4. We play queen b3. Again, the f7 pawn is one of the main themes in the Evans Gambit. It's very important that we attack the pawn right away. We don't want to just like castle or something. Now, it's very important that black can only defend the pawn with the queen. There is no knight move because, again, we just take. So if black goes queen f6, that's a pretty weird move, frankly. And here we can just castle. Now, if black just develops, we take the pawn. And if black takes back, we take, and play bishop f7. And again, black ends up just losing. Bishop b2 is coming. And yeah, black's gonna get killed with all this development being, thrown at him. Just rook e1 coming, or rook d1, rook e1. All the pieces are just jumping at black. Black has to castle here. And at this point, I found the following lines to be quite interesting. Again, this is just a normal position. You got the center, and clearly black is, the bishop is pretty weird, the queen is quite weird, the pieces are still stuck. You can really stop and play chess. But let's look a little deeper if you want to just understand a few more ideas. Say bishop g5. Now, if black retreats, it's very important he would lose right away. We take. I'll give you 5 seconds to spot how white wins. Pause the video, please. Okay, I'm gonna show it. The move is queen to a3. Boom. Double attack. White is just winning. So black has to find the only move, which is queen d6. Now we go knight a3. The knight's coming either to b5, if black doesn't stop it, hitting the queen, nearly trapping it, or to c2, and then to e3. And after, say, a6, knight c2, white's position is terrific, overwhelming. White's advantage is large. White's a pawn down, but he has a wonderful center. e5 is coming, maybe bishop d3, maybe knight e3 coming to g4, to f5. The black queen is blocking the entire queen side. The bishop is totally out of play. So yeah, obviously, I don't know a single person who would be that materialistic not to be willing to pay just one little pawn for such luxury. One little pawn. It doesn't even matter. You cannot even spot the extra pawns that black has. White has several extra pieces, guys. That's how we evaluate it. Several extra pieces. Pawns don't matter here. Pieces do. White is much better. So black has to find the move bishop to b6. But then after we play e5, another very important move, which points out that if black takes on e5, we have rook e1. And now after d6, we have cd4, and black loses a piece. The game is again over. Queen g6 needs to be played. But then after cd4, again, white has the center. And again, as usual, you must have already spotted the pattern. Greed is punishable. Greed is bad. If knight d4, we just take, and knight c3. And at this point, now, bishop a3 is about to be thrown at black. Rook d1, knight b5. The position is a disaster, a true disaster. Say knight e7, bishop a3. Now at this point, the computer points out the only move black needs to find in order to survive. Surprisingly, black can still survive, but he needs to find the only move which I would bet a human would not find. You can pause the video and try yourself. What is black's only move? Let's keep going. So black cannot castle. Rook d1 and knight b5 is about to crush him. So the only move here is b6 to counter-attack after bishop b7. But we have a beautiful reply to this, which is knight b5. Black takes, we take back. Now knight c7 is a threat. Black still cannot castle. And say after bishop b7, I found the following position. Takes and f3. And, well, of course, black cannot easily take. We can at least just take on e7. Bishop d6 would come. Rook c1 would come. The black king would get in trouble. And here, the computer thinks black is still fine, but I don't have even a slightest bit of, trust and confidence about this position for him. White just sacrificed an exchange, but rook on a8 is hanging, and now bishop d6 is about to be played, or knight b5, knight d6. It is just terrible. It is just disgusting. I would just honestly want to resign and just never play chess again if I got a position like this as black. It is terrible. So, yeah, if black wants to get here, no problem. We're very delighted to let him. The last thing we need to look at here is knight a5, and then I've ended my analysis in some position like this. After natural moves, black took our bishop, developed, we did as well. Black is quite close to equalizing, but we have the center. We are a pawn down, yeah, but we have the center. Black still cannot castle. Black doesn't want to be opening things up due to rook e1. Whites want to go knight c3, brings the rooks to the game, maybe try to hit the black queen, and yeah, the bishop is out of play. All the queenside pieces are out of play. I just feel like it's not a good position. It's a very tough spot for black to be in. I just don't have a good word to say to black about his position. So basically the conclusion is that if black goes queen f6, it's gonna be super dangerous for him. Not losing, but very dangerous. Now, the real test of the entire events is the move queen to e7. Black is defending the pawn in a natural way, preparing to develop his pieces, preparing to go bishop b6, support the center, and so on, and possibly hitting the pawn, and not getting hit with stuff like e5, unlike with the queen on f6. So here we need to castle, and at this point again, black can make a couple of mistakes. He can continue with a move like d6. However, then there is a very strong reply again. All we care for is open files, open ranks, open diagonals, open stuff. So, e5. Now, white's about to go bishop a3, rook e1. If, say, black takes with the knight, we take. Now, if, say, pawn takes, we'll see what happens in a similar line. And if queen takes, we take on f7. Again, this is terrible with all the diagonals opening up cd4, bishop b2. Come on, it's just going to be a game over. And if d5, we just play cd4, and actually that's a novelty, which is a rather important novelty. Previously bishop a3 was played, but black can still defend somehow there, rather I would say scrape by as opposed to defending. We want to take on e5. If black takes, rook e1 is gonna crush him very soon. After we play knight c3, of course we don't want to blunder. And then rook e1, bishop a3, terrible, absolutely terrible. There is just nothing black can do. So it's very important that black finds some precise moves. Knight f6 is another thing he can try. It's not a terrible move, but not a great one. There has been just one game with players over 2400 on both ends. Actually, John Bartholomew played it as black, the Chessable co-founder, but he got a very bad position. So here white can play the move bishop a3, but I prefer cd4. Now the point being, we just want to start running these pawns and crush black right away. And if black ends up gobbling a pawn, we'll go bishop a3 now. And if d6, then we'll play d5. And next, white, if the knight was to go back, we could look to just win this bishop. And if the knight goes here, we can take and play bishop b2. Later, queen a4 check, and white's gonna get the bishop. on a5, which just wins a piece. And if black continues knight to d6, then after knight c3, rook e1, the position is terrible again. Black just doesn't get to develop. Like, all this is literally absolutely useless. You can easily just take it off the board and no one's gonna notice. Say if black plays queen f6, we have knight d5. And let's just see how black is getting crushed. It's just very instructive. Say queen g6, and now we go bishop d3. Say queen h5, now we have rook e5. I know I maybe have to speak a little more about the moves, but I just want you to enjoy the beauty. Now the queen is being hit, and if say black takes, we take back. Now the knight's hanging, black cannot move it. Now the rook is hanging, some knight e7 check might be hanging, the black queen is on the outskirts, all the black queenside pieces are not playing. The position is absolutely terrible. Black is just going to lose very, very shortly. This is not gonna do. And if black continues queen d8, which is the only move, here I like the following nice tactic. We take, and here comes a brilliant idea, which is bishop f7. Boom. And if black takes, we have knight g5. Now, the rook is hanging, attacked twice. And if, say, black were to take it, we just made him in one move. And if black were to play queen f8, we again take. And if black were to take back, we mate him. So black loses an exchange. And the best move here is king h8, but after bishop d5, we can just stop finally, because white's a pawn down, but he's totally dominating the entire board. These pawns are stopping black from developing whatsoever. Now these pieces cannot come out, and white clearly can keep increasing his initiative. And again, he is just several pieces up, as my dynamic understanding of chess suggests. White is clearly better here. Even the computer thinks white is much better, and the computer really loves gobbling stuff and trying to defend, trying to pretend like it's okay. So yeah, this is super dangerous. Now, going all the way back, black has to find the move bishop b6, which is the best defense. Black deals with all the possible trouble related to some checks or some hanging bishops in all the lines, and he protects the pawn on d4. Now, white has a plethora of possibilities, and I think the position is equal, but I think black has to play very precisely to survive here, because even one mistake can again cost him the game very easily. So what we're going to do in this position is the move cd4. It's the main continuation according to the database, and it's the move I like best, but I think the move knight d2 is also pretty interesting if you're looking to expand your repertoire or investigate some stuff on your own. Now, white's about to set his pawns into motion, and he'll crush black if that happens, so black has to take the bait. Now we take a knight c3. At this point, black again has to be very precise. White's about to go knight d5, knight b5. It looks like it could be an interesting idea to play d6 to protect this pawn, but if that happens, black will lose. We'll go rook d1. And some of these lines, I might have spoken more about them, but again, it's just important to be practical, and it's clear how strong white's initiative is. If black just retreats, we go knight d5, and here we go rook b1, simply not hanging our rook. Now f4 is coming, and there is nothing black can do about it. f4, bishop f6, and some e5 or something will just crush, and black just cannot develop. He is totally screwed. The game is already over, more or less. Really, it's just a winning position. So black has to find the move knight f6, and this is the huge crossroads. Now we have three interesting moves. One very fun move here is knight b5, and I'm not going to analyze it, but, well, you can hang a rook and try to take on c7 and play bishop a3. It's going to be very fun, but the position is roughly balanced. So if you want to, please check it out, but I decided not to do this for the purpose of the course. So another possibility is bishop g5, and Igor Lysy in his book says this is a very aggressive and undeservingly rare move, because it's very difficult for black to extinguish white's activity. Grandmaster 2700 gave an evaluation like this. It's not just my biased opinion. So yeah, here, for example, after castling knight to d5, now there is this pin and there is a pawn on c7 which are hanging, and if, say, queen d6, rook d1, white's initiative is clearly very powerful. The computer thinks it's 0-0 or some forced draw or something like this. I would really suggest you investigate this more, but my main suggestion is a very cool move, bishop a3. It's again the main line, just hitting the queen, nothing special so far. Now black has to play d6. Here it's very important we don't get materialistic. We can get some stuff back with bishop f7, queen f7, and now check, and we check the king and get this bishop. But after black just plays bishop d7 and castling, he is just a pawn up and has no weaknesses. He is much better. We should not be doing this. We'll just keep increasing the tension with rook to d1. Now, moves like knight b5 are coming, moves like e5 are coming, because obviously all this and all that are huge, is of a large concern for black. Black's, development is very scarce. So black has to, again, accept the challenge and take the pawn. He has to take on c3. Take on c3 and, get ready to maybe take the pawn. Queen c3. Now black has to find the only move, which is queen e5. If black plays castling simply, then there is a very powerful idea, rook e1. Now e5 is coming, and queen e5 cannot be played because we just trade and win that exchange on f8. So black has to play knight g4, but then we play f4. And now queen g3 is about to arrive, e5 is about to be landed at black's setup, and these bishops are insanely powerful. The bishop can go back to b2 if needed, and I think that black's position here is extremely dangerous. It's very difficult to be black. He's really finding himself on the verge of losing the game right away. Now, black has to find the move queen e5. And here I agree with Igor Lissi that the most challenging move for white is queen c1. We don't want to trade. We prepare bishop b2. We prepare f4. And here black castles. And in this position, I am going to suggest a novelty. Move 16, a very rare position, yet a very important tabia. So I wanted to suggest something new, some theoretical development. Here, Lissi's book was published several years ago. Back then, stuff like ALCI0, my faithful analysis tool, did not exist. So of course he couldn't come up with every possible idea white could throw at him, 5 or 10 years later. Here he only analyzes the move bishop b2, which is the main move, and it was featured in multiple, say, correspondence games. And I definitely think it's an interesting move, and I definitely think, white can try to press here, even though it's balanced. But, well, we need to be somewhat reasonable. We cannot have 10 alternatives on every move. I'm already giving way too many alternatives. I should have maybe made it a little more concise overall, but I just wanted to give you a lot of possibilities. But here, my idea is rook e1. I find it a very interesting novelty. The point being that white's about to maybe play f4, e5, maybe bishop b2, and he is not ever going to hang this pawn on e4. And importantly, the rook can actually join the attack over the third rank. For example, the only move for black here is rook e8, sidestepping the pin. Now white plays bishop b2, and here black has to defend very precisely. Let's say if queen e7, after rook e3, white's already much better because rook f3 is coming, rook g3 is coming, queen g5 is coming, and there is no way black will be able to defend against all these pieces. Obviously, white's pieces are way more useful. The bishops are monsters. It's a very tough position for black to be in. So black has to find the only move, which is queen h5, which I don't think players will be able to find as black. And I don't even think, to be honest, anyone would reach this position unless you're talking about a title player, most likely a grandmaster. But even now, if black finds all this, we take on f6 and play rook d3. Now, the rook's about to be lifted to the king side, maybe to g3, maybe to f3. And at this point, the computer says the position is equal, and I definitely am not good enough to argue with the engine, unfortunately. The engine would beat me here, of course, with any color, just as, any human being. But I think practically, versus a human player, this is a super difficult position for black to be in. He is, at the moment, 2 pawns up, but his king is extremely vulnerable, and clearly, his pieces are a lot more passive than the white ones. So I'm definitely extremely excited about having this happen. White's about to maybe even hit the c7 pawn, the f7 pawn is under attack, the rook's coming over, the f6 pawn is a weakness, maybe queen c3 is going to arrive as well. So yeah, it's a super tough spot for black to find himself in. And I definitely believe white's position is a lot easier to handle. And even, I just cannot imagine how black will defend within the next 5-10 moves and extinguish white's initiative completely. I can imagine he might hold on during the next moves, And I mean, the computer, of course, will. But white's initiative is very long-lasting, because we just keep the pieces and black's king still remains weak for many, many moves from now on. So this is a serious problem for black. And with this happy piece of news, with this very pleasant conclusion for us, I would leave you here, and I would just say we're very glad to be white. The position is wonderful, and I'm definitely happy to have found so many exciting novelties in the events. Hopefully, now you're looking forward to facing the main lines. I definitely think you are more than ready. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you soon. Hi. In this video, we'll start tackling a very important variation: e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and here knight to f6, the two knights variation in the Italian. Now, obviously, if you were to just play the quiet Italian, you could go d3, and that's exactly the approach recommended in the chapter Italian for Beginners. However, of course, because our main goal is to play dynamic, aggressive chess, we're not gonna do that. For example, if you go d3, bishop c5, you get the same position as after bishop c5, d3, knight f6. And of course, our goal here was to play the evans with b4. So there's absolutely no way we're willing to settle for any transposition. But I'm gonna introduce you to a very sharp, interesting line right now, which is the move knight to g5. This move is as old as the world. White's immediately tackling the only main weakness in black's position, the pawn on f7. He is saying, alright, I'm just attacking it twice, let's see what you can do. Of course, the main move here is d5, and that's something we will look at right now, and we'll look at this move at the very main lines in the next videos as well. However, for the purposes of this video, let's start with some sidelines that black can throw at us. So, to begin with, some players might throw at you such a move as knight takes on e4, which is clearly a very bad move. However, interestingly, white can easily make a mistake and not only not get an advantage, but even get a worse position. Even a few players over 2300 in fact have played this way. So if white just takes back, after d5, in fact, black's position is already much better. He gets his piece back, and unfortunately white had lost a lot of time moving his knight around, and say if bishop d3, black can just take and just develop, and he is just, ahead in development and maybe slightly better. If white plays knight takes on f7, suddenly black's again much better after queen h4. Boom, and there is a threat of mate on f2. And you can investigate this deeper, but black's already better, so there is definitely no need to. The right move here is bishop f7, and after king d7, it's very, very important. It's absolutely imperative that we know how to continue. Really, you're not going to see this line all that much, but our goal is to maximize the advantage we are getting, so let's remember this specific move, which is pawn to d4. The whole point is that obviously black's king is stuck in the center, so it's very reasonable to open the position up, and yeah, in a wide open situation, of course, the weak king should tell, we're gonna castle, we're gonna play rook e1, the king's gonna get harassed. Let's say if black plays knight d4, we can simply go bishop d5. Now we're hitting this knight, and of course black cannot play knight g5, because after bishop g5 he's gonna lose his queen. So say black goes back, and here white wins after knight f7, knight h8, and if knight d5, the last important finesse here is that we have the move c3, and now both knights are hanging, and black just ends up losing a lot of material. The knight on h8 is stuck in the corner, but we are just so much material ahead that even if that knight is lost, we don't care. Even though black would still need to win it. And if black goes h6, then we take on e4, and after king f7 we go d5. Now, white has a very strong initiative, and if, say, black is to retreat, after d6, the position is totally falling apart. Again, here there's already nothing interesting. Say if the knight moves, we have queen d5 check, and yeah, this is already totally crushing. Black can as well resign shortly after. And if knight d4, then we have c3 and queen f3, and now there is absolutely no way to stop g4. For example, if g6, then g4, and white's gonna win this knight due to the pin, and he is winning the game. And it is already absolutely over. There is nothing black can do. Well, that's the price for making moves like knight takes on e4. Clearly, that was not That was not permitted. That was not supposed to work. Now, one interesting line that we also need to look at is the so-called Traxler counterattack, which has a few traps and a few interesting points to it, but I think nowadays it's more or less well known that black is just lost if white plays precisely. So it's important to know that you don't want to go knight f7 here. I wouldn't go in details, but after bishop f2, for example, some of the rising positions are supposed to be holdable for black. I think there's even some players say just claiming that it's a forced draw or something like this, which is not really, none of our business. In fact, we can easily sidestep this and just get a big advantage without learning all that much. So we're gonna go bishop f7. Now, if black moves his king to f8, that's just a silly move, because after bishop b3, the position will remind us of what we are getting in the main line, king e7, but here the point is that black would like to use the recently opened f-file in order to put pressure on f2, and of course he would like to play rook f8 for that to happen. However, his king is already on f8, so he is just obstructing the path for his rook and he is just lost. There is nothing interesting or fun about this position. So the only move is king e7, but then after bishop c4, a very important move. It's quite rare. It has been seen only in about 80 games out of more than 1,600 games that reached this position, so just 5% of games solve this move. However, I think it's the best move because the bishop is both getting tucked away, so it's safe, but also if needed, it can go back to e2 and help us defend the king, because black's clearly looking to, try to throw a lot of pieces at our king, and we need to defend carefully. Black goes rook f8, and here castling. And at this point, black has two possibilities that attempt to reach a somewhat satisfactory position, but both fail. He can go h6 and try to win this pawn on e4 after our knight retreats, but even by, the way it looks, we can tell probably it's not the best idea out there, because obviously our king is castled, black's one is in the center, so opening up the center doesn't sound like a good idea for black. But at the same time, black can play queen e8, and that's exactly the move we'll start with, the queen's coming to g6. Here we might need to know a little bit, but if we do, we are much better. Knight c3, queen g6. Now, black doesn't really threaten with anything at the moment, but you need to watch out for, say, d6, h6, knight moves, some bishop g4, bishop h3, and that's exactly when the point of the move bishop c4 is getting revealed. We will go bishop to e2. Now, the bishop's covering all the key squares, such as e2 and h5. Now, black can try to kick the knight out. However, after knight f3, knight e4, he is just losing directly, more or less, after the very nice move, knight e5. I think there are a couple of other possibilities we can throw at black, but that's just the most brutal move. Now, knight g6 check is a threat, of course, knight c6 is a threat, so black doesn't have the time to mess around, he has to take the knight, and here we have a very powerful move, knight d5. Now, if black tries to just walk over the center and win our knight, well, after d4, he's gonna get mated. White's about to get his piece back, so, I mean, if black just takes on d4 or something, we are clearly having a, decisive attack with the black king being that weak. So, say black takes, we take on c5, king e6, and now comes f4, and white's winning here in a very brutal fashion. Let's say knight c6, and here f5. Let's say rook f5, and here we can just take. I mean, bishop g4 is also totally winning, but this is even more brutal. And say if queen f5, then just bishop g4, a queen up. Or if king f5, we have the move bishop h5 and queen d5. And as a result, white is just mating black after the something like rook f1. The move like rook f1 is absolutely unstoppable, and I definitely, honestly, don't think this was a necessary line for this course. I think I could have as well omitted it and just cut it short like 7 moves earlier and said white is much better, but I think it's important to see how exactly the opponent gets punished for some greed or some, obvious wrongdoings. And you definitely don't have to memorize a variation like this by any means. It would be, way too much work, and this work wouldn't be the most efficient investment of your time. But when you're watching a video, especially, or just reading through, I think it's very nice to see what exactly is wrong and how exactly we win if black does something like this. Because, oftentimes you hear things like, Well, this is clearly bad, or, well, this is clearly too dangerous, but you always crave for an explanation. Well, here it is. And if black is to go back, okay, after d4, let's say, we are just winning the piece back. Now, say black takes on f2, black can retreat, but yeah, he just loses a piece anyway, so it makes sense to at least drag our king in the center. And say king g1. And now the material is absolutely equal, but white can just develop with some moves like bishop e3, queen out, rook f1, and it's clear white's development is obviously superior, and the black king on d8 is just, well, some things that we need to be making fun of. This is apparently not right. I mean, white is just much, much better. So, yeah, this is not gonna do. So black might as well try to play the move d6, and after d3, knight d4. Now, it's important that he can, if say knight f3, try to take, and then go bishop g4, and then go knight h5, knight f4, and his initiative might actually prove somewhat reasonable and somewhat sufficient. So, we don't want that to happen. We want to instead trade down, simplify the position, and convert our extra stuff already in the endgame. We will go knight a4, and hit this bishop, and after black takes, we'll take back, and if say bishop g4, then just queen e1. Now, the bishop is getting traded no matter what. If say bishop b6, we trade it. If say bishop d4, we can first hit it and then trade it. So we're gonna take the bishop, and then we'll just play f3, and we'll kick this bishop out. Then we can play maybe queen g3 or queen h4, and black will have absolutely no compensation for the missing pawn. And the king on e7 here actually doesn't look vulnerable, but it just, it's still a little weird. White can still try to open the game up with something like f4 at some point, and he is just a pawn up at least, so a much better position. But here there's a line we need to know, or not rather maybe need to know, but I would still like you to be aware of its existence. Black can go h6, and now unfortunately the knight has no moves, it's getting trapped. If knight f3, black takes, and there is a pin, for example. But we take, black takes, and here the knight is still trapped. However, we have a very nice move, which is queen e3, which is hitting the pawn and preparing knight f3 or knight h3. And now, of course, black has to take the knight, or else white will rescue it. Then we take this pawn, and then we take another pawn. And the thing is, white's hitting two more pawns, so it's reasonable to continue a line for one more move. Let's say king g8. We just take. And as a result, a person with poor math ability might already not be able to count how many extra pawns white has for the missing piece. I would say 4. And yeah, white's just about to start rolling them, like f3, d4, c4, d5, e5, and, well, white is clearly absolutely winning. The only words I can say is just run, and white's pawns are just promoting. That's more or less unstoppable. Now, yeah, you just get a couple of queens reasonably soon and make opponent resign. I think that looks quite tempting, doesn't it? So we can cut our analysis short around here. White is clearly winning. But that's an important line to be aware of course, because if you're not, things might go, well, somewhat inconveniently. Now, black can also make the move h6, and after knight f3 takes this pawn. However, after the move bishop d5, it quickly transpires he is in a lot of trouble. For example, if he goes back, which is actually a novelty, we can just take on c6 and take on e5. Now, white's about to go knight g6 check and win an exchange as well. Of course, the e-file has opened up, so it already clearly looks like a disaster. And if, say, black goes rook e8, we just play c3 and d4. And obviously, white is just a pawn up, and black's king is still quite weak. We can play queen b3, try to attack it, or we can just play, say, knight d2, knight c4, rook e1, I don't know, queen c2, or queen f3, whatever. White is just winning. I think it's quite obvious. White is just a pawn up. Black's king is simply worse than ours, so there is no compensation to be sought and found. So the only move that we need to kind of worry about is knight f2. Not even worry about, but we just need to know it exists. And actually, in the only positions that had reached, in the only games that reached this position, black chose to play knight f2. But here after rook f2, we get the following trade. We get 2 minor pieces for the rook, and white's about to just play king g1 next. And I think he is much better. The material might seem balanced, But obviously the black king is in the center, and the rooks importantly lack open files. It's very important that rooks can compete with the minor pieces only when there are open files available. Here there aren't any, or more precisely, there is an F file, but it's not really usable, so white is just winning. And white's about to just go king g1, continue his development, maybe take on c6, maybe play d4, or maybe just play like bishop e3, queen out, rook out, and so on. White's play is very simple, and most likely, yeah, I mean, black would not find a single source, single idea that would somehow prove that his idea is any reasonable. So here, things are just not going well for black, just as they shouldn't. White is much better, nearly winning. Now, it's time for us to finally look at the move pawn to d5. That is the beginning of the main line, but after e d5, the main line here runs knight a5. We'll start investigating this move a little bit in this video, but our main focus, of course, will be on the sidelines, and the move knight a5 will be covered in 2 other videos, in fact. Now, black can start with the move knight d5, and that is a very typical mistake, and that is the move you're most likely to face if you are facing opponents rated, say, 1500, 1700. They are going to play this move knight d5 a lot, so you'd better be prepared. Now, there has been a lot of, fun, and there has been a very interesting move that even got to enjoy one of the weirdest names of chess openings. So there's an idea to play knight f7 here, and this move is called, even has the name of the fried liver attack, which I think is quite a funny way, to describe a chess variation. Now, after king f7, queen f3 check, the point is that the king is attacked, it's a check, and of course the knight on d5 is attacked twice, so black has to go king e6, and here some very interesting variations arise. However, it feels to me that, well, while white is better, the positions tend to be a little too overcomplicated. They're a bit too complicated to my taste, and the important thing is there is no need to study such complicated stuff when you can easily sidestep it or get it even in a even much better version. So what we are going to do instead is a slightly different move, which is d4. White is immediately protecting this knight. It's very important that, say, you couldn't play queen f3 here, because black would just take the knight. So, yeah, otherwise you would be winning, of course, hitting f7, hitting d5, but black takes the knight on g5 and he is okay. So you don't want to do this. So we'll play d4. Now, if black is to take back, for example, with the pawn, that is just too naive. Now the knight's protected, and black still has all these problems with the f7 square. So after, say, castling, white is just already winning. For example, at this point, black can continue with a couple of moves. So black can continue with such a move as, say, bishop e6. However, here after, say, rook e1, white's already just winning. Knight e6 is a threat, and if, say, queen d7 preparing to castle long, white even has a very beautiful sacrifice, which is knight f7. The black king is not getting a single second of rest, and now, of course, the queen cannot take because there is bishop d5, and there is the spin. Of course, the bishop cannot take, it's just an illegal move, and if the king takes on f7, then we go queen f3 check, and after king g8, white is winning with a very beautiful move, rook e6. Now, bishop d5 is a threat. It's also a threat to move the rook back and just win due to some discovered check or some mate. And if black takes, we have bishop d5 and the queen is getting lost. And yeah, the attack is, of course, absolutely decisive anyway. Black can try bishop e7 as well, but again we sacrifice on f7, this time again in a much better version, and after king f7 check, if black has to play g6, if he were to go to the center, he'll just get mated after rook e1, or he'll have to give up his pieces in a much worse version. So g6, and now we take on d5, king e8, and now we just go queen to f3. Now white's threatening, of course, queen f7 check, and white's also threatening to take on c6, and say if black goes rook f8, we can just take twice, and say if bishop d7, queen d5, white is simply a pawn up. The black king is extremely vulnerable. It's not going to find peace, neither on the king side nor on the queen side, of course, because the b7 pawn is gone. Now the pawn on d4 is weak as well. White's about to take it, go knight c3, just develop his bishop, place his rooks in the center, and at this point he'll be 2 pawns up with an absolutely winning position. So this is not particularly interesting. Now, let's go back. So here, black can also choose to play something like, say, bishop e7, which is black's most popular move. But again, after knight f7, white has a much improved version of the earlier sacrifice, which we calls the fried liver attack. Now, after king f7, check, king e6, we go knight c3. And here I would like to show to you a couple of very beautiful lines. Well, of course, if black, say, just decides to give up his piece on d5. Now, by the way, it's very important why it's an improved version. Well, for example, this pawn is very helpful already because it's attacking e5, the bishop is ready to get developed, and white is then ready to, say, castle long faster and move faster. But also, in many positions, black would have liked to defend this knight on d5 with the move knight e7, and here the square is already taken. It's not vacant anymore, so black cannot do that. And say if he just gives up a piece, okay, we just take and just retreat. And obviously with all the threats, like, say, bishop back and then knight e4, or just, say, bishop e3 castling, or, you know, just normal, healthy, logical developing moves, white is just winning. He is not any material down, and of course with the black king on d6, there is no salvation to be seeked and found. This is a terrible position. Black's pieces will never spring to life. His king will never be safe. So it makes sense for black, even though it's objectively bad, but it makes sense for black to try to hold on to his extra piece. Now we are simply castling. We don't care. Of course, we don't care if black takes the pawn on c2. He is losing the knight then. We don't care if black takes the pawn on e4. He is losing to something like check or check. So it makes sense for black to try to solidify his knight, because now white's already prepared to go a3, kick this knight out, and just win the one on d5. So c6 it is. And now we go a3 anyway. It's very important. You are interested in mating the king. You don't want anything else. All you want is just to destroy the black king and break through in the center with your rook, with your queen, with your bishop, with your knight, with the other bishop. And say if black is to just go back to a6, we are just gonna go rook e1. Again, black is getting killed. Let's say bishop f6, and here I would like to show to you a couple of beautiful lines. We take on e5. Now, black can of course take, but then after bishop f4, it's very important that the bishop is now pinned, it cannot take. The knight is now pinned, it cannot take. So white is just winning his piece back immediately, and of course his attack is absolutely decisive. So black should rather try to go back, but then we give a check, and then we play e6, another check, and then if, say, king f8, we take on d5, and just play queen f3, for example, and now if, say, king g8 or king e8, it's just mate in 1, and if bishop f6, we have e7, and white is just winning a queen, there is a pin, and the pawn is supported by the rook, so we are just winning a queen, and the game is absolutely over. So black can try to hold on with the move knight c2, but he is not going to. We just take on e5, we don't care about the rook. Please feel free and go ahead and take it. So black does, or else what's he gonna do? Rook d1 is coming, and the pressure on d5 is becoming unbearable. So knight a1, and now just rook d1. Knight c2, and here we just take on d5. And in fact, I've already had several games, not just one, but several, played by my students who managed to, well, in one or another version, get the following type of checkmate on the board. Black would take back, bishop d5, king e5, and here, mate. Boom. Which is, I think, quite deserved if you just realize, well, the king is on e5 in an open position. How come black can hope to survive? That's not something that's likely to happen. So yeah, it is just a checkmate. White's, of course, totally... I mean, it's silly to say white is totally winning when it's already an actual checkmate on the board, but yeah, I mean, it is over. So that's something you can expect to get if black is that stubborn to hold on to his extra material. So this is not something where black can hope to survive. Black has to take with the knight. I think it's black's only chance to survive, even though it's only the third most popular move. Now we're gonna go c3. At this point, black cannot really retreat, of course, because we just take on d5. And now, say, knight g5, we just trade and win a piece. White is just a bishop, white is just a knight up. The game's over. If, say, black takes on d5, we just trade, and again, white is just a knight up. The game is over. So black cannot do that. Black can play a move like f6, and here we are not winning, surprisingly, but we are just massively better. We just take, black takes, and we just castle. And now white's ready to go rook e1, white's ready to go queen h5, and clearly black's position should fall apart considering he would not be able to easily castle, and his king is stuck in the center, and the position has opened up this much. So, for example, black can now continue knight b6, but then we just retreat. Now white's ready to go queen f3 and attack the king, or queen h5 check and attack the king, or rook e1. So black has to do something like, say, queen d4, check, g6, queen f3. Now queen f7 is a threat, bishop g5 is a threat, and say if black goes queen d7, we just take on g5. And here I would like to stop the analysis, because while white's a pawn down at the moment, I think it's clear black is getting destroyed, with also moves like bishop f6 coming, knight c3, rook d1, rook e1. Black's not ever going to be able to develop castle or anything like that. All of his pieces are stuck, and the game is about to be over shortly after. So the only move for black, I think, here is b5, trying to counterattack this bishop. And at this point, white could take on d5, and that's the move that wins white a piece, and that's the most popular move in the position. However, after queen d5 takes, queen g2, queen f3 takes bishop b7, we get a position where I think black is actually quite fine. He has a very powerful bishop, he has a bishop pair, he has a couple of pawns for the sacrificed piece, and I think it's not really worth going here as white. First of all, even if white is better, he is not better by a serious margin, and secondly, it's quite difficult to play this practically as white. Black's play is a lot easier. He's about to just castle and start throwing stuff at us like rook e8, and the white king is a little weird. So yeah, but white's not even better here, so let's not do this. We instead play bishop d3. Now the point is that I want this knight, and if the knight retreats, I'll just take the pawn, and it'll be absolutely free. So if the knight retreats, we just take on, we could, sorry, everything disappeared. My apologies, knight g5, let's repeat the line once again. Takes, now black takes, we go d4, black takes knight d4, we play c3, b5, and here bishop d3. Now knight c6. So here white could take on b5, but, and we're gonna do this just a little later. We'll play queen f3 first. Now the pawn on f7 would hang, and of course there is not an easy way to stop this, so black would have to make some move like f6, because this knight cannot move as we just take the other knight. So f6 it is, and now we just take on b5. Now white's threatening this knight, and obviously black's structure got ruined. This diagonal is extremely weak, this diagonal is extremely weak, white's not any material down, so the position is just terrible for black. There's no easy way for him to continue. So black has to find the move h6, hoping we retreat with the knight, but we don't. Because we would like to just, take, and black would take back, we instead would prefer to give up our knight under the best circumstances available, which of course involves the move knight takes on f7. We are forcing the king in the center, and after, say, black takes, we take back, e4, and just castling. Now, I think it's obvious that with a king that weak, and with this many weaknesses, the pawn on d4, the pawn on b5, black's not really supposed to be doing any well. We are a pawn down at the moment, but this is very temporary. This is, a temporary problem, and if, say, black tries to defend his pawn, we're just gonna hit him hard with something like, say, a4, open up a file as well, or force him to make a concession like b4, where our bishop gets this diagonal again, and if, say, black plays a6, for example, we just take rook e1. Now queen h5 is a huge threat. Now the black king would not be able to escape. Now white's about to just develop his knight and join the attack with it. There is... The rook can also play, join the attack via e5, and there is just not much black can do. I just find the position again absolutely terrible. This is not fun. If I guess, say, you play it with a computer as black, it would just be a game over in like 3-4 moves. So, I don't think we need to keep analyzing this any longer. So, basically, the conclusion is that after the move d4, black's life is very difficult, and black can maybe bail out to some position where we're just much better and not winning, but that's not fun. The move d4 is a lot easier than the sacrifice on f7 or anything like this. So, knight d5 is not something black should do, but something that black would do. Especially the lower the level, the more often he would do this, because obviously the move knight d5, just recapturing the pawn, is the most natural move in the position by far. Now, it's time for us to look at a couple sidelines before we proceed and study the main line knight a5. Let's go ahead and discuss such a move as knight to d4. We play c3. Now, black can play the move b5, which is the main move, but we are going to discuss this position via a slightly different move order, so let's stop here and just say it's a transposition. So the other thing he can do here is knight to f5, but that's not going to lead him anywhere good. We will play queen e2, immediately hitting this pawn, preparing a move like d4, creating a pin. And if, say, black goes bishop d6, which seems to be more or less his only logical move, we will play d4. Now, white's about to take on e5. Black cannot do much about it, and say if he is to castle, he doesn't solve the problem anyway, we can take. And it looks like black can take back and play rook e8 if we capture on e5 with the queen, because there is a pin. However, it's just an illusion, and white is just totally winning here. He can just play a move like knight e6, and obviously we're happy to sacrifice our extra piece to resolve the pin, and say if black takes, we just take back. Now white is simply threatening to go e7, and of course at the same time we are 2 pawns up. We are ready to hit the knight, we are ready to castle, so there's absolutely nothing black can do. Black's only move is like, say, knight e7 or something, but white is just castling and he is 2 pawns up. There is absolutely no, no telling, no explanation why black had to give up the pawns. So yeah, that's no fun. Now, the challenge, not a theoretical challenge, but a practical challenge for many players if they don't know what they're doing, is the move b5. And before you go ahead and watch this and just start laughing like, what the heck is the move b5? For sure black should be losing somehow. What is this? This cannot be good. I suggest you pause the video, and if you don't know this position, just think for a minute or two, what move would you make? And try to, think of 1 or 2 variations. Okay, I hope you've done that. Now it should be a lot easier for you to understand what we are going to speak about. So the most natural move, of course, involves capturing this pawn, but actually this is not a good idea. White is still better, but that's exactly what black's looking to get. Queen d5, and now the problem is that this bishop is attacked, so is the pawn on g2. And of course white can play bishop f1, but the bishop's gonna really feel weird there, or white can take on c6, and then play, for example, castling. And a position like this, I think, is between equality and white's slight advantage. White's a pawn up, but black's very active, so you can consider going here if you don't want to study any additional variations, but I personally think you'd be better off if you simply memorize, or not memorize, but understand the main move. So because we look at something like this, and because we understand black clearly should not be allowed to get away with a move like b5, but that doesn't look like, the way he is getting punished, we should continue in a slightly different way, which is bishop f1, a very weird looking move. Well, what is the point? Now the thing is, if black takes with the queen, he's not hitting g2, and we can go knight c3, hit this queen, and distract it away from g2 and take on b5 next. And if black takes with the knight, we can take on b5, and there is no queen coming to d5, the square is occupied. So let's look at a couple lines. If black takes knight d5 here, after bishop b5, we are hitting this knight, and of course the rook as well is under attack, and if, say, bishop b7, just d3. Now it's possible to go d4 as well, and it also gives a huge advantage, but I think d3 is easier. Why get involved in complications in the sidelines if it's possible to just, get away with the simple, good moves? White is a pawn up, he is just gonna castle, just play moves like knight f3, knight c3, develop his pieces, keep the extra pawn, you are just totally winning. A pawn up, there is, nothing to talk about. Black can take with the queen as well, but after knight c3, it doesn't matter where the black queen goes, we are just gonna play bishop b5, let's say queen c5, bishop b5. White is just a pawn up again, there is no compensation to be found, we'll just castle, we can play d3, we can go back with the knight, or go to e4, we can hit this queen with bishop e3, black's a4, e8 diagonal is very weak, this diagonal is very weak as well, there is absolutely, again, no compensation to be found. So in this position, the only interesting move is knight d4. Now, it's also possible to mention the move h6, which is a move even Carlsen toyed with. Such a strong grandmaster as, say, Najdic played it as well. For example, there was a game between Paco Vallejo and Najdic. However, after knight f7, again, a very typical idea, we do want to take that knight on c6, and we are ready to part with our knight, but we want to do it under the best circumstances possible, and of course, those circumstances would involve forcing the black king to go to a pretty weird spot. So knight f7 it is, and then dc6. Now black's only hope is to develop fast and to somehow put pressure on f2, but it's not happening. We'll just go bishop e2, preparing to castle. And at this point, black tried an unsound sacrifice in the game between Vallejo and Najdic. He played bishop f2, and then knight e4 check, and then rook f8. However, after d3 and bishop f3, I don't really see how the attack continues. The attack has been dealt with, and white is just a piece up. He can easily go, say, bishop e3 next, knight c3 or knight d2. If necessary, he can hide his king on g1. And yeah, that is just a free extra piece. There's absolutely nothing that we need to discuss. So the only interesting move here is knight d4, and that's something we need to focus our effort on. And as I said, now we play c3, and this is a transposition to the variation knight d4, c3, b5. So if you were wondering what that line was transposing, where this line was transposing to, well, this is where. So now, again, b5, bishop f1, knight d4. Now, what's happening here? Black's protecting the pawn on b5. He is about to take our pawn on d5 and hit our knight on g5. And he's just claiming that, you know, the position is very loose and many pieces seem to be hanging, but somehow he says he might try to survive. We are going to play c3 and kick his knight out. Now, if the knight were to retreat, of course we would just win the pawn on b5 and the position would be absolutely lost for black. So black's only idea here on the attempt is to go knight d5. Now we take on d4 and hang the knight on g5 and take the pawn on b5 with a check. So far everything looks very forcing, and here king to d8. Now, up to this moment, it's definitely a forcing line. You know, as they joke sometimes, you don't understand it, you just memorize it. Well, that's unfortunate. Of course, I would prefer us to play the most intuitive moves, but if we are looking to, you know, play the most principled lines, sometimes you'll have to memorize variations. That's unfortunately a, you know, must. You cannot really go around it in a different way. At this point, it's important to understand what's happening. So in fact, black's position looks very bad at first, but in fact he has a few interesting attacking ideas. He is threatening the pawn on g2. If white castles, he is gonna play bishop b7, knight f4, and try to throw a lot of pieces at our king. For example, there was a game between Duda and Wei, played at the World Junior Championship back in 2014, which reached this position. For example, a very strong grandmaster Georgiev tried this versus Ivan Saric from Croatia. So obviously, many players have, not even if trust in this line, they do believe in the practical chances it can promise, so we need to be quite careful. Now, most grandmasters have tried the move queen f3 here. However, I personally think that after ed4, bishop c6, knight f4, a very important move, black might get counterplay here, and white's king in the center might get stuck after, say, bishop a6, bishop c5, knight g2. This is not something we need to be doing, in my opinion. A very important move here is castling. This might look a little scary, but as we will see, we're perfectly safe. We will, in fact, make it to some endgame quite soon. So here, black can try to take on d4, but after bishop c6, we don't need to worry about knight f4 anymore. The king's already safe. There is no, need to worry we would not castle or something, or we would get some check on e5 or whatever. So here we can play bishop c6, and if rook b8, we can just go d3 and hit the black queen. And if, say, queen f5, we just play knight d2. Now, white's about to simply develop. The king is obviously extremely weird on d8 unless black manages to, make some piece activity work. We're gonna play knight e4 or knight f3 and just keep developing. So the only idea I can see for black is to immediately bring the rook into the game via the 6th rank. But we just play queen a4, we hit this pawn on d4, we hit this pawn on a7, we prepare a move like knight c4, hitting the rook because the bishop is protected. And if, say, knight b4, a sample line might run like this. And at this point, of course, there's absolutely no need for white to trade queens, even though, obviously, after the queen trade, white should be much better as well, with, in a situation where black has very weak pawns and a really weird king, even though here you would need to be a little careful, because some knight c2 ideas might at some point hang in the air, but this should be very good. But I think an even better move, a much better move, is queen d1. White can easily keep the queens, and white should keep the queens, because now the knight's coming to c4, the bishop might go to g5, the queen might be thrown on f3, or maybe g4 or h5, and clearly, well, with the black king in the center, and our king being this safe, there's absolutely no need to trade. The bishop would come out, the rook would come out, and white's gonna throw all of his pieces at the king on d8, and yeah, black is in dire straits. Black is just nearly lost. So this is not going to help black all that much. Black should find the move bishop b7 here, threatening stuff not only like knight f4, but also even stuff like knight e3. For example, if you make some random move, stuff like knight e3 might suddenly deprive you of the right to leave, because the queen is hanging, so is mate, and we might as well be in trouble and resign. So we are gonna go queen f3 and hit that bishop, making it impossible for the knight to move. Now black goes rook b8 and protects the bishop, and it looks like he is threatening with stuff like knight f4. And at this point, it's very important to find the right move, or better to just know the right move. It looks like white has to start defending, but if he does, black gets a lot of play and a lot of time to, achieve everything he wants. So it's very important, it's absolutely imperative we find the right move, and the right move here is de5. Now it looks like we're simply throwing ourselves at the, in a very dangerous situation. However, it's not the case really, because how can black try to continue here? It obviously seems like he has only two moves that could possibly threaten white, right? He could go either knight f4 or knight e3. So at this point, if black is to go knight f4, white just has to move queen g3, and there is absolutely no counterplay to be found, and the square on e2 is covered very importantly, so white is just winning. Instead, if black continues knight e3, he is definitely legitimately hitting the square just as our queen, and this position is something where white needs to be careful. However, we can just play queen h3, and we are now threatening mate on d7, and this is definitely resembling of a bit of a, Russian roulette, because it clearly looks like there is so much going on and black is having so much counterplay, but it's not really the case. Now the knight is attacked, white's about to just win a knight, and the mate in one is hanging, so there is not much black can do. Black has to take this pawn on g2. Now we take, now black has to take with the knight, and we go d4. Now, black can play knight h4 and threaten knight f3 check, which would be clearly very annoying with this bishop being here, and might lead to some perpetual or even win for black. But we immediately get rid of this knight with bishop g5. Now we just take, and here's the last nice move which I like, is the move that would safeguard the pawn on b2 from any possible harassment, which is b3. Now, white is perfectly safe, white's about to just go say knight c3, or knight d2, maybe f4 if needed. He can try to trade the bishop with bishop d3 e4, after knight c3 or knight d2, and apparently white is just much better. There's no compensation for the missing pawn, and the entire line is basically just turned into something non-playable if white knows what he is doing. And yeah, just, try to convert the extra pawn. I hope you have brushed up your endgame technique as well, as opposed to just memorizing some opening lines. Yeah, this is not fun. We are very happy with the way the opening went. Let us carry on. So we have just basically refuted the entire line with knight d4, because at the end black is just a pawn down, or under some very strong attack. And now it's time to look at the move knight a5. Check. Here, the main move is c6. And that is the move we'll be discussing in the next chapters. However, now we need to analyze another variation, another sideline, which actually has been quite popular among many grandmasters. But Yeah, so don't take this move too lightly, too irresponsibly. However, I believe, of course, if white knows what he is doing, he should be better. The move is bishop d7. The list of players who have tried this is absolutely, it's never ending. For example, Naidic, Postny, Belovsky, Predojevic, Sokolov, Nunn, and many strong grandmasters have played this move. In fact, I've always wanted to make this move work for black, and if I did, maybe I would have even recommended 3 knight f6 in my black repertoire. But unfortunately, I never could. White is just better here. So here, what black wants is to, for example, have a stake, and then after queen d7, he is just getting the pawn on d5 back. The knight on g5 is really weird, and black might even be better, because he just has, you know, the bigger stake in the center, and the knight on g5 looks extremely odd. So it's very important we don't do stuff like this. We'll play queen to e2 here. We are protecting the bishop, and we are hitting the pawn on e5. Now, black definitely should not be playing something like, say, knight d5, because we just take the pawn, and if, say, knight e7, we just trade the bishops and win this helpless knight on a5. Free piece for us. The game's over. And if, say, black goes queen e7, okay, we are just gonna be a bunch of stuff up. We just trade, and win another pawn. And our knight just walks back home. Now white is simply 2 pawns up. Any bishop discovery would not be dangerous. The king can easily hide. The rook will come to e1. White will play d3, knight d2, knight b3, or knight e4, or knight c3. And yeah, white is just 2 pawns up. The position is totally winning here. Black shouldn't be doing stuff like this, so black cannot really take. Black shouldn't be taking on b5 either, because after queen b5, now we're hitting the knight as well as the king. So black has to play c6 in order to at least defend this knight. But unfortunately, after dc6, we are hitting the pawn on e5 as well. As you can see, the black position is falling apart just as a house of cards. And for example, if black were to take back with the knight, we would just take on b7, a new target. Now the mate is threatened, so is the knight. There is obviously nothing fun. And on the other hand, if black is to take with the pawn, we just take the pawn on e5, another problem. And say if black just develops, we just castle, and again, white is 2 pawns up. There's absolutely no compensation. Now we are gonna play knight f3, d3, knight c3, develop our bishop, develop our rook, like bishop e3, or like bishop f4, like bishop g5, develop our rook. I hope, guys, you're not gonna mess up in this position with 2 extra pawns. If you do, well, either go ahead and study the endgame, or yeah, I mean, go ahead and study the endgame. You have no right not to win such positions. It's already supposed to be a game over. So at this point, black has 2 moves, which are bishop d6, the most natural move, and bishop e7, the best move. If bishop d6, that's the most popular continuation. However, I cannot really say I have deep respect for this idea, because white just takes. Now, if the knight takes, we simply go knight e4, and there is no way black can recapture the pawn on d5. For example, if black were to castle, he would immediately lose to knight d6, cd6, and here a slightly unexpected idea. Please pause the video for 5 seconds. Okay, here we go. b4, and suddenly the knight got trapped. That's not something white would mind, not something black would want instead. So black has to play a move like b6, trying to safeguard this knight, but then we can just take, and for example castle and play something like, say, c4 and d3, and okay, white is just a pawn up, and that's a very important pawn. Later you just go, say, knight c3, develop your bishop, play something like rook e1, maybe you can play f4, or maybe you can try to play on the queen side with b4, or maybe even a4, a5. And again, you're just a pawn up. I hope you will figure out how to utilize it in the best way possible. So that's not fun. And if black instead takes with the queen, we just go knight c3. Again, we protect the pawn on d5. And if, say, castling, say if black just makes a move like rook e8, for example, it's important you just wait with a move like d3, because black still has some ideas in his bag. And one of these ideas is bishop b4. Now, the point is that if the knight moves, black wants to just win this pawn on d5 back, And if say bishop d2, black just takes and wins this pawn back, and he is all right. He's not better, of course, but he manages to equalize, and that's how one of the Grandmaster games went. Apparently, white either didn't mind equality or just, blundered this or whatever, but we don't want an outcome like this. So instead, we're gonna play a3. Now, the threat is very obvious. White is just about to win the knight, so we force black to retreat. But unfortunately, at this point, the c6 square becomes very weak, and we just got to play something like, say, d3, and after bishop f8, just b4 and bishop d2. Now, there was a game which saw the move bishop b2, but I don't really like this continuation because I'm afraid the bishop might be a little misplaced here. It's not that easy to take advantage of it. But on d2, we connect the rooks just as after bishop b2, and the knight on g5 stays protected. And possibly, if black ever goes h6 in some positions, there might be ideas related to the sacrifices. So I think it's better to have it on d2, because it's not worse in any ways than it is on b2, and it's not biting on granite on the pawn on e5. So after bishop d2, white is just much better. For example, black takes this pawn. Black cannot really do that, but let's see what happens if he does. We have queen e4. Now, there is a threat of mate in 1, and the knight's under attack, and if black goes knight f6, we just win the knight on b7. So that's not something black should be doing either. The position is just not working. And if black tries the move c6, then we could, of course, take and just, guarantee ourselves an extra pawn. But I think it's even better to play queen d3, because we are stopping black from taking, as we will see. If black takes after knight d5, suddenly there is no way black can stop knight f6 followed by mate. If black takes, it's mate. There is just no way to stop this, and black's just getting demolished. And instead, if black is to go h6, we go knight e4, and say if knight e4, again, we are just a pawn up. We are threatening to take on c6, and then just win the bishop on d6. And if say black goes rook d8, that's exactly how the only game that reached this position continued. White is just nearly winning. He actually even went on to lose somehow, but I think at this point white's just dominating the board. White has a very powerful idea, which is queen c3. Now the knight is hanging, and of course black cannot make a move like b6 because we just win after knight d6 and b4. Again, the knight is nearly trapped. Thankfully, it has one square, but after dc6, white is just getting another pawn. Now white is 2 pawns up, and of course, this pawn on c6 is going to weigh and, matter, matter a lot, and weigh quite a lot. It's a very substantial pawn. White is totally winning. And if black is to go, say, bishop c7, then we just play d6. And the important part is that we're kicking this bishop out. It cannot take the pawn due to because of course the knight on a5 will stay unprotected. Bishop d6, just queen a5, or we could take on d6 first, and with bishop b6 we have b4, and again black is losing. For example, if bishop d4, it looks like black might get some counterplay, but it's not really the case because we have queen g3. Now c2 c3 is a threat, hitting this bishop, ba5 is a threat, winning this knight, and most importantly knight f6 is a threat, giving a check and just forking the king and the queen, and again the game is totally over. That's not something black can make work. So basically, in a nutshell, the move bishop d6 just leaves black in a pretty tough spot. At best, he is just like a pawn down or something. The best continuation here is bishop e7, and this is an idea I almost made work for black. However, black's still gonna be a little worse. Here, if you were to just take on d7 and then say take on e5, I am afraid it would prove too greedy, because now after knight d5, black would threaten to play pawn to f6 and win the knight, and if say knight f3, black would have something like knight c6 and something like say f5 and say long castling, and say a line I found is something like this, and black's initiative is already overwhelming. Our pieces are sleeping in their beds, something like g4 is coming, and obviously the attack on the king side is gonna get really powerful. And I could have just skipped this line altogether, but I wanted to show it to you because that's exactly something you don't wanna ever do as white. You're simply gonna lose. And blame the move knight g5 for that, or just never want to play such a position again. It's gonna be a very painful loss. So we will play knight f3, a very important move. Now, black can try to castle first. However, I cannot really say I believe this move as much, because we just trade on d7, and after queen d7 take on d5 on e5, we let black take the pawn on d5 and just castle. Now, the only thing we need is to somehow get these pieces in the game, and of course this somehow is not, a particularly sophisticated task. We're just gonna play knight c3, d3, develop the bishop or something. Let's say bishop d6, we just play knight f3, and just queen d1. Now, our queen got kicked around a little bit, but finally the humiliation is over, so to speak, and white's about to just play knight c3, d3, and call the shots with his extra pawn. Let's say if c5, which is a very good move, stopping d4, grabbing space and preparing knight c6. We can just go knight c3, d3, and bishop g5, for example. White's about to trade, and white's of course gonna beg for more trades, like say queen f6, knight e4, trading more and more and more. White can play queen d2 and rook e1, and again ask for more trades. Every possible trade in this position pretty much would be highly welcomed by us, because we are just a pawn up, and again, the more we trade, the closer is the winning pawn endgame. So white is much better, and basically the main lesson you need to learn in this line and in the upcoming lines we'll be studying in the next videos and in the next chapters, it's fine to get kicked around a little bit for a couple of moves. What really matters is that you stabilize the position and go from slightly passive to this mode when you just start trading pieces one by one, and that's all that matters, really. Black doesn't get, as you can see, too far with his threats. So if we go back, as I said, the move castling doesn't quite work. Black should go knight d5 now. Now we take on d7 and take on e5, and black gets to play queen e6. It's very important that black did this on time, and not, for example, with castlings included, because here we cannot castle, because then there is f6, and white will suffer quite a lot due to this pin. But we are gonna play d3. Now, white's ready to simply move his knight away, or possibly even just develop his queen side first. And if, say, black castles, we will just play knight f3. We're going to offer a queen trade. And of course, black doesn't want to accept it. If, say, he takes, we just take back. Later, you just go, say, rook e1 and say king f1. The king can be on d1 as well. It's perfectly safe there. And again, just knight c3, bishop out, or knight d2, knight b3, or knight e4, or knight c4. White is just going to be, a pawn up. So black has to find a very neat sequence here, which is bishop b4, c3, and queen a6. Now black's threatening rook e8, and we definitely need to be a little careful. For example, if white is to take on b4, rook e8 is strong, and then knight f4 is strong. And say if we take, of course black's having way too many threats for us to ignore them, so say we take, and now there's a very powerful move, knight c4. And surprisingly, the computer says white is much better here, actually. But I find this position to be very unclear. White coordination is very disrupted, knight b2 is a threat, and queen d3 is going to be a threat, rook e8 is a threat, and I would prefer to avoid a position like this in a practical game, unless you have studied this very deeply, which I don't think you want to do or need to do. I would rather not go here, because it's clearly somewhat unpredictable from the practical perspective. So we are going to play castling. Now, black needs to find another very precise move, or else white will just develop and keep his extra pawn, which is knight b3. Suddenly that's when we see the point of having a queen on a6. It's hitting the rook. You don't want to take, because after queen a1, the knight is hanging as well, and you don't have the time to take the bishop. So you will take this bishop on b4 right away. Knight a1, and here knight a3. Now this knight is stuck, white's about to simply develop and win it. So black takes on b4, and here follows bishop e3. Now again, the knight is stuck, and white's about to win it. So black has to find the move queen d3. White takes, black takes, rook a1, knight b2. Now I've shown you 19 moves of theory, and except for the fact that the move bishop d7 is not perfect, we can say that black more or less played perfect chess up to this point. And black managed to make it to the endgame where we have 2 pieces for a rook and 2 pawns, but of course we immediately get our pawn back, one of the pawns. So now if black retreats and we just get to take on b7, of course it's not gonna be fun. It makes sense for black to include a move like rook d8, threatening rook d1, mate. If we take the knight at just mate, and black wants to go rook d1 and trade rooks, and then he would be winning, of course, with his pass pawns just rolling and being barely stoppable. So we go knight d2. Now we deal with the mating threat and prepare to take on b7. Black retreats, we take on b7. The forcing stuff continues. Black goes knight c3. Now we can go knight c4, for example. Black takes, and say we take on a7. And as a result, after all this sequence, 24 moves deep in theory, if black finds all this, he makes it to this endgame. And as a result, I think white's pieces are clearly superior to black's rook and the pawn on c7. The pawn on c7 is in fact a target. It's not going too far. It can move, but again, it's not going to go too far away. The knight on a2 is not very well placed. And the thing is, for example, if, say, we win the pawn on c7 and then trade one of the rooks, let's say if some sequence like this somehow has happened, like, say, knight c3, or, say, knight somewhere, or, say, any move, like, say, h6, say, rook c7, rook c8, for example, takes. It's important to understand that even though we just have 3 pawns versus 3 pawns on the same flank, it's not a dead draw, because white basically is a piece up. White has 2 pieces versus 1. And, for example, I can refer you to one very famous endgame played by Bent Larsen, which is discussed in the famous Shereshevsky book, Endgame Strategy, where Larsen won such a position with 2 knights versus 1 rook on the same flank. Of course, it's even better for white. There is a bishop as well, and black has a knight. Basically, the goal in such an endgame would be to find some target, like, say, a pawn on g7, and just try to attack it with a couple of pieces, like, say, you get one knight, say, on f5, and the other knight on h5, or something like this. And we suppose black will have to either move this pawn, or somehow weaken his position, and then you find another target, and black keeps suffering for a very long time. And I definitely believe this is not a fun experience. Now, it's important to understand you maybe, would not win this position versus a perfect defense. However, we are, again, like 25 moves deep in more or less perfect opening preparation. If black knows this much, if black plays this well, okay, he might be able to hold. But again, white is the one having all the fun here, so I call this perfect opening preparation, if you wish, if you will. I see no reasons why white would not want to go for a line like this. And I think at this happy conclusion, we should stop the video and move on. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Take care. Hi, and welcome. In this clip, we'll discuss what happens after the following sequence: e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, knight f6, knight g5, our very principled line that I'm so much in love with, and I think you should already be as well. d5 takes, knight a5, bishop to b5 check. Now, we've discussed the move bishop d7 in a different video. Now we'll talk about c6. However, while after dc6, the very main line is bc6, bishop d3, and here the move knight d5. In this clip, we'll discuss all the other possibilities black has in this position, as well as such a sideline as knight takes on c6. So let's start with the following move. Well, the whole point of taking bc6 is to win the time, to win a tempo on the bishop, and force it to move away. And as we are about to see, the bishop will move away to a pretty ugly square. But if black takes with the knights, then basically he just says, alright, white, you just won a pawn, and you didn't have to lose any time, and your position is absolutely safe just as it was. So basically, black's just a pawn down, in my opinion, for no reason whatsoever, which of course is something we're very happy about. We're just gonna, and here, actually white has a couple of moves. White can just castle and so on, but I think the cleanest move here would be just bishop c6, because we need to keep in mind black might want to hit the bishop here, hit the pawn on g2 possibly, and so on and so forth. So I like to immediately take an opportunity and both get rid of the potentially hanging bishop on b5 and spoil the black pawns. So we're gonna take on c6, and after black takes back, we'll just play d3. Now, a very important thing in such positions, and this is something we'll be repeating for hundreds of times in this course, you might want to count and then send me a bill. Here, white always wants to go with the knight to f3 if possible, right? But then the knight gets kicked with e4, which is, of course, very inconvenient. So when we play d3, we make sure knight f3 is always going to be possible, and it's always going to be safe, very important. And actually, if needed, we can also consider going with the knight to e4 as well instead. So, for example, yeah, white's gonna just play, say, knight f3 next, develop knight c3, castle. Perhaps it would be a very solid idea to play h3 to stop any ideas like bishop g4 creating a pin. If black actually creates a pin, white can instead deploy the queenside knight on d2, which also makes perfect sense. And of course, white's position is just winning, I would say. There's no exaggerations, guys, but white is just winning. White's a pawn up, and there's no compensation to be found. So yeah, a clean extra pawn should be good enough to win. Now, black can play bishop g4 and just try to develop. But as I said, one very important detail here is that we can always go knight d2, so that you never have to worry about being pinned this way. So just knight d2, and so after castling, white's just about to play, say, queen e2, knight e4, or possibly knight c4. White can always go bishop g5 and pin the knight. White can always play bishop d2, bishop c3 instead to put pressure on this pawn, and so on and so forth. And to me, honestly, it just looks like white is winning. White is a pawn up, and again, as long as there is no compensation to be found, well, what should we be unhappy with when it comes to evaluating the outcome of the opening? Basically, in such positions, the solution is extremely simple. All you want to do is just to trade pieces. Trade, trade, trade. Boring, but very effective. Rinse and repeat. The more pieces are gone, the more scarce black's chances or hopes for counterplay get. And of course, well, white is just crushing. That's a free pawn. So let's go backwards, all the way back here. Now, black can take bc6, and that's the right move, of course, hitting the bishop. Now, I would like to speak through a couple details here before we move on and analyze the main move. So we're going to play bishop d3. Now, I would like to explain to you why some other moves are not the continuations we would go for. For example, it might look like a natural idea to, let's say, continue with a move like bishop a4. However, the bishop is very unstable here, and it can always get hit with some queen d4, for example. For instance, h6, knight f3, e4, knight e5, and here, such moves as queen d4 clearly already appear to be attacking way too much stuff, and white is just losing material. If white goes bishop e2, and that's a very important reason why the bishop belongs on d3. White can play bishop e2, and in fact this move has been tried by many players. But here's the thing is, if black just kicks this knight out, it cannot go to e4, right? And it doesn't really want to go to e4, it would like to go to f3 instead, which it can do, but it would like to go to f3 under the following circumstance. It really dreams of going to f3 when the pawn is on d3, so that black can never hit it. But here, unfortunately for us, black can. And, for example, if white retreats to e5, black can just keep developing. And there are some positions like this in theory, but clearly, for example, after queen c7 hitting the pawn, say h3, black can just play, say, c5, bishop b7, rook d8, rook e8. Well, clearly black is incredibly active, and I definitely don't think many white players will find it particularly joyful to play a position like this, would they? So that's something we're really looking to avoid. And there have been some attempts to continue with some moves like knight g1, but I have a hard time believing anything like this can make sense. So bishop d3, it's very important to understand this. The move bishop d3 is not the move we kind of want to make, it's a move we have to make. However, while, I might have already made a somewhat bad impression, meaning that, well, we are white, we're supposed to have a lot of liberty, a lot of comfort. Why would we have to make some moves? Well, we've already won a pawn. So basically, unless black manages to find compensation, unless black creates threats, we're more or less just winning. So it's very important to understand that even though we are white, here it's absolutely reasonable that we want to just slow down and defend and consolidate, because we are a pawn up. So if we manage to neutralize all of the opponent's activity, or he doesn't manage to show any in return for the pawn, you're just gonna win this game without much effort. So the reason why the bishop goes to d3 is because now we can go knight e4 if needed, if the knight's ever kicked out, and the bishop supporting the square. And again, as I said, and I'll keep saying it for many more times throughout this course and video, we just want to trade, 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 trade. I cannot emphasize on this enough. For example, if black continues h6, this move in fact is reasonably popular at the club level, tournament level, and actually it's been even used by a couple of grandmasters, very strong grandmasters such as Caruana, Bakros, Sokolov. However, I actually don't believe in it. So we're just gonna go knight e4. Please note you cannot go to f3 here because some move like e4 would prove very, very annoying and hard to meet. Two pieces are hanging. So knight e4. Now, again, we want to trade the pieces. So if black is kind enough to spare us a pair of pieces and just go knight e4, we just take back. And for example, when black just develops, we just castle d3, and white's just capable of playing knight c3 next, maybe bishop d2 or bishop e3, offering another trade. If say f5, we just play bishop f3, and again, we are just planning to develop. Another idea could be to go knight d2 and then plant a knight on b3 to lock the b file. And I just fail to see any compensation. Again, in my opinion, to my mind, white is just winning. That's just a free pawn. One thing to say is that if you're ever scared of any like g4, g5, g4 coming or some e4 coming, if you're ever uncertain about how this bishop would feel, you can always just go g3 and hide it on g2 if needed. And most likely you are not going to need this, but it's just good to know that this is a very typical defensive pattern. Now, of course, no grandmaster would willingly trade pieces here as black. They're going to go knight d5. Now, black's about to play knight f4. And here we just castle. In fact, this position is very similar to the one we get if black just starts with knight d5, but to my mind, the move h6 is simply unnecessary. It's a redundant move. And, of course, the nature of the position, a position where black's a pawn down, actively seeking compensation, just tells us that, well, you clearly don't want to be wasting time, and even one move that you wasted is obviously very, very important. So, we're just going to castle. Now, black has a couple of continuations. Black can, for example, continue with a move g6, which was played by Sokolov himself, actually, and by Hismatulin. Black wants to go bishop g7 and castle, but and later push f5, perhaps. But we're simply gonna go rook e1. And this is, in fact, a very important plan, because this bishop on d3 clearly doesn't feel comfortable. The bishop obstructs the development of these pieces on the queen side. The bishop stops us from playing d3. The bishop definitely is a bit of a weak link in white's position, and oftentimes black harasses it with the move knight to f4. So, it makes sense to play rook e1 not only to put pressure over the e-file, because keep in mind, black is still not castled, so there could be some problems. And while I said, we want to defend, well, it doesn't mean we have to just passively wait, right, or make very, all the moves have to be backward ones. We can actually create threats as well, if black's not careful. But the move rook e1 prepares bishop f1, and then the pawn can go to d3, and then the queenside pieces will get to develop in a very smooth, natural way. For example, if black plays f5, there was a game which saw knight g3 between grandmasters Sherbakov and Hismatulin, but I don't like it because I just failed to comprehend what the knight is doing on g3. So we're gonna continue knight c3 instead. This might seem slightly ugly because now as a result, well, the queenside pieces, the knight on b1 definitely feels quite weird about what just happened. However, the point is that the knight on g3 would have been very, very restrained. Well, now we're about to just play bishop f1, d3, and this knight will easily find a good position for itself on d2. And of course, keep in mind, black can always trade, and then the problem of the extra knight, so to speak, gets resolved automatically. So, for example, bishop g7, we just play bishop f1, d3, and again, if white just gets to develop next, say knight d2, knight b3, bishop d2, it's already just more or less time. Okay, I wouldn't want to say time to resign for black, because clearly he can keep playing for a long time, he is just a pawn down, but nevertheless, he is just a pawn down, and that's the definitive characteristic of this position. No other thing matters here. And also, very importantly, well, black is somewhat more space due to these pawns on e5 and f5, clearly. However, while white has less space, I cannot really say white has a space disadvantage, because white will easily find good spots for all of his pieces. And typically you refer to space advantage, not to, extra space, as to something inconvenient, as to something where you find it difficult to arrange your pieces, but here white doesn't have a problem like this. White still needs a couple moves, but it's a matter of time, not lack of space. So, for example, if black plays bishop e6, here comes a very powerful route, maneuver for the knight. We'll go knight to a4. Now, the thing is that white can plant his knight on c5, kicks this bishop out, and the other knight can now easily join the game via c3, as it was supposed to. And, of course, white can also prepare a move like c3 followed by d4, or maybe even c4, as we will see. For example, shall black try to improve this knight while also stopping knight c5? We can now kick this knight out and initiate active queenside play ourselves. For example, knight c3, and then we'll just play queen c2, and then we can even start rolling our pawns over there. And there was a game played in correspondence chess here. In fact, the black player, Telepnev, in my opinion, is a huge expert on e4, e5, and he's been showing it in numerous correspondence games. In fact, I've learned a lot from his games. However, even though he managed to escape here, I am clearly not a fan of the way he handled the opening, because, well, white is just a pawn up. He can just keep rolling the pawns later if needed. He can try to exchange some pieces. The knight, after the subsequent c5, can go to b2, c4, d6, for example. The black pawns are not going anywhere. Well, if you ever play f4, you give up the square on e4. If you ever play e4, I'll just win it. So, there's really nothing black can do here. White is just a pawn up for no compensation whatsoever, and this is not something that black should be willing to go for. Of course, we, on the other hand, are very happy to end up here. So, yeah, this move g6 is definitely possible, but I cannot call myself a huge fan. I don't have much trust in it. Now, if black continues knight f4, we are gonna go bishop e2. Again, we're very happy to trade, and of course this knight is rather active at the moment. If black wants to trade, first of all, he'll help us improve the position of our queen. Secondly, he'll get rid of his own active piece. Actually, his only active piece, which already made 3 moves in the opening and is about to make the 4th move, if it is to take on e2. And, of course, he'll help us resolve the problem of some space disadvantage where we still need to arrange the pieces in the proper way. So black would develop and we'll play d3. Now, we are just about to take this knight and continue developing. The knight can go to d2, f3, or white can play later c3, d4. For example, if black castles here, we just take, and go knight d2. And honestly, you might already be getting a little tired and bored to hear these words, but black is just a pawn down. And see, the thing is, there's absolutely nothing he can do. Now that the pawn is gone from e5, he doesn't even have any, serious space advantage in the center or something. We can now play knight b3 in order to help neutralize, neutralize any possible ideas or activity black could try to get over the b file. The knight on a5, in fact, is rather bad. It's worth keeping in mind the black pawn structure is also quite problematic. And, of course, on top of that, black's a pawn down. So, again, we just need not to blunder anything direct, and just to keep trading pieces. With such moves, with such moves as, for example, knight to b3. So I think this is definitely a good place to stop. Now, another thing black can try is the move bishop e7. At this point, we actually need to be very, very careful. And this is a huge idea in the two knights with knight to g5 in many positions. So one thing which is quite bad about the knight on e4 is that it can always get harassed with f5 and then possibly e4. And sometimes it might be rather difficult to find a good spot for it. Like say you go to g3, as I said, it might be restrained there if black had already played a move like f5, for example, black can later play some e4 or something. So it could be inconvenient. So it's extremely fundamental that we stop this. Knight to g3 is the move that not only stops the idea of knight f5, but also, because as we just said, we want to trade the pieces, we're preparing to either jump with the knight to f5 or with the bishop. Most likely you want to play bishop f5 for that reason that this as well solves the problem of the queenside development. And for example, if black castles here, he's again ready to play f5, the rook's supporting this move, but we're gonna go bishop f5. Again, we want to trade, we're ready to trade anything that black more or less offers that we trade. And again, I guess you're hearing some pretty bad rhetoric here because, we are white, typically as white we want to attack, play actively, but we've already gobbled a pawn, and, we basically already won this game in terms of material, so there is no need to be heroic or to be adventurous or to try to checkmate black or something. Instead, just trade, and calmly convert your pawn. And I know this might not be up to the taste of some players, however, first of all, this course generally provides you with a huge variety of interesting positions. Say, in the Evans, you sacrifice a pawn and attack, often 2 pawns, 3 pawns. Here, you grab a pawn and defend. So you learn all the aspects of chess. And generally, I think, not even in this specific position, but overall, the pressure when you grab a pawn clearly is on black, because, you might feel slightly awkward, about having the weird pieces on the first rank, but black should feel slightly awkward because he is a pawn down, so if nothing happens, he loses. So here, if, for example, black takes, we just got to activate our knight and trade more pieces, and of course, it just makes us closer and closer to the victory. So it makes sense for black to try to avoid this trade. I'm not sure if that's the objectively best move, but at least it's very reasonable. But we're just gonna play d3. And what's very important here is that the knight on a5 is still bad, and in fact, due to the very interesting arrangement of the white pieces on the king side, white can actually look to attack himself now with queen h5 and maybe bishop takes h6. Black needs to be extremely cautious. For example, if he continues c5, let's say, trying to improve the knight, we can just play knight c3, which is, in my opinion, an improvement over the game between Kurnosov and Enerkiev, the only top-level game played in this position. Because the thing is, as I said, we want to trade. Trades are good for us, but if black turns down our offer, we're gonna go knight e4. We're quite persistent currently. And if black wants to avoid the trade again, then after something like queen h5, I'm very sorry, but it feels to me like the game is already approaching the very logical end. Black is simply okay, I don't want to use the words or, over-abuse the words totally lost, but black's already in dire straits because white's just about to mate him. And we are a pawn up as well. So, say even if you sacrifice a piece for a bunch of pawns at some point, most likely you'll still have even the material advantage. It sounds like some magic. We are attacking and we have extra material. Well, I take that any day. So, as we can see, the entire idea to play h6 doesn't really pay off, because black basically just, as long as we are just mindful, as long as we are simply willing to stabilize the position, not hurry, offer trades, will be good. And, very nicely, something that's very beautiful about our position, if black gets kind of too arrogant and wants to avoid the trades at all cost, we actually get to improve our positions and our position and our pieces so much that we can actually switch to the attack ourselves as well. So yeah, and generally, I just like to explain it to my students not just as, we're material up, we want to trade, but I like to repeat that when you're material up, because you are ready to trade and the opponent typically doesn't want it, there is such a pattern or such a concept as speculation on trade, meaning that you get to improve the position of your pieces and offer trades And if the opponent declines them, then you often get to improve your, pieces more and more and more. Like your knight's coming to the center, offering a trade. If black wants to decline it, he has to go away from the center, which worsens his piece. So that's a very important thing to understand. Black is just not doing well here. Now, another thing he can try here is the move bishop c5, which is a relatively popular continuation, but again, I don't have much trust in it. We just castle, go knight c3. We're about to, in fact, this bishop, because it doesn't, unfortunately for black, manage to deliver any tactical shot or something. To my mind, it's a very vulnerable piece. Vulnerable not in that regard that we can win it due to some tactics, but vulnerable in that regard that we're about to just hit both the bishop and the knight with such a move as knight e4. And just force some trades. For example, h6, knight e4. And interestingly, there have been about 15 games that reached this position, and most players chose to take with the knight, which is very natural. It attacks the bishop. However, I actually think that it's very important that we take care of our queenside, because the queenside pieces are actually at the moment, kind of regretting having such an owner who's been so ignorant of them. So we really need to make sure we respect our queenside pieces. So I like the idea of taking with the bishop instead, and if f5 we go bishop f3. Later we just play d3, bishop e3, and so on. We start challenging the black pieces. We are absolutely safe. The knight on a5 is completely out of play. The black pawn on c6 is still a target. The black center, it's sort of impressive because it's taking a lot of squares away. However, it's not really doing all that much, and it's not capable of advancing any further, because if black ever makes a move like e4, we can just retreat, and then he'll just get his center undermined and destroyed. And of course, the fact he had weakened his king so much, all the squares, diagonals, will tell as well. White is just a pawn up, it is just nearly winning in my eyes. So yeah, and another thing to mention, the last one, is that we can play d3, and d3 not only prepares the development of the bishop, but also it stops e4, as we said. And later you can play b3, bishop b2, and actually plant the bishop over here. And with some ideas like rook e1, bishop b2, you can put quite a lot of pressure, a substantial amount of pressure on the pawn on e5, which in fact now could be rather weak, because since the f-pawn moved all the way up to f5, there's no piece capable of protecting the e5 pawn. Now, let's go all the way back. So, as I said, bishop c5 is not a problem. Now, the real challenge, apart from the very main line knight d5, is the move knight g4. And this is in fact a move that, for example, Bologan, obviously a very strong grandmaster and a notable theoretician, suggested in his book. And this move has been used by some rather famous theoreticians as well. For example, amongst the most notable examples, Grishuk used it recently versus Vityugov at a Grand Prix tournament played in 2019 in Riga, in Latvia. Of course, we do have to check moves that players of such scale as Grishuk use. So here it's very important that we retreat to e4. And after black's move f5, it's very important. Black tries to chase our pieces away, and here it's extremely important not to respond automatically. Guys, a huge red light for you. If you make a natural move here, not only you're not gonna get any advantage, you would lose. You would lose right away. Very important. Pay attention. You cannot afford to make a move like knight g3, because now the position of the knight on g4 provides black with ample tactical opportunities, and after, say, bishop c5, hitting the f2 pawn way too many times, castling, there's queen h4, and black is just immediately winning. This is just over. For example, you play h3, there are ideas like knight f2 or queen g3, time for white to resign. Very important. Please avoid this. I don't want to, I absolutely had to mention it. I don't want you to study the entire repertoire and then blunder something stupid like this and just have no desire whatsoever to play the move knight g5 and move 4 or something till the rest of your chess life. So here we're gonna go bishop e2. We're hitting this knight, of course. Of course, if black were to say retreat to f6, I hope you already have this voice of mine, yelling in your head. we want to trade, we want to trade, we want to trade. As I'm ready to repeat this for as many times as needed. My coaching career taught me a lot of patience, so I'm ready to repeat as many times as needed, just to make sure every single one of you who watches this video remembers it and wants to trade here. Don't avoid the trades, don't try to play for anything funky like attack or some ambitious chess. You trade, 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 and just convert your extra pawn. If black is naive enough to just retreat to h6, well, that's not really what he should be doing, because, again, he is a pawn down, he's got to play actively. We just go knight g3. Now, the knight here is terrible, and we can choose to play something like d3 later, or maybe even d4, and possibly threaten to take, because whenever black takes back, some moves like bishop h5 are going to be super annoying, obviously. This will put black in a lot of trouble. This position will be very, very problematic for him. I mean, in fact, could be just lost. So black more or less has to, even though this looks obviously pretty stupid, but black more or less has to go knight f7. Now, this variation, in fact, well, I think it's very bad for black. It's just terrible, nearly losing, but it's been actually tried by some grandmasters. For example, very strong, I'm not sure, I wanted to use the word famous, but I'm not sure if that's an appropriate word. A very strong Russian grandmaster, Pankratov, he is well over 2750 in Rapid. He's beaten Anand in Rapid and, you know, a handful of top players, and he's been winning more or less like all the Rapid tournaments in Russia where guys like Karyakin or, I don't know, or Kramnik or Nep or Tomaszewski don't participate. All this just high-end open tournaments, he crushes them all. So he played this line. And he is known for playing rather unsound chess on many occasions, but very fighting, ambitious, you know, complicated. So here we're gonna meet this with something very ambitious as well. We're just immediately gonna destroy the center. And actually I just want to, you know, share with you one phrase that always appears in my head whenever I look at some position like this. I was told by a good friend of mine, a very strong grandmaster, a good thing about being a pawn up is that you can always sacrifice it back for some substantial improvement in your position. And that's, I think, a very important thing from the kind of even philosophical perspective, because many players, when they win material, they feel obliged to hold on to it, and oftentimes they kind of just make their position fall apart because they are not willing enough to let go of the extra material to defend or to counterattack or to meet whatever needs there are. But we're not gonna do that. We'll be much smarter. We'll play d4. Now we sacrifice this pawn, which we're very happy to do, because we are going to completely dismantle this black center, and as a result, the open e-file, the a2g8 diagonal, and a lot of other things will prove terribly weak. For example, if black, let's say, takes with the queen, we're just gonna, for example, take, castle, bishop e7, rook e1. Now, white's about to move his bishop away, say bishop d3, hit the pawn on f5, create problems over here, and if black doesn't say castle, well, he's not gonna ever castle likely. Maybe some knight h5 will follow later. If this knight wasn't here, maybe bishop g5, and black will get crushed. Please look at his structure. This is a target, this is a target, this is a target, so is the pawn on f5. Maybe only those two guys are relatively safe for now, even though not too safe, maybe. And the knight on a5 is absolutely terrible, just as the knight on f7. Black has like 10 problems in this position. Of course it's gonna fall apart. And say if he castles, there's bishop d3. And now white hits not only the bishop, but also the pawn twice. White just wins a pawn, and black still has a handful of problems, and there's absolutely no doubt how this game is supposed to end, unless we mess it up so badly. And if black is to try to keep the queens on the board, then after, say, castling, c3, the thing is, we don't mind playing with the queens, because, for example, our king is a lot safer than this very suspicious item on e8, considering that, again, this diagonal is weak, the pawn on f5 is really weird, and so on and so forth. But at the same time, any endgame will also be really welcomed, especially if black helps us develop, because, well, he still has a bunch of weaknesses, we don't really need to mate him, we're happy to extinguish any dynamic chances as well. For example, say black takes, we take. Now, black really should trade queens already, because if he doesn't, say castling, we're just gonna play queen c2. Later, we can just continue with, say, bishop f4, rook to d1, rook to e1, and just look at all of the white pieces, which will be so fabulous. Apparently, black won't have a single bit of counterplay, not a single hope, not a single chance. And while our development's a lot better, he still has targets that we can actually look to win. Say the pawn on f5 is already a problem. If black ever say goes g6, well, this diagonal will be a problem. If black ever say moves his knight or something, well, then something else might be a problem. Say there could be some new pins. This pawn is still a problem. This knight's still very bad. Yeah, it's just terrible. In fact, the computer says a position like this is just totally winning for white. And I typically prefer staying away from, too drastic evaluations. But yeah, it is absolutely terrible. Black is doing very, very badly here. And clearly we have all the reasons to be happy. So that's not a good idea. So black should support the knight with the move h5. Now, we're going to kick it out. And here, we begin a very forced tonal variation. If black, again, were to just go back, we could just take this knight, and again, we're happy to trade, but here also the pawn on h5 would hang. For example, knight f6, just take, next we just win the pawn, black's just losing. Or say if knight h6, well again, he is just gonna misplace the knight and also lose a pawn and the right to castle. There is absolutely nothing interesting about that position, is there? So black takes, now we take on g4, and black plays bishop c5. And here the position gets extremely forcing, becomes of an extremely forced nature. And this is the line, one of the very few lines that you'll really have to memorize. It's a really long variation, but the reward will definitely be worth it. So here we have two possibilities. There's a move b4, and that's a move that I'm recommending, but there's also a very interesting continuation, knight c3. Now, we're just hitting this pawn on e4, and if black plays queen d4, we castle. Now, Grisha played rook f8, which is an interesting move, but I decided not to go too deeply into this because it's not my main suggestion. But, for example, one line I found was something like this. Castling. And after queen e1, hg4, we are starting, we are diving in a pretty forced line here. We play d3. Now, the thing is that the pressure on f2 here is very, very irritating, and black's about to play g3. But with a move like this, we're preparing the move bishop e3. And here after taking, we take. Now, if white is just allowed to go bishop e3, he'll trade the bishops, and of course, because then queen e4 will come or something, well, black will just lose immediately. His king is super weak, all of his pawns are an absolute mess, and there's clearly absolutely nothing interesting about his position, except for this activity and pressure on f2. So, here, black absolutely has to find the only move, which is rook takes on f2. Now, we take with the queen, rook captures more or less identical, queen takes, rook takes. Of course, if black just takes, we just take back. Thanks a lot. At this point, white is simply a piece up, so the conversation is over, and all of black pawns are very weak as well. So black plays g3, we go knight e4, takes, king f1, bishop b6. And this is a position, and actually this is a slightly weird thing in my eyes, because in this position, both Jan Gustafsson in his lifetime repertoires here on Chessable and Bologan in his book cut their analysis short. Jan says this should be roughly equal or just equal, which is a correct evaluation, but generally speaking, well, I mean, this is such a complicated position, there is, white's an exchange, white's not an exchange down, the material is equal, and yeah, all the pawns are weak here. White has an outpost on e4, the black knight is bad, but the white king is also sort of strange, and white is still to develop, so this is a very interesting position, and I mean, it can be balanced from the computer perspective, like 0-0, but it's not like that equal like a perpetual check. It's a playable sort of equal. So I would definitely be very tempted to analyze it further, and actually for my own purposes I did. I just didn't want to, turn this already large course and analysis and chapter in a huge mess with like 10 suggestions. So I'll just cut it here and I'll say, if you're interested, investigate a little deeper. I think it's a little easier to play with white. But one very interesting thing is that actually Bologan says that black is somewhat worse, but should hold. So basically, look, here's the deal. e4, e5 is arguably the most solid defense after, one e4, right? No one argues that. Bologan is a top grandmaster. Now, you write a book about the line, about the opening, where for sure you have equality, and for sure you have equality in many ways. And then you end up a first line with words, black is worse. Well, apparently then, something is wrong. So I'm actually kind of wondering how, what was the thought process here, like how did such an evaluation come around? But, well, apparently even if one of the, very strong theoreticians fails to see equality, we should be very happy to go here. But the main move I'm going to recommend, and this line's about to blow your mind, so be very careful now. We'll play b4. Now, what the hell is this move for? Well, look, the deal is that because the h file is about to open, and because the f file is already open, and because black can play queen d4, there's so much pressure on f2. So, our key goal here is to deflect black's forces from attacking f2 for too many times without, letting us have a say, so to speak. So you don't want to just develop and wait. You need to really defend f2 somehow, or you might be in trouble. So we play b4. We hit both pieces. We are trying to deflect the bishop from hitting f2. If black were to just naively take this pawn, we'll just play knight c3. And in this position, black's immediately falling apart because h5 is gonna fall, e4 is gonna fall, and there's absolutely nothing for white to fear. Let's say black plays queen d4, stopping knight e4 and pinning this knight to the rook. We just take, for example, castling, we just castle, say bishop c5, and here just queen e1. And it's easy to say, or it's easy to assume, the position is still not that clear, but in fact it's already nearly over. The game is just nearly over, because there is no pawn on the g file, which could at some point be thrown at g3 and make white's position collapse, or at least force some material gains, like in the previous line we had seen, where black sacrificed a rook and then got a part of his material back with that move g3. So white can just easily play d3, bishop e3, trade that piece, and as a result, white will be some pawns up, and the black king is extremely weak as well. The pawn on h5 is very useful, the black knight on a5 is terrible, so white's position here is nearly crushing. This is just it. So black cannot take the pawn, but that's of course something we hope he will do. Now, black has two moves which are more or less transposing one into another. Black can go queen d4, hitting both the rook and threatening mate. He can also castle here, but after we take the bishop, he goes queen d4, and this is just a transposition. So, queen d4, now, of course, both mate and the rook are hanging. We, of course, don't want to blunder mate, so we take the bishop. Here, black can take... Black can try to take the rook. However, interestingly, if he does, well, nothing good will come out of it, because after the move knight c3, the queen will simply get trapped here, and later white can just start, taking on h5, castling, and just living his life, so to speak. We've already won this game, black's a queen down, now we can just live our life, and there's absolutely no need to, memorize any further or calculate anything. White is just totally winning. So black has to castle first and threatens the pawn on f2. Now, we castle and black takes this rook, and white goes knight c3. Well, one kind of slight disadvantage for white is that he already committed to castling, so he cannot say take at some point or something. And here, if black is ignorant, he'll run short of counterplay very, very shortly. So black absolutely has here to find the only move that keeps him in the game. And most likely, if black is not aware, he is not gonna do this. So, for example, if black just is to make some random move, like say, I don't know what it is, say bishop d7, well, we're just gonna take this pawn, or we're just gonna take on e4, and if say queen d4 here, we're just gonna play d3. Now, let's look at the material. So, at the moment, black's in exchange up. However, is this a free exchange? How many pawns do we have? I'm already, failing to count. White has 2 pawns for the exchange, right? And white's pieces are, of course, incredibly active. This pawn on h5 is super weak. The bishop e3 move is coming. The knight is absolutely terrible. Even if you put it on b7, it's still terrible. Even if you go to d8, it's still terrible. And there is literally no way to activate it without taking like 20 moves. The white knight can later come to d6. The black king is very weak, so black is just totally lost here. So the only move that keeps black in the game is the move pawn to e3. And Jan Gustafsson says that's the move that made him interested in knight to g4, even though he doesn't recommend knight g4 as the main line, but he mentions it in his lifetime repertoires. So the point, of course, is very simple, that black, if we take on e3 with the d pawn, then the knight will hang. And if we take with the f pawn, then unfortunately the rooks will get traded, and black will be able to, so to speak, breathe more freely. So we take on h5. Now black takes on f2, we take back, black takes, we take, and black plays bishop e6. And at this point, Jan analyzes the move bishop f3. This is a move, for example, that was played between Stelwagen and Erwin Lamy, also a chessable author. There are 2 games in the database. And he analyzes the move bishop to a3, which has 400 games, over 400 games in the database, including correspondence games. And he says the move bishop a3 should lead to a draw. And, well, I agree it should lead to a draw if black plays perfectly, but white is still gonna press for a rather long period of time. We go bishop a3, black trades, and goes rook f8. And here, Jan is, in my opinion, a brilliant analyst. It's a huge pleasure to listen to him, to study what he suggests. But here I am not convinced by his analysis. So he only analyzes the move king g3, which I think is weaker. We really need the king to be protecting the first rank from moves like rook f1, for example. And I understand why Jan doesn't do it, because his main line runs knight d5 on move 8. So he just gives this as a kind of alternative, and of course you don't want to, study every single move as in a line you give as an alternative. But actually Bologan, for example, also analyzes on the king g3. So here's this king e1 move, in my opinion, is a huge improvement, or not huge, but a very important improvement. Now, let's see how the game can begin and what's happening here. So white wants to play d3. White wants to activate this bishop via c1 to say e3 or g5. White has 2 pawns here that could potentially be run. White could also try to land his knight on d6, or possibly come with it to g5. Black has a weakness on e5 that could be targeted with bishop b2. Black has a weakness on c6, which is not really likely to be lost, but still bishop f3 can target it. And black has a very bad knight. This knight is so bad because, look, even if you play knight b7, still bad. Even if you go knight d8, it's still not a good knight. And even if the knight goes there, then a move like bishop f3 is going to be super annoying, because then the knight will be actually missing in defense. So this knight cannot do anything except for defending 1 pawn, and which of course is not a very, not something you speak of with dignity when it comes to using the knight. And if black tries to improve it, well, the pawn is in fact very important. So yeah, I am not a fan. Now, white here has 2 pawns for the exchange, which means it's a material equality. However, there are not many open files. There is in fact 2, but there is no targets, no invasion squares on the f file, neither there are on the b file. So I actually just think the rook is less useful here than it could be in, some other positions where being an exchange up would be significant. So, for example, after knight b7, d3, knight d8, bishop c1, knight f7, bishop f3, as I said, black tried to improve the knight, now we target this pawn. Now this is a problem. And guys, we're so deep in the line, it's moved 25. Let's be practical, let's just realize, well, you're not gonna get this position unless you're a grandmaster, but I definitely need to keep analyzing because, well, you want to understand how the game will run. Maybe many of you are actually title players, or, players maybe facing very well-prepared opponents. I want you to know how to continue. And I just want you to, because here it's already not that forcing. I think we're rather discussing a game of chess in general as opposed to the specific opening. And, just improving the bishop or, say, seeing black improve the knight is not about the Italian game. It's about the game of chess. And, of course, we all love it, so why not look a little further? So, for example, if black were to play rook c8, the rook would be very passive here. If black were to play, say, knight h6, trying to improve his knight, we can trade, we can take, and after rook c8, there happens to be a trade. But after something like, say, king d2, I actually really still don't like this position for black. we can play bishop a3, either right now or after the move a4. Possibly if the rook is not on the 5th rank, then having the bishop on b2 is useful to put pressure on this pawn. We can plant the knight on d5 and then play c4 to support it. And because there's even not much material left, importantly, well, if a couple more pawns will get traded, white will keep pressing until the end, and because there are no pawns, literally black just doesn't have any left. Even if things go wrong for us, I just cannot imagine how black would ever take advantage of his extra exchange. We will always be able not to lose this at least. And of course white keeps pressing. Another idea could be to plant the bishop on e3. Another idea here could be to activate the king later after say c4, king c3, maybe king b4, maybe d4 at some point. The knight is still not good. Of course the black king cannot go too far because it really needs to watch out for these pawns as well at some point. White keeps pressing. And again, it's move 28. I like being very practical, as most of you know from my previous courses and other analysis. But, well, first of all, it's a really important line. And secondly, I was just fascinated. I'm sharing this with you, and you can hopefully see that I'm not just trying to, teach you a theoretical line or whatever it is. I'm just sharing my passion, I was very interested to analyze this, so I was really just interested what happens, like how, because I understand by default there should be equality, there should be a draw, and of course I understand here because the computer says it's say plus 040 or something. Of course it's not a forced win, black should hold it, but I was interested how easily should he hold, how obvious are his moves. So I just went all the way, an extra mile or 100 extra miles, and I just wanted to show you all the way up to here. So sorry, but unless black is willing and ready, well prepared, to continue with the move knight d5, which is a topic of investigation in other chapters, in my opinion, black's not able to equalize, even in the lines given by such notable theoreticians as Bologan and Mr. Jan Gustafsson, which of course we should be very, very glad about. But at the same time, the positions there still remain complicated, and, because not everything in chess is about what the computer shows. In fact, very little in chess, unless you're a top player, is what about the computer shows. It's about what the computer shows. You can still place alliances black as well, if you're ready that in the event of perfect preparation, white will have a slightly better endgame. That is an absolutely, in my opinion, acceptable calculated amount of risk. With all that said, I'll leave you here and I'll meet you shortly in the next clip to keep posing problems to the black players. Thanks for watching and I'll see you soon. Take care. Hi. This is the main video of this course. It's definitely maybe not the most important video for the beginner players or the club level players, but for all the everyone who is looking for some top-notch preparation and important novelties in the key lines, this is by all means the critical test of the entire course, in my opinion. So let's just dive right in. The position we are about to discuss is the variation of two knights after knight g5 and all these main moves, and finally we got to the very main move, which is knight d5. In this video I would try to refute, or not refute, but at least challenge analysis of such great theoreticians as Jan Gustafsson of the variations he had suggested in his lifetime repertoires here on Chessable, of Nikolaus Ntirlis in his quality chess book Playing E4 E5, or for example Andrei Terehov, who also published a course here on Chessable. And definitely this is a very critical test of the entire knight f6 knight g5 system. If black is doing good here, it doesn't, or not even doing good, but if we cannot pose any problems, it makes no sense to go here. And instead, if we can, well then to analyze all the sidelines makes a ton of sense. So let us carry on. Now we'll play knight f3, and here's the main move is bishop d6, and we'll get to here in a second, but first let's start with the continuation knight f4. Now the move casting here is possible, However, that's not the position we want to get, because after castling bishop d6, we are trying to get a slightly different position instead. Say if black starts here with, if black starts here with bishop d6, we don't castle, as I'm about to show you in a second. So, the move castling is possible, but I think it's much better to go bishop f1. And in fact, the move knight f4 is quite sloppy, so I would like to refute it if possible, as opposed to just, looking to get a slight edge or transpose somewhere. So here black is facing the threat of d4, when both his knight and his pawn on e5 would hang. If black is to just, say, attack our knight, that is something we discuss in detail in a model game between Sochko and Bartel. Now, white has a very strong move d3. The thing is, he can easily ignore the threat to his knight, because black's knight is also under attack. Now, if black is to try to find some intermezzo like knight g2, we can just take with the queen, and white is simply a pawn up. Later he can choose to play knight c3, develop his bishop to d2 or f4, and for example, after such a sequence, white can either castle short, and his king is gonna be perfectly safe, because the bishop can always go to g3. The bishop is on g2, clearly, helping the king be safe, but I think it's even better to castle long, and then try to use the semi-open g-file to attack black. And in fact, I feel black is going to be challenged a lot. Black is a pawn down, and his king will be under a lot of pressure. But if white wants to play it safe, he can also just castle short. White is much better regardless. So, the only reasonable move here would be ef. We take and queen f6. Now black is hitting both this bishop and this pawn. And at this point, it's very important to know how exactly you want to deal with this. You don't want to make a move like, say, bishop c1, because after queen e5 check, for example, you cannot really block with anything, and if, say, bishop e3 you drop a pawn, this makes no sense whatsoever. You want to take this pawn on f3, let him take on b2, and now give a check. By the way, queen e3 check or queen e4 check is an identical thing. And the thing is, after black blocks, you have queen e5, and you defend this rook in a very nice way. Now, black doesn't even have a check on c1 or something. He can try to retreat, but then white will just develop and be a pawn up. So it's logical for black to try to give a check and force the white king to go to some ugly spot. Because, for example, if, say, knight d2, something like bishop c3 can hurt a lot. The queen would hang, so will the rook. But we go king d1. And this is a very important position that I would like you to take a look at and understand. Because clearly many players might feel a little horrified about the fact the king had to go to d1 in the middle game. However, or in the opening, which, quickly transposes to the middle game. But here the black queen is already trapped. And that's a very important thing, because now black has to trade queens. And as a result, after, say, trade, castling bishop e2, white is just nearly winning. He is a pawn up, the king is perfectly safe, bishop f3 is about to be played, so it's knight d2, knight b3, or knight e4. The pawn is weak, the knight is out of play, and white is simply a pawn up. There is not much black can do. Another thing we can try is bishop c3, trying to enforce more trades, because of course every single trade makes us closer and closer to the winning endgame. White is much better. So this wouldn't do. Now, another thing black can try is bishop d6 here, but he is gonna get hit very painfully after d4. Now, this knight is hanging, so is the pawn on e5. If black were to just take, we just take back, we hit the knight twice, and we hit the pawn on g7, and if, for example, knight e6, protecting the pawn, you can simply retreat and play knight c3 or bishop d3, and you just castle next. You can go h3, maybe, stopping any ideas like bishop g4 in the future. Later, just knight c3, bishop e3, and basically, in a nutshell again, you are a pawn up. All you care for is just to develop and keep your extra pawn and win the game. White is much better. There is no compensation and no fun to be found. Black is doing terrible. Black can try the move e4, but then just knight e5. And for example, if knight e6, again, the knight's under attack. And if knight e6, we just play knight c3. White is hitting this pawn. White might offer a trade with knight c4. The pawn on c6 is weak. The knight on a5 is bad. White is about to simply develop. Maybe he can play f3 at some point to challenge this pawn and open up the f-file. And again, white is a pawn up. There is no compensation whatsoever. Black is doing horrible. So the move knight f4 is not gonna do the job, and black will end up in a very bad position. Now it's time for us to look at the move bishop d6, and here I would like a little bit of, to take a step or two back and try to talk about the position itself and its nature, as opposed to immediately delving in the theoretical in the theoretical river, so to speak. So here's the deal. White used to play castling more or less at all times. This move, I think, has been played in like 95 or more % of cases. At this point, black used to go for one type of positions, but as I'll show to you, he discovered there is one more. He used to play knight f4, and after some move like rook e1, take on d3 and take on d3. Now we take back. Now, black is a pawn down. Our pawns are weak and doubled. Black has a weakness on e5, a slight weakness on the c file. The knight is bad. Black has two bishops in return, and this is the position that used to be discussed a lot. For example, say Interiorist in his book claims black is doing fine, which might be proven, but I still take it with a grain of salt. I think white might press here. And this structure is something we'll be getting in our variation a lot as well. And in fact, the structure is so important that in the chapter on model games after 3 knight f6, instead of, sparing a couple of games to talk about some weird gambit variations where white just beats the hell out of black, I've devoted like 4 games out of 5 or something to discussing this structure because it's so important. However, black had discovered that he can just castle. And after rook e1, he doesn't need to care about the pawn, he can go f5. Now, if black is allowed to go e4, of course he would be better. So white needs to take it, but then there is queen f6 and g5. This is the line that Jan Gustafsson, for example, is giving in his lifetime repertoires. And later, the line continues. I've analyzed this position. Actually, things get pretty forcing here, and I've analyzed this position all the way up to like move 30 or move 35. I've dug, some tunnel here, so to speak. I found some very forcing sequence, and I've tried to eventually in some endgame like squeeze something out of stone. But first of all, there is nothing, and secondly, I think the perspective of learning like 35 moves, even if you're a grandmaster, and I know many grandmasters would watch a video of this sort, which is, very challenging theoretically for black. Still, it's no fun. Like most players nowadays, the trend is to find a relatively unexplored line and try to challenge the opponent right away, try to make him solve practical problems, and go for a position which still has a lot of play left in it. Because, of course, after moves, say 30 or 25, resources are getting exhausted, and it's very hard to keep repeating the same variation for many games. And I want to give you something here which would serve you for for abusing this word lifetime. So yeah, I was not content with this. Now, let's go back. So let's talk a little bit actually before we proceed about the nature of the move bishop d3. I talk a lot about it in the text, and I would like to repeat this again. Why is the bishop going to d3? Well, it doesn't want to go here. It's an ugly square. But the reason why it does is because, say, if it went to e2, after, for example, h6 and then e4, you don't have enough control over the square. You could not, for example, go knight e4 here. So the reason why the bishop wants to be on d3 is to help knight e4, right? But once the knight is not going there anymore, there is no need to have it here. And the bishop, in fact, is obstructing the development of our queen side. So we need to do something about this. And the move I am suggesting after bishop d6 is knight c3. This is a very rare move. For example, the move castling was chosen for about 500 times, and the move knight c3 was played in about 25 games so far only. What is the point of this move? Well, white really needs to control the square on e4. If white were to try to ever make a move like bishop e2, e4 would hurt. It would hurt really bad. So, the reason why we play knight c3 is because we got to control the square on e4, and we got to play bishop e2 next and then d3, and just develop our queen side. Again, white is a pawn up, so if he simply gets to develop and trade stuff, he should be much better or even winning. So our assignment here, we don't have a task of, busting black or beating black or mating black. We don't pose, we don't have such ideas. Our idea is only, just and only, to simplify and trade and stabilize the position and keep our extra pawn. So I want to play bishop e2 and d3, if you let me. For example, now black has 3 main moves. Jan Gustafsson is suggesting the line f5, which I think is a very strong novelty. In fact, it's a novelty at the moment of recording. Black can play knight f4 as well, which seems very similar to the line where white castles and black goes knight f4 in this position. And that is something that most players would do because the line is very new and most players will just react in a way like, oh, being here, so this, I'm just gonna play something similar, it looks like it's the same position. Or black can also castle. So, let us start with the move knight to f4. Now, after knight f4, it's even possible to consider bishop f1, which is a kind of a lazy move, which avoids all the theoretical work after castling. And here's the point, is that if black castles, we can just play g3, and after something like d3 and bishop e2, white gets a better position. White is about to just castle, and I think white is clearly better. For example, if black takes and tries to stop us, we just go knight g5, and black cannot really insist and play bishop g2, because, I mean, if he retreats like to d7, we just castle, and the whole thing made no sense. But if black plays bishop g2, rook g1, and suddenly this bishop is trapped. For example, say, bishop d5, c4, and if, say, bishop e6, we just take it, of course, or if, say, h6, we take, and now black can take, but then we can just trade on c6, and then just walk like king f1, king g2. White has a bishop pair in a much better position, and you can also try to use the open b file. I clearly think white has an obvious advantage here, and this is something black does not want to land in. However, this lazy move, bishop to f1, doesn't work, because again, it's very important we control the square on e4. It's so important, and it's so vital that black can even play e4 right away. Now, you don't want to take this pawn because you'll get busted after queen e7, and then f5, and you just lose a piece due to the pin. And you're, of course, going to lose the game. So you might play something like knight d4. And I've tried my best to make a shortcut like this work, but I couldn't. I'll show you the very key line, which makes me a little, unwilling to go here. Queen e7. Now, black's threatening knight d3 check, and white needs to be very careful. He is about to get in trouble. Knight e2, trying to trade this knight. Bishop g4, and here h3. Now, of course, white would welcome any trades, like say if black just took on e2 twice, of course white would just be like winning or something, just a free extra pawns, this one is hanging with just castle d3, and yeah, white is just winning. But black will go bishop h5, and after g4, I've looked at some line like this, where white can try to castle and play either d3 or maybe even b3, bishop b2. And I think black has very good compensations. The white king side is very weakened, white is very passive. You can definitely look into this if you want to play a shortcut and not study much theory, but I think black should be and is doing fine, and he has some other possibilities along the way as well. But I still wanted to present this. Now it's time for us to look at the very main move, castling. Now, white might not need to play rook e1, if black immediately takes on d3, which is another boon of starting with knight c3 as opposed to rook e1. And white is now willing to try to play bishop e2 and d3. So, for example, if black were just to castle, then we can even consider, I mean, not consider, but that's kind of the whole point. We need to just go bishop e2. And white's about to just play d3 and get rid of this knight, and black doesn't have compensation for the missing pawn. He can try to, like, take on e2 or something, but there is not enough compensation. He doesn't get to spoil our pawns. And we will look at positions like this later. So let's just stop here and say that's exactly what we are dreaming to achieve. But really, white is already much better, nearly a healthy extra pawn up. So that's not what black should be doing. Now, black should take on d3 and here castle. And at this point, there are some interesting possibilities. Aronian continued b3, which is a move I really like. And at this point, we are analyzing a couple of games in the chapter on model games between Aronian and Ding Liren, played in Sinfield Cup last year, and a correspondence game which was really played perfectly. So in the game between Aronian and Ding, black played c5, and as I explained in the chapter on model games, the idea to play c5, while it makes sense to prevent d4 and to prepare knight c6 and to strengthen control over the squares, tends to be often very bad because white gets to play bishop a3 and now there is a new target. And then white gets to play rook c1, knight e4, sorry, that was a poorly drawn arrow, bishop c5, and start targeting this pawn with all of his forces. And what happened in this game, and don't worry, I will discuss this in more detail in the model games chapter, knight e4, white just took, got rid of the knight, deprived black of counterplay, and finally, the following position arose, where white is basically just a pawn up. Black does have very good bishop and definitely active pieces and some compensation, but the only thing this compensation can be used for is holding. He cannot use this compensation to try to win. So that's a, very one-sided battle. White can either win or draw, and I will show to you in the chapter on model games how white could have posed more problems in this game. Ding defended very carefully and very skillfully and managed it to hold. But if you got a position with an extra pawn in the opening, like say some rook endgame 4 versus 3, or a position like this, I get it, it's not a win, but, well, if you are complaining, that's, in my opinion, a little too... Well, you are expecting a little too much out of the opening when the opponent plays properly, because we need to remember, there is no such thing as, how to win by default, how to win, a guaranteed victory, an opening that crushes the opponent. Well, if black plays well, the position should be equal or roughly equal. So here we've posed so many problems. It's definitely fantastic. Now, the move I have discovered to be best is rook e8, and that's something that was played in the aforementioned correspondence game. The point is that black is not going c5 to not let white go bishop a3 and start hitting the pawn. Now, rook e1, white's kind of eyeing down this pawn. Black played f6 and defended it. Again, if c5, which was typically played, again, we got ideas like knight e4, bishop a3 to work. So f6, h3, now we stop bishop g4. Both sides are carefully planning and improving their positions. Now, for example, to show you what happens after a move like bishop f8, which is a novelty. No one played like this, but I think it's a pretty natural move, trying to say hit the pawn. Black doesn't resolve his problems here. I explained this in detail in model games. But again, we have a very typical pattern here, which I need to introduce to you, which is to sacrifice a pawn with d4. And of course, the sacrifice is temporary because we take on e8 and win the pawn on d4 back. And after, for example, a sequence like this, of course, it is possible to say that say after knight b4 takes knight b2. Well, black has a good bishop, Well, yeah, it's true. But white is just a pawn up. He'll just go say knight c4, d4, rook c1, maybe knight e3, try to push d5. The black bishop on f8 has been quite restrained by pawns on f6 and b4. The pawn on f6 makes the black king quite weak, and again, white's goal will be just to simplify and try to get the pawn to run. And again, I know you might want a bit more details on this, that's why we have spent so much effort discussing this in model games. But again, just a free pawn, like at worst you just draw this if black gets his pawn back. There's no way you can ever lose. And I would just like to say that, yeah, even if black, say, gets his pawn back, for example, but has to part with the bishop for a knight, it's likely that, say, a knight on c4 might dominate the bishop on f8 or something. So, yeah, the position would still not be very comfortable. So the best moves that was seen in this correspondence game is bishop e7. The point being that black's attacking the pawn while also keeping the rook protected. But again, we have d4, the same sacrifice. Now we play knight a4 and say d3. Now the point is that white's created black a weakness on d4 and a weakness on c6. He has an outpost on c5 which he can try to use, and the black king has has been quite weakened by the move f6. The black bishop is not perfect. The black knight on a5 is out of play. Black has two bishops in return, and objectively this is balanced. As I explained, again, I think white is still more comfortable in a practical game because black has to be very careful with all these weaknesses. And, for example, if his light-squared bishop got traded for our knight, this position might just be lost strategically with all these holes on c4, c5, e4, with all these weaknesses like a pawn on d4, pawn on c6. This is a terrible position. So, if the bishop gets traded. So far, it's a normal position, and in the correspondence game, black held. But even if black does all this and gets, makes like really all the perfect moves up to here, I still have a lot of trust in our position. We're still clearly pressing. So this is totally fine. And again, see more details, please, in the model games chapter. So I personally don't have much trust in the variation with knight to f4. And in fact, Jan and Andrei Terehov are not even mentioning this. Maybe because also the move castling might transpose to the main line, and because they just don't play a main line like that when the knight goes to f4. They suggested line with f5, so they perhaps just didn't have much interest in researching it from black's perspective. Now, let's talk about the move castling. This is the move recommended by Andrei Terehov, and this is the move played by Magnus Carlsen. Now, the name Magnus Carlsen might scare you a little bit, and you might say, well, Carlsen played it, it's got to be really good. World champion, after all, one of the greatest players of all times. But in fact, Carlsen got in a lost position in like 7 or 8 moves from here versus a very talented 2650 rated player, Van Forest from the Netherlands. So Van Forest was the one to more or less uncork this idea with knight c3. And here he went bishop e2. The whole point, as I said, of knight c3 was to control e4 and to prepare bishop e2 and then d3. So here Andrei recommends the move f5. But let's look first at what Magnus did. Magnus continued knight f4, castling. Now, black can do a couple things. If black continues bishop g4, that's exactly what Carlsen did. And in fact, this position was reached in 2 other games between... in 2 games, Carlsen's game and another game between 2 opponents rated like 2500. White plays d3. Again, white is just looking to trade this knight, and if that happens, there will be no compensation for the missing pawn. The bishop will be kind of restrained by the pawn on f4. Black's control over the center will be gone because the pawn on e5 is really imperative for this control. And the knight on a5, just as the pawn on c6, will clearly be black's issues. Black will just be a pawn down in a losing position. So Magnus took and played f5. And here it might look like the black center as well as the spin provide him with enough compensation, and it looks like, say, queen c7, rook e8, e4 is about to be thrown at white, white is defending, and it really looks lame and uncomfortable. However, white is in fact much better or nearly winning if he knows what he is doing. And it's really difficult to find what white should do, so please remember this pattern. Our goal is to get control over the square on e4 and to make this pawn basically gone. So we go h3, bishop h5, and here it's very important to know this move, g4. Absolutely counterintuitive at first, and incredibly strong when you delve a little deeper. The point is that when black took, white went knight g5, and now there's a pin, white's getting this pawn back, and the knights are getting fantastic control over the square on e4. Black played queen d7, knight e4. Black cannot do anything about this pin. Knight d6 followed by hg4 is about to be played. So black went bishop e7, and now white still cannot take, there is a bishop, so white just kicked it out, and after bishop g6 he took. And he got a position just with an extra pawn, where he has the control over the square on e4, where black has a weak pawn on e5, on c6, where black's knight is bad. So white is nearly winning here. And, well, Magnus is an, incredible player. He defended like a beast, and not only did he save this position, but also it appeared as though he saved it reasonably effortlessly. However, black is still nearly lost, and in the chapter on model games, I discussed how white could have posed a lot more problems and, gotten a more or less winning position if he played precisely. But anyway, we can and should be very content with such an outcome of the opening, because white is just a pawn up. And of course, here there is no compensation whatsoever, not even a slight teeny bit. So yeah, if you got here, well, thanks a lot to my course. Now, let us go back. Another thing black can try is c5, trying to go knight c6 and increase his control over the center, improve his bad piece. This is a game that was, this is a move that was seen in the game between 2 very strong grandmasters and 2 Chessable Lifetime Repertories authors. White player was Sam Shankland, and on the black end was Erwin Lamy. Erwin is a fantastic theoretician, and he's typically extremely well prepared. He has been a second of Geary of Topalov, but in this game he apparently, wasn't expecting this or mixed something up, because what he got was just terrible. Now Shankland played d3. White's about to again take. Black has no counterplay, so Lamy took, queen e2, bishop b7, but white just went knight e4. Now, the diagonal has been absolutely obstructed, and white is about to start either, trading pieces with knight d6 and then queen e5, or just, attack the c5 pawn. Black played knight c6, bishop e3. The pawn is a huge target, f5, and white just played knight c5. White won another pawn, 2 extra pawns, and later on white went on to win in the game Schenkel and Lamy played in Vacancy in 2015. And yeah, this was unexpectedly easy, because I find, Erwin Lamy a great player and great theoretician, so yeah, it's weird how this happened, but nevertheless, this happened. So clearly the line is very dangerous, and Black really needs to know what he is doing, or else Grandmaster's 2650 would not lose in 20 moves. So yeah, I don't have much trust in this move, knight f4, and again, we just castle, our bishop is placed exactly where it dreams to be, the knight is controlling exactly the key square, d3 is coming, white is just a pawn up, no compensation whatsoever. So here, Andrei Terehov suggests the move f5. Well, we just play d3, black takes, white takes, and queen c7. And now, in his course, Terehov says, he cuts his analysis short at this point and says, well, black has typical compensation. c5 is coming, bishop b7 is coming, rook e8, e4. Black mobilizes all of his forces, and clearly there is enough compensation. He also clearly, points out very correctly that white needs to be careful, because if he castles, there might be an idea like e4 hitting the knight, and then black might win the pawn on h2. But I think that while his analysis is generally very good, and his conclusion might be right, I definitely think black needs to know a lot more, especially versus a well-prepared opponent like ourselves. We will play g3. Now, I would like to say, even the very stupid, very silly-looking move castling is possible. Now, for example, if black goes e4, well, this is very, engine-assisted analysis, of course, so I don't really expect you to play like this. But I would like to say that even a position like this, where white's about to win the pawn on e4, let's say bishop f5, bishop g4, say black takes, king h1, say black retreats, and we just take and play queen g4, and for example take on e4. As a result, white's king is pretty safe. White's about to just play, say, g3, king g2 if he wishes to. This pawn is not very useful, of course, as this extra pawn, but still white is a pawn up. The knight is not very good. White might simply go bishop e3, d4, trade more pieces, and actually, this is still a pawn up. White is still better, in my opinion, so I definitely do not think that the position is necessarily, it is okay for black, but black is not necessarily having an easy life. He still needs to know what he is doing, so that's a very important thing to keep in mind. Now, the main move, of course, and the real challenge would be g3. White is about to castle and not blunder any e4 and bishop h2. So black here will go c5, trying to activate his bishop. We will castle, bishop b7. And at this point we need to establish clearly what our plan is. Our plan will be to trade some pieces. As obvious as it sounds, we want to trade pieces because we are a pawn up and because we have less space. How are we going to do that? We'll play knight d2 and then bishop f3. First, we'll play rook b1. Possibly we might want to check out ideas like rook b5 at some point. There might be some tactics related to this. Maybe some tactics related to some, d4 ideas or something. But of course our primary goal is to go knight g5, knight e6, threatening knight e6, or knight d2. But both knight g5 and knight d2 are aimed at just preparing bishop f3 with a trade. For example, black goes rook e8, and here I've been analyzing a couple of moves. The best move is clearly knight d2, but I would like to briefly demonstrate the move d4 as well. If black is to say just take, we take, for example, black takes, and here some very crazy lines occur. To be honest, I would prefer not to discuss them too deeply. I would just show you a couple things briefly, and you can always take a look yourself. And I would prefer to focus all of our attention on the very main line. But I just want you to understand this position, while it's important to comprehend ideas, it does not need to be played just like move after move. Memorized. We need to understand a few patterns and a few ideas, concepts. So we can sacrifice a pawn and just start chasing the black rooks, for example. Say bishop g5. And basically the point is that in some position like say this, say if black tries to attack us, we can even go g4. And white king is perfectly safe. White will place a h3. And interestingly, black's in fact in a lot of trouble because this pawn is very weak. Ideas like rook b5 are coming. This pawn might be weak as well. The knight is very misplaced. The bishop is potentially vulnerable. The white bishop might go to g2 or even to d3. And in fact, even the black king suddenly can get hunted. And very strangely, the computer says white's already nearly winning here. The position looks very messy, and frankly, I even did not investigate it all that much, because I found a much more human continuation, and because I just wanted to focus on something really important. But at the same time, I just want to say, well, this is really weird, but like white is much better here, so black needs to play slightly differently, and yeah, I mean, this is just crazy. So here, if we go d4, black has to play e4. For example, knight e1. Now white's about to go knight g2 and bishop f4. If he does, he'll just stabilize the entire position, and he will simply be a pawn up for almost no compensation. So black has to try to break through. And interestingly, even some position like this is perfectly safe for white, because his knight will go to e3, the bishop will get blocked, the e-pawn will never move, and then white can even go king h1, rook g1, and try to attack on the king side, interestingly. The black knight on a5 again is not well placed, and somehow, yeah, white is still better. And really, guys, I mean, I'm sorry, is that the first time in my life, or definitely the first time in my Chessable recordings, I would say something like this, but I cannot say I understand this position perfectly. This is a very complicated position, and I would prefer to just, first of all, I would stay away from it, because, as I said, I found a much more human continuation earlier, but these positions are super interesting, super unclear, and most likely any of you, even if you are 2700, would misplay it with either color. So this is a super interesting, thing to analyze, and super interesting thing to play. And black will definitely have compensation, positions will stay complicated, but I can guarantee there is no forced draw, and this is a fight. And if you want a fight, if you want to pose problems, if you want to force black to play a complicated position, this is a perfect choice. This variation is super exciting. So yeah, but I found an even more human move, which is knight d2. Now the idea is simply bishop f3. We just trade the bishops. The more pieces we trade, the more the compensation will be vanishing and disappearing. Now, if black just waits and makes some random move like, say, king h8, we just got to play bishop f3. And if, say, black takes and we take, we're about to, for example, go queen d5 and then plug our knight on f3. And then maybe rook b5. The black knight is really out of play. The black pieces cannot do any damage to us. The king is perfectly safe. And if, say, black tries immediately with e4, we just go queen e2. Let's say takes. And now white's about to just play, let's say, knight f3 or knight c4 or rook b5. And I think we're absolutely safe. And if black tries to do anything direct like f4, we just go knight e4. And this was a huge mistake because now the threat is knight d6. And if black, say, I don't know, retreats, then bishop f4 would just win another pawn in the game. And yeah, there is absolutely nothing black can do. White is already a pawn up, he's about to pick one more, black is just nearly lost. Now, maybe rook d1 is coming as well, maybe bishop a3 is coming as well, hitting this pawn, and suddenly a position like this simply tends to be nearly lost for black. But again, frankly, this is some of the most complicated positions I've ever analyzed, and definitely the most complicated position, or, well, actually, the more complicated position is about to come later in this video, that I've ever presented on Chessable. Typically, I've tried to always keep my analysis, down to earth, and I would always try to emphasize that any player should be able to just focus on ideas. Well, I'm trying here to do, something really monumental, and it's not to praise myself, but the task itself, formulated like this, challenge black after e4, e5 in 2 knights with knight g5, is a very difficult task. It's a really nearly impossible task. So it's absolutely natural. The rising positions are very complicated, and I would just ask for your patience, and I would ask you to do more investigation on your own. But again, as I explained now, and as I'm explaining in the introduction, if you are not a titled player, you don't really need this position. You're not ever gonna have it, and even if you do, okay, you will have your time better spent if you just solve like puzzles or do some other chess stuff like analyze your games. But if you are a titled player, I encourage every titled player to do this, and I do this myself. Whoever's author's analysis you study, don't believe them. The author might be diligent, might be amazing, but you are not going to have success as a titled player challenging grandmasters, international masters in tournaments if you just blindly follow the analysis and don't do any independent work or check yourself. Please study this deeper. But anyway, now it's time for us to move on. So Black's best move here is absolutely insane as well. Black needs to immediately start getting counterplay, and counterplay here arrives from a very different place, from a very strange place, which is c4. Now Black's trying to open up the position, maybe hit this pawn, and maybe get, say, the, a7 g1 diagonal for his pieces. Now, we'll play the move rook e1, preparing bishop f3, and possibly at some point enabling the f1 square for our pieces, like to go knight f1 e3, possibly, to come to d5 later and stuff. Possibly this move is also very good for stopping ideas like e4, as we will see. For example, if black goes e4, we can take, and now black is just losing due to something direct, which is knight c4. Now, of course, a lot of pieces are hanging, so black has to take on c4, and after rook b7 and bishop c4 and queen d6, white is totally winning. Black has a rook, and white has way too many bishops and pawns. White has two bishops, and, well, and the pawn, and the position here, and two pawns, and the position is absolutely lost. Black cannot do stuff like this. So, black has to play some move like king h8, and here I've been analyzing this position so extensively. For example, bishop f3, bishop a6, trying to keep the tension. Black doesn't want to trade the pieces. And here, let's say, knight f1. Now, the bishop's going to g2. The knight will go to e3 and then d5. And I don't think black has full compensation. It's very important to mention that black cannot, or black can, but it's not going to work out well. Take, and takes the pawn on c3. Because we can continue bishop d2, and the knight would hang. And here, if queen c5, then there is something very powerful like d4. And very importantly, well, now the queen is hanging, and if say ed4, there is some tactic like this, which is of course something very advanced, but as a result, black is losing material. So black cannot do this. And if black here goes queen h3, we have some very weird stuff like rook e3, and now suddenly black's queen is about to get trapped and lost. And this is very complicated, but it's not working out for black. But again, I did not promise you easy life in this position. It's very complicated. So black has to play something like, say, knight c6. And here I was analyzing some lines, like, say, bishop g2, knight e7, for example, knight e3, for example, takes f4, knight d5. And I mean, at some point, we just need to stop. But basically, the point is that white's about to just, play d4 or c4, white keeps his extra pawn. And again, it's important to mention that the idea of, for example, say, taking this pawn is not working out well for black. This time, for example, because we can play bishop e4, and later challenge black with, say, bishop b2 and then queen h5, and suddenly white has a very strong attack. And again, my sheer apologies. I apologize. I understand it is very difficult, and it is difficult even for me, who has analyzed this for, hours, dozens of hours, and who is recording this. And I understand it's difficult for you who are perceiving this. But these positions need a lot of research. These positions objectively cannot be exhausted by analysis. They're very complicated, but in a nutshell, white is keeping his pawn, he needs to defend a bit, and if black really plays very well, he still has, compensation close to being full compensation, but not quite there. So that's a conclusion in a nutshell, and if I were you, again, as a non-titled player, I would just look at this and get a certain grasp of what's happening. And if I were a titled player, I would do a lot of research myself. And again, even if you are a grandmaster, guys, opponents will not know all this. These are absolutely brand new positions. There's absolutely, no chance black would be prepared. So yeah, I'm sorry about this, but this is, very, very complicated. Finally, we can say we are done with the line f5 and with the line castling altogether. And it's time for us to look at Jan Gustafsson's move f5. Jan is a fantastic analyst, and he is suggesting a very powerful novelty here. That was the toughest nut for me to crack. Black is about to go e4, and we don't have the time to play bishop e2, unfortunately. Here, we need to venture upon something very forcing. Well, the beautiful news here, piece of news here, is that I'm gonna give you two lines. One of them leads to a forced draw. Not even a forced draw. White will be 2 pawns up, and if black knows what he's doing, he'll be able to eventually get the pawns back and hold. So it's not a draw like a perpetual check. Black will have to be precise, and black will hold if he knows what he is doing. But, well, if not, then we are just winning. And the other line will just lead to absolutely insane, complicated, crazy positions that no one has any idea about, myself included. I hope I don't sound like, some lazy author who is just, making a course about something he has no clue about. I've spent hours analyzing these positions, but they are simply very, very complicated. It's like, neither for Berlin. But you just analyze for hours, dozens, hundreds, and you realize the more you know, the more you don't know. So that's where we are. But the good news is that, again, black will be in the same situation. So here we are going to take on d5 and strengthen black center. And you might wonder, like, why the hell would we do that, right? Because we get an opportunity to check on b5. Not right now, but in many lines. This is very important. And, of course, because we need to trade the pieces as well. Now, you don't want to give a check right now. After, say, bishop d7, queen d7, Jan says black might be already even better, and yeah, I would prefer to be black. All the pawns are getting advanced. Black's compensation is absolutely insane. So we will now need to know a very important move, b4. I can foresee a bit of shock on your face. Now, the point is that if black takes, we get to eliminate his key central pawn, and black will have absolutely no ideas in the center. The pawns are not advancing, and here he is just lost. He is just a pawn down, his pawns are weak, his knight is bad, his king has been weakened, there is no fun. We just like castle, bishop b2, maybe f4 removes the knight, white is just winning. Another move is knight c4. But, again, our goal is to get rid of black's central pawns. If we do this, the counterplay will be more or less gone, so we should be very happy. So we are going to take on c4 and play bishop b2. Now, the pawn on e5 is hanging. At this point, black can, for example, castle, but then we get to take this pawn. Please don't be scared to get pinned, because after queen e2, white protects the knight and creates a threat of queen c4. White can always go f4 later, and here black does not, in my opinion, have compensation. He might have some, but this clearly would not suffice. This is bad. So black has to find the move e4, and here we go, knight d4. Now, white's about to play queen e2, hit the pawns. If black, for example, castles, we go queen e2, and at this point the pawn on c4 is hanging. It's not really easy to explain how black should defend it. For example, if, say, bishop a6, black's gonna blunder a fork. If, for example, bishop e6, black's gonna blunder a bishop. He cannot do that. And if, say, queen c7, black's gonna allow for knight b5 when we trade and can win the pawn later. And again, trades are helpful for us. So, yeah, I don't really see how black can defend this pawn. And white's already better again. Much better. This wouldn't do. So, it's very important that black continues knight c6. Now, very forcing stuff begins. Have a lot of patience, please. We play, and be very sharp here. Please try to, get as involved in this part of the video as possible. You don't want to just watch it. You really need to try to understand what's happening. We go bishop b5. The pin is very helpful, because our goal is to challenge the black center, the pawn on e5 in particular, with moves like, say, bishop b2, and the knight is one of the key defenders. Now, the most natural move to me seems to be bishop d7. However, the black bishop will be quite passive here, and I think white keeps the advantage. White castles. Now, if black is to just castle, we have a very powerful move d4, and the black center is getting totaled. For example, if he were to take with the knight, we could just take, and if, for example, black took, we just take and wins the pawn on d4. White is just a pawn up, the black pawns are weak, the king is weak, the bishop can just get developed to the long diagonal, the pawns will get attacked, we are already a pawn up, black is nearly lost. So black has to play e4, but then we go knight e5. And here it might look as though the bishop is hanging, For example, after taking, and bishop b5. But of course it's not, we just have a check. And as a result, we just attack more or less everything. Let's say now black goes king h8, we take. Let's say rook b8, we just retreat. And I've analyzed some position like this, where as a result, white basically stays a pawn up. Again, I'm very sorry. I understand this whole video is super, super challenging. You might, your head might hurt by the end of it. I tried to keep things accessible, which is my author style. But here, yeah, 22 moves of theory, and we stand a pawn up, and we are much better in the endgame. Well, that's all I can tell you. White is attacking the pawn on a7. White can play rook b1, rook d1, try to improve his king, and yeah, I mean, we keep very good winning chances. So that's not gonna do. Or say if black is to play bishop e5, we just take and of course win the bishop. That's not gonna do either. So basically this whole thing will lead to a lot of trouble for black. Black needs to find the move e4, but now we take knight d4. Now the knight's attacking the c6 bishop, as well as the pawn on f5. And when black goes back, which is more or less the only logical move, we have a very important check. I think if you just make some random move and black castles, he would be already very happy with his position. But we go queen h5 check, g6, and queen h6. Now, black still cannot castle. Bishop b2 is coming down the pipeline. The long diagonal is already very weak. And I think we should stop here. It's possible to analyze this position in even more detail, but basically I'm just gonna say we just keep our extra pawn. Importantly, if black is to try to take the pawn on b4, he's gonna end up in a lot of trouble after, say, bishop b2, because moves like knight f5 are being threatened. And if, say, he is to play bishop f8, here's something like, say, queen e3, still keeps all the threats, alive. And if, say, bishop g7, knight e6, and then white just takes, and white's, with the opposite colored bishops like this, white's position is already totally winning. The black bishop is absolutely useless, the white bishop is a monster, and white's position is, of course, yeah, just overwhelming. Black is getting crushed. So this is not gonna really work out. And here, black can defend better, but the position, again, it stays complicated. Black is almost fine, but I still think, like, white is pressing, and you definitely should be very excited about getting a position like this. And again, well, if you play it badly with either color, you might lose it in 3-4 moves. But I was not trying to offer you as safe a solution as possible. I was going for a fight, and in a fight, there are always risks. But we pose as many problems to black as we can. He has to defend very, very carefully. Now, the right move for black is bishop b7. And that's something Jan is recommending in his lifetime repertoires. At this point, we reach a very important crossroads. Now, after a couple of, after 10 cups of coffee and a couple of sleepless nights, I've managed to find a way to pose problems. Here, initially, I just thought it's a draw, but I've managed to find a way to challenge black. So, first, let's discuss a move that would yield us at least a draw. We can play bishop b2. Now, this pawn is attacked. At this point, as Jan clearly, correctly points out, black needs to ignore the pawn. We take, and take on e5. Rook e8 and f4. And at this point, after queen b6, Jan says, okay, white cannot castle, the pawn on b4 is hanging, black has enough activity. Objectively, he is right. However, I think this is just the beginning. For example, white just plays a3. Now, if black does nothing, okay, I'm gonna play queen f3 and then queen f2 or queen e3. And if you do nothing for a move or two, I'll just keep my 2 extra pawns, I'll castle, and I'll be totally winning. So black has to, know what he is doing. And this knowledge leads him to the move a5. Now, we go queen f3. And at this point, black has a couple of opportunities. He can, for example, take on b4, which should also hold. But after, for example, takes, bishop c3, let's say queen a4, queen e3, white's prepared to castle, and if, say, black takes the pawn and white castles, the number of pawns got drastically reduced. We only have 4 pawns left, but white's knight on e5 is very powerful. This bishop is not doing much, and if, let's say, black were to just take, I'm afraid this position after bishop e5, for example, could be, reasonably uncomfortable for black. Maybe not hugely, maybe even f e5 might deserve attention, but after bishop e5, black still needs to, defend, because obviously threats like queen g3 are around. The pawn on f5 is making the black king very weak. And yeah, this is still uncomfortable. I would play this. Unfortunately, black has a move like d4, and after, say, takes, queen e4, let's say takes, with two bishops, and an opportunity to trade on e5 and make it to the position with, the opposite colored bishops, where white is just this more or less useless d pawn up. Black should hold. Black will hold rather easily. But again, well, white is the one playing for a win. It's not us who is holding a pawn down. So again, why not go here, right? Or black can play the move bishop e5, which might be even cleaner. Now, we cannot unfortunately take with the bishop, because rook a1 would unfortunately win the rook. The bishop would be pinned. So black takes his time to make this bishop quite dumb. And now he takes on b4, and we go queen c3. And I think if black were to, say, just trade, well, in this position, white still remains a pawn up and keeps chances to win the game. So black has to play queen e4 check. And now we go king d1, a super interesting position. Now e6 is a huge threat, and these pieces are about to simply crush black. Black takes the pawn on g2. We go rook e1. Now e6 is coming, and it's barely possible to stop it. The pawn is very strong. The white king is perfectly safe. The a file is absolutely not a problem, and black has to play quite carefully. Draws that I found here would pop up like this: bishop d7, e6, bishop e6. Now, of course, we would have loved to, take the bishop, but we're gonna go queen g7. Actually, sorry. What am I saying, guys? I just went nuts. My apologies. As you can see, I've overanalyzed a little bit. Black starts with the move rook e8. Sorry, my bad. Now, we unfortunately don't really get to take here, because after queen g4, we're gonna get mated. So we have to take on g7, and after takes, ed7, black would be in trouble. We still keep an extra pawn, like rook d8, rook e5. So black will have to find the move rook e6 here. And after, for example, bishop e5, that's really the only practical chance, which, doesn't trade the rooks. We can say white is still a little better due to his slightly better bishop and black's slightly weakened king. But of course, black should be able to hold the draw here reasonably effortlessly. And again, we are very deep in the analysis. This is already, just for your information, move, 28 or 29? So, yeah, I mean, we cannot win by force, and, we've really posed a lot of problems here. And this is a line where only white is ever playing for a win, and black is definitely risking here. Black needs to be very precise. So, the conclusion is that if you are looking to just play safely and check black's knowledge, and this is something many grandmasters are very, keen on doing, they don't want to take excessive risks. They make the moves where they don't risk to lose, and if the opponent knows what he is doing, okay, he makes a draw or equalizes, and if not, he is in trouble, as opposed to going for some insane carnage. So if that's what you like, here you go, bishop b2 is your man. But I also wanted to, just for some of you who want a complicated position, present an option like this. The move then would be c4. It's an extremely powerful idea, which makes black task really difficult. It challenges the black center right away. This move was not covered by Jan in his course, which is another huge advantage of it. It's very fresh. I don't think anyone ever analyzed it, at least in any literature. Another idea is that we might want to play c5 and grab space and kick this bishop out. If black just takes the pawn, he might be in a bit of trouble after queen e2. Now white would like to take the pawn with the queen, stopping castling and hitting this knight. And if, say, black castles, we take on c4 and then take the knight. White wins a piece. Interesting that the position is still complicated. However, well, white is clearly benefiting from this, and I would just leave it here. I'm sorry, I cannot go too deep in every single line, because the video would just run for 10 hours, and you would just probably shoot yourself instead of watching this. So let's just say castling doesn't work. Please elaborate a little bit yourself. Black has to go queen c7, protecting the pawn, ensuring the knight is safe. Now white takes, black has to play a6, and then I found some line like this, where as a result, let's say if bishop g2, white can pick the pawn on g7 later, and at this point, white is 2 pawns up, black can get 1 back, but anyway, black should be able to hold when he is, say, a pawn down in some position like this, bishop wherever. But again, white will be a pawn up, and he's the only one trying to play for a win. So this, in my opinion, does not promise black anything good. Black has to castle. Here we play c5. Now, again, black faces a huge choice. Of course, it is not a good idea to retreat to e7, because here we can take, and here's a pawn on e5 is very weak. We can even take it. It's also very strong to dismantle the center with d4, and black's position immediately becomes extremely bad. This is not gonna do the trick for him. Black cannot counterattack with a move like e4 either, because we take and play knight d4. Now both bishops are being attacked. Black has to play queen f6 and counterattack our knight, but then we get to take on c6. We don't care about the rook. The bishop on d6 is gonna fall, and black is falling apart. This is not working out for him. So black has to find the move bishop c7. Now we castle. I would also like to say there's an interesting move bishop b2, and that's exactly why I'm loving this position so much. It's super complicated, very difficult to play for both, but white is the one kind of dictating the pace. White has so many opportunities. If you want, you draw. If you want, you play, one type of position. If you want, you play differently. Black has to be ready for everything. So castling is what we do. Now black can try to take this pawn. However, then he exposes himself to all the sorts of threats over the b file, and after rook b1, and for example bishop a4, we're hitting this bishop, and then if say queen c8, we can for example play d3. Now, white can try to play rook e1, hit the pawn, maybe bishop b2. Queen b3 now is a problem, because the pawn and the bishop would hang, and let's say if black were to play e4, then, well, he's not ready for any, spark of activity like this, because we just take and play queen b3, and black's gonna get his king hit just as the bishop, and he is in trouble. He is losing. So black will have to, content himself with just some waiting moves, but white clearly gets a lot of pressure. So black has to play a6 here, bishop a4. Now the bishop is coming over to b3 to hit this pawn. Black goes queen f6 to prepare e4, connect the rooks, hit our rook. We play d3. And at this point, I guarantee, well, first of all, no one will get here. I'm just showing this to clear my conscience and to know that I've prepared you for everything, but I can guarantee you're not getting this position. In this position, most black players will probably play something like e4, thinking, okay, I'm so smart, hitting the knight and hitting the rook. But they're actually losing if they do this. We take, and now knight g5. And now threats like bishop b3 or like queen d5 are very strong. And if black takes the rook, he is lost after queen h5. The mate is a threat, and if, for example, h6, he is losing to something like this. Now there is no way to stop queen h7, and if, let's say, takes queen h5, it's mate. Wow. I just, to be honest, my head already starts just, hurting a little bit, and I start kind of losing the feel of ground when I'm showing all this. It's just so complicated and so insane, but I definitely think, well, black has to be very careful, a lot more than white. So at this point, king h8 is the only move that needs to be found. The engine shows it. I'm not sure if humans will. We go rook b1. Stopping any problems with the rook protecting the pawn, e4, and now I found a line like this, bishop b2, queen h6. Now black's about to mate us, we cannot move the knight. But now we go queen d7, and now we are attacking the bishop. Now black goes rook c8, and now we play knight h4. Now the knight is defended because, well, there is a threat of mate on g7. Black goes knight b8, queen e7, knight c6, and we end up repeating moves after queen d7, knight b8. I don't know what to say about this. Typically in some course I would just cut the analysis at some point and say, okay, well, we have a complicated position, lots of fun, let's play. Here, this line is totally unnecessary. Both sides could have played differently. There are dozens of possibilities along the way. And there's absolutely no way we can analyze them both, and we don't really need to. You cannot, it's as silly as an attempt to, say that one e4 wins by force or draw by force in every line and try to see every line. We just need to play. But basically, it's just important that, well, you understand what the picture of the position is, what possibilities you have. If I personally feel somewhat scared, to be honest, to play a position like this. And that is why I would probably prefer to go bishop b2 on move 14 instead of c4 and check black's knowledge with that in that position with 2 extra pawns. And if he knows what he is doing, okay, so be it, draw. If not, I win. If you want to play something crazy, here you go, because I clearly did not want to cut my analysis short and just say it's a draw. There is nothing I can offer. Well, that's all I can say. Unfortunately, yeah, no other news. But we've been given so many alternatives along the way in more or less every critical line that I definitely feel you'll find one or most likely even a few positions that will suit your taste and your chess goals, or your goals in a specific tournament. Let's say you're rated 2300, you play 2600. Well, you check his knowledge. He knows it. Good. Draw. We get rating. We, don't stress ourselves. We make him feel very uncomfortable. If you're playing someone weaker, you go for the sharp line and they'll make a mistake. So it'll clearly be up to you. But again, I would like to remind you that this is super advanced. I feel that any 2700 player, at least any 2700 player I know personally, and I clearly know quite a few, and I've analyzed with quite a few, they would be satisfied with a position like this, or rather with the depth of analysis like this, and even 2700s would not want to memorize this all. They would look for something slightly easier. So I feel this has been the most comprehensive research on the latest theory of two knights available at the moment, and I definitely feel like the task has been completed successfully. Thank you for watching, and we will meet in the next video. Take care. Hi, and welcome. This chapter is really special because, in a way, it's relevant to, the topic, to the dynamic Italian and to Italian in general, but actually it has absolutely nothing to do with what we've studied in the previous chapters, only maybe except for the chapter where we talked about all the sidelines black and throw us, like d6, g6, h6, and so on. So here's what we're going to discuss, and here's why I decided to add such a chapter. As I understand, all of you, or most of you, are vastly interested in playing the dynamic way versus the Italian. After bishop c5, you're ready to go b4 and sacrifice a pawn, play the Evans Gambit. After knight f6, you're ready to go knight g5 and dive into this ocean of complications. However, I understand that there's a lot you need to know. And of course, I've done my best to explain it. Of course, I've done my best in the text and in the videos. And even there's also a quick starter guide, which should help even more. However, some of you might want to take it slow. Some of you might only want to learn the Evans. Some of you might want to only learn knight g5. Some of you might simply want to even have an alternative. So basically, this chapter will be a very quiet, simple way of handling the Italian as well. We'll focus on the lines with d3. However, we're not going to dive, of course, into that very main body of theory. I'm going to show to you a little sideline, a little, hidden practical way of handling it, which I think would suit beginners and inexperienced players best. You can start with this chapter and start using this system, and then slowly but surely add, let's say, the Evans to your repertoire, or let's say knight to g5. You can only play this. You can play Evans and knight g5 as your main weapon, and sometimes, once in a while, play, toy with such a quiet system. So basically, this chapter is teach your friend to play an Italian in half an hour without making his head blow due to the tons of theory. Let's dive in. So here, as I said, we're gonna play d3 instead of the sharp move b4. Now, after knight f6, instead of playing the quiet Italian with a move like c3, we're gonna play knight to c3. Now, what is this move all about, and why you are not seeing it that much in the top level tournaments? Well, the disadvantage is that it's not allowing white to play pawn to c3 followed by, let's say, b4 or d4. And thus it doesn't enable white to control the central squares equally well. However, that is a very healthy move. That's a move that develops a piece. And obviously, if you are an amateur, you shouldn't be interested in the way grandmasters play. You should be interested in playing healthy, reasonable chess. So here's kind of an outline I've come up with, and we're going to confirm, we're going to study the arising positions in more detail, but basically here's what I want you to understand. In positions like this, for example, after, say, castling, white has pretty much 2 or 3 ideas. One idea is a trappy idea that makes a ton of, players at some scholastic tournaments or, in a local club lose games. It is playing something like, say, d6, and then something like a6, and blundering the spin, and basically having your pawns doubled. And let's say black makes some random move, white manages to double the black pawns, and then throw all the pieces at black. And typically, black's not really going to survive this, because, of course, so many pieces are joining the attack. White hasn't even sacrificed anything, and, well, the attack is free, nice, and smooth. So that's not really actually something we'll be hoping for, but I want you to know that such an idea exists. Then, one more idea, after some move like d6, is to go after the bishop with knight to a4. And the thing is, we're not really hoping to get all that much. We're simply hoping to get the bishop pair and just play a position with a slight advantage due to the bishop pair. And we'll, of course, discuss more later as we move on. And finally, there's an idea to play a move like bishop e3. The point being that after bishop e3, fe3, white moves his f-pawn to e3, and now he gets a semi-open file, and he gets to control the squares on f4 and d4 extremely well due to the position of his pawn. So now white's capable of carrying out such plans as, for example, knight to h4, knight to f5, possibly queen to, say, f3, or queen to e1, g3, or h4. White can try to double up with rook f2, rook f1. And generally speaking, such positions tend to be equal. They're absolutely balanced objectively. However, from the practical perspective, I think at a level such as, say, 1500, it is way easier, it's undoubtedly easier to handle it as white. Because white has a very clear-cut plan. And for black, on the other hand, it's not that easy, it's not that obvious what he should be doing. And, well, I could clearly go in more detail, and I could clearly explain how black should defend, and what are the plans, what are the, move orders, and so on. But we're not gonna do that. Not because it's a course for white, but because, again, my goal is to give you a position which is balanced, where you're not losing out of the opening, where you understand what you want to do, where there are no traps you can fall for, and where you can simply play chess, improve your chess, and try to prove you are a better chess player than your opponent. And this is exactly what every player rated, let's say, 1400, 1500 should try to do, instead of memorizing a ton of theory, drowning in it, forgetting it, and not sparing any time to other chess activities. So, this is pretty much the outline. And then finally, we're moving on to the actual theory here, or rather, move orders and subtleties. So, again, all these moves, always good to repeat, always good to have another look. Knight f6, knight c3. Now, to my huge surprise, the very main move in the database is d6. And I actually don't like this move, because I think that if we get this bishop, we will emerge with a slight, probably very slight, yet very stable advantage, and a very nice, pleasant position. So after, for example, bishop b6, takes, it's important to comprehend that black is ready to go after our bishop. And we don't want that to happen. We just fought so hard for our bishop pair. We're not, conceding it. So white makes a move a3, a very important move that stops knight to a5. And now the bishop's always ready to hide if needed. If knight a5, we just hide. So here, black can choose to, for example, go bishop e6, and he gets to deprive us of our bishop pair. However, after, say, taking, castling, let's say rook e1, We stop all the sort of play related to d5, because then we would take, and then this pawn would hang. So black cannot easily get any active play himself. And as for us, we are ready to either play d4, or we are ready to play c3 and d4. Let me elaborate a little bit. For example, if black made some random move, we go d4, say chop, 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 chop. And here, white can try to continue with the move e5, or white can simply play, for example, say f3, bishop e3, maybe c4 to grab space, or maybe white can play b3 and then bishop to b2. And again, all of these positions honestly should be balanced. However, I think there is no doubt that when you have the bishop pair, or I mean just a bishop versus a knight now, and the position has a decent potential of opening up, generally speaking, on average, the bishops tend to be more useful. So I think that white should be quite comfortable here, and practically I would pick white. And that's all we need at that point. Now, black can try to do something else as well, and actually, sorry, let me show one more detail, one more idea white has. We can try to play c3 as well, and later d4, and well, if black takes, of course, then we get the pawn center. And if not, then we're gonna spoil his structure, he's going to regret it. He doesn't want to have such doubled, isolated pawns. So, again, equality everywhere, but very, very obvious, nice, smooth play. Black can try to also say, stop such a plan as bishop g5, even though I don't think we're that really, we're that needy to go bishop g5. Generally speaking, ideas with bishop g5 make sense when it's possible to go knight d5 later and, you know, threaten something and actually increase your presence on the king side and create threats. But just the move bishop g5 for the sake of it doesn't really make that much sense. So black can try to stop it, but I don't think he needs to. We just castle, say rook e1, and again, all the same plans, we're gonna play d4 later. Save bishop e6, we just trade, and get an identical position to the one we had just seen, where both d4 or c3 followed by d4 are very healthy, reasonable plans. Now, one more thing black can try to do is go rook to e8. And the reason for that move is because he might want to go bishop e6, and after taking, he might want to take with the rook. And this is something that many players would do in case if they're scared of having the doubled pawns. So in this event, I actually want to encourage black to play that. I would go something like, say, bishop d2, possibly preparing bishop c3 followed by d4, possibly simply getting a piece in the game, preparing, like, I don't know, queen e2, rook d1, just connecting the rooks. And if bishop e6, most importantly, we're ready to take, and here comes an exceptionally important positional move, pawn to c4. Now, white manages to clamp, white manages to grab under full control the square on d5. As a result, black never ever will be able to go d5. Later, we have two plans, which make sense to me. We can either try to play for d4, with such a plan as, say, bishop c3, maybe prepare it a little bit, and eventually d4, trying to open up the position and grab space. And basically, our pipe dream position would be the one, of course, where we push d4 and either get to play d5, or black takes, and then we play like f3 to support the pawns. Like, let's say if black made some move, and he is gonna do something better than that. And we cannot actually even do this here because we hang a pawn, but I just want to show you the image we want to obtain. Something like this. Because here, the white pieces are clearly much better than the black ones, the bishop is clearly much better than the knight, and white can, let's say, play f3, the pawns are secure, everything is alright. Well, you'll need to be careful if you want to execute this plan. Don't blunder pawns or something and then tell me I showed you this sequence in the video. I don't want that to happen. Well, you can start with like queen c2 or something and protect the pawn, or you can delay this plan a little bit. You can play like queen d2, rook e2, rook e1, protect the pawn, and later do it. Or, if you like, you can also try to play something like h3, maybe, knight h4, rook f1, knight f5, pawn to f4, and so on. And generally speaking, the reason why I like such a plan is because it's well known, it's one of the first and foremost rules of chess, that all the flank play becomes a lot more efficient when the center is stable, when you're in full control of what's happening in the center. And here, the center is locked. Black's not gonna be able to answer such a move as f4 with, say, d5, breaking through in the center. That's not happening. So, white has his hands free and he can try and do whatever he likes on the king side. And that's definitely very sensible as well. So, such positions, as you can see, while objectively may be still equal, or I mean, this is actually probably not equal anymore, I would say only such positions are equal, white has the easier game, which is all that matters. Then, black can try to play such a move as, for example, castling, which is just a waiting move. He's not really, defining his intentions yet. And here, for one, we can try to get the opponent to blunder this trap. And again, white takes, knight h4, queen h5. But generally speaking, I don't recommend playing for traps. I recommend making healthy moves that improve your position regardless of what the opponents do. So here, the problem with bishop g5, from the positional viewpoint, is that black can go h6, and after bishop h4, he can go bishop e7, and later d6, knight h5, knight f4, and this bishop just tends to be absolutely, well, useless here. It's switched off, it's not working. So I don't really want us to go for a position like this. However, it's a pattern worth knowing, so I'm showing it to you. Now, we're simply gonna castle. And here, black can again try to make a move like d6, but then we get to simply take the bishop. And again, I like white a lot. Or black can try something else, like for example, he can play h6. We'll get to the plans we're about to discuss shortly, or a6 will get to the plans we're about to discuss shortly. For example, black can make a move like, let's say, h6 here as well, and then say after h3, again, black can choose to castle or play d6 or play a6. There's a lot of move orders, but you just need to understand a couple of main plans. One of them we have already seen, to answer d6 with knight a4 and go after the bishop. So, let's now take a look at a different plan. For example, say castling, and after, for example, castling, black goes, again, if d6 we have knight a4, very important, right? So, for example, black, let's see what happens if black plays a6. Or what happens if black, for example, plays a6 here. Let's say castling, and here d6. Well, here, the main point is that the black bishop's able to escape to a7, right? So it makes no sense for us to go knight a4. The knight will be misplaced on the edge of the board, and subject to all the sorts of things like b5. We're not gonna do that. So, when the pawn is on d6, and when the pawn is on a6, the other plan gains a lot in strength. So, here's the deal. As I had shown you, and we are again going a little backwards, but I think for a good reason, after such moves, for example, another doable plan for white, sensible plan, is to play bishop e3, hoping that black takes, and then white takes back, right? And then white gets to open up the f-file, white gets to join with his rooks, white gets to double up, white gets to bring the queen over to the king side, and so on and so forth. So, this position is definitely very pleasant in practice. But if black is smart, he would go bishop to b6, whenever possible. Bishop e3, bishop b6. And again, as I said, after bishop b6, he'll take a b6, opening up the file for himself and not letting us open the f-file, right? However, here's the deal. When black puts the pawn on a6, the plan of bishop b6 becomes unavailable. So, for example, now we castle bishop e3. And here, black would not want to take. He would much rather go bishop b6 and take a b6. But a b6 is not possible. The pawn is already on a6. So now, after say taking, we just have a strategically winning position or so. White just has an outpost on d5. Black has no way of ever chasing the knight away. The pawns are potentially weak. The a-file didn't open up. And black just wasn't his structure at all. This is clearly very bad. So, keep in mind, when the pawn is on a6, bishop e3 gains a ton in strength because black cannot play bishop b6. And finally, if black takes, and after taking, say queen e1, again, we're just gonna continue with all these moves we have already discussed for quite a few times in this video. And I think, again, that while the position objectively stays equal according to the engine, and at a grandmaster level it is equal, black will know how to defend. However, at a club level, this is way easier for white. And again, my goal, especially in such a short chapter, such a short video, is not to look for some theoretical advantage which doesn't exist. My goal is much, much rather to provide you with a clear-cut plan of what to do. And I think here we are clearly we've clearly reached our destination, so to speak. So this is good. And again, there are countless move orders black can throw at us. Like black can play d6 and move, I don't know, 5 or move 6, like here. Or black can play h6 earlier or later, and so on and so forth. But it doesn't really matter. We just need to keep in mind, if black puts the pawn on d6, knight a4 is the plan. If black puts the pawn on a6, bishop e3 is the plan. And the move h6 shouldn't upset us, because we are not really planning to go bishop g5 anyway. So that's simple. And I may not have covered like every single variation I gave in the chapter move after move. However, we just got to see the ideas, and again, it's not about the move orders. It's not a sharp position where we've got to remember everything move after move. So I consider our task to be completed successfully. And finally, black can play knight f6 as well. And here, of course, in the main course, we go knight g5. However, for the purpose of creating a simple repertoire, we'll play d3. Now, bishop c5 is a transposition. So most players will go bishop e7 if they want to avoid playing bishop c5. And it's important to know that at a grandmaster level, there has been a new fashionable plan to go h6 g5. However, I'm not going to cover this here because, again, this is supposed to be a beginner-friendly chapter. And if a beginner plays h6 g5 and throws such pawns at you, well, the thing is, you know, I recall such a story. I mean, of course, more of a myth, when a grandmaster was playing a game at some, national championship, and he walked out, and there were some people, like maybe journalists or, I don't know, friends or something, and they said, hey, did you sacrifice this piece? Or did you blunder a piece? And he said, well, depends on how the game ends. If I win, it means I sacrificed. If I lose, it means I blundered. So basically, well, the moral of, the story is that some action is not necessarily defined by the action itself, but by the result or by who executes it. So I say that in order to break rules, first of all, you need to learn what the rules are. So when a grandmaster breaks the rules of a chess opening and goes h6 and g5, he understands that it's an exception and he might still do it, based on some other reasons. But when a beginner makes moves h6 and g5, I would just call it a mistake. I would just call it a terrible way of handling the opening. And if he does that, well, you'll just play in the center, you'll just make healthy normal moves, you'll figure out what to do. And again, this is not supposed to be a grandmaster level preparation in this chapter, so we are not gonna talk about that. And finally, after bishop e7, we're simply going to castle. Now black can play, let's say, d6 and later castle, or castle and later d6, doesn't matter. Say, castling. This is a slightly more precise move order because it keeps possibilities of d5 open. Now, we will play rook e1, which is a very nice move because it protects the pawn, possibly enabling us to play d4, and also it makes plans with d5 impossible, because if d5 we can take, and now wins this pawn. White has two attackers, so black has to give up on the plan with d5. So black will play d6, and here it's very important to keep in mind that when the pawn on e5 is protected by a pawn, there's always a threat of knight a5 going after the bishop, and we're not giving up our bishop, unlike black in the positions we were studying previously. Here we'll play a4. The reason is, again, we are ready to retreat to a2 if needed. Now, black can play several moves, like say rook e8, h6, a6, bishop e6, whatever. But we're just going to look at a couple basic plans and basic setups. If black chooses to play bishop e6, then we're simply gonna play knight d2. Now, if black chooses to take, we simply activate our knight, and we say thanks a lot. Later we can play c3, maybe play on the queen side, maybe play in the center, maybe play, let's say, knight e3, come to f5, maybe play, let's say, bishop g5 first. And again, it's a very healthy position, with no bad pieces, with a slightly better bishop, because the black bishop is restrained by their own pawns. And again, I see no reasons why a beginner or a club player wouldn't want to play such a position. And if black makes a move like queen d7 just waiting, we don't mind, again, having him take, only as long as the knight can take. So we don't make a move like, say, knight f1, because he'll take and spoil our pawns. So we'll just make some waiting move, stopping knight g4, bishop g4. Let's say rook e8, some waiting move. And here, we're ready to start playing on the queen side. Later, we can tuck this knight away with a move b5, Later, we can choose to play bishop b2 or bishop a3. Later, we can choose to maybe play queen b3 and put additional pressure over here. Maybe eventually d4 will come. And I think white's position is super comfortable here. We're already speaking about the objective advantage as well. White got all the play he wanted, and black is simply passive, and he is not capable of doing much. And finally, black can try to make a move like bishop g4, but it's worth knowing that you're not afraid, you play h3. And here, if black goes bishop e6, he just gifted us a free useful move. And if black goes bishop h5, it's worth knowing that, well, as long as like no disaster happens, like knight d4 and knight takes f3 or something. Like say if you played knight c3, well, this would be a great way to end up in trouble, because after knight d4, black's ready to spoil your pawns, which we don't need. And here actually you're still not necessarily in trouble if say g4 works, but of course we're not gonna, allow for anything like that and try to hold on the last little, well, part of hope, so to speak. So we'll play such a move as c3, simply taking d4 under control, possibly preparing the move d4, and then white's plan will be knight d2, knight f1, and then knight g3. And possibly, actually, let's say if black makes some moves, I would like to show it to you, like let's say some moves, I don't know, whatever it is, we can play g4. And the thing is, first of all, a sacrifice would never work, because black has no pieces to join the attack with. And secondly, white has a very nice defenders, and knight can go to h2 to attack the bishop and protect this knight. Can go to g3 to control f5 and h5, and so on. White is just winning a piece up. And if black retreats, white can go knight g3. And in fact, playing g4 is, I think, very helpful, because now this bishop is terrible. White can later plug the knight onto f5, maybe knight h4 and the other knight to f5, maybe eventually prepare h4, h5, or g5, and maybe, in fact, even start playing on the king side with moves like rook g1 after king h2, knight h4 again, some knights there, h4, g5, and so on. And the rook will be working extremely efficiently over here. And again, white's play is very, very simple. So, to sum it up, the main move you're gonna be seeing here is knight to f6, bishop c5. If black plays knight f6, we just play d3, and later castle and so on, and then this plan like c3, knight d2, knight f1, knight g3. If the bishop goes to g4, you don't get scared. If the bishop goes to e6, you don't let him take and spoil your structure, you're ready to take with the knight, and you're gonna try and grab space, and you're not gonna let him take your bishop after knight a5, knight c4 at any point. And if black plays bishop c5, you've got two main plans. You're gonna, after d6, whenever, try to go after the bishop. If a6 is ever played, you're gonna know that bishop e3 is what we want, and bishop b6 is not as efficient as he cannot take back with the pawn. And you're gonna know that we have this plan of bishop g5, knight d5, trying to win with some, childish trap. But hopefully, if you listen to what I say, you're not gonna go for it at all times or something, and you're gonna instead just focus on healthy moves. But if black ever blunders this idea, then you're happily going to take advantage of this, of course. So hopefully, this will provide a great either backup plan for those of you who want to learn the main lines and just want to take it slow and start with something simple, or for those of you who would be satisfied just playing a simple and non-obligatory, so to speak, theoretically light line like this, it would suffice. And yeah, I just think that having a chapter like this only makes a course much better and can never hurt, because it's always good to have variety, and maybe on some days you just simply wouldn't feel like going for the complicated positions or sacrificing, so you'll play this, very calm Italian, and on some days you'll go for the sharp complications and tsunami of sacrifices in the main lines. Thank you for watching, and I hope you enjoyed the video. I'll see you soon. Take care. Hi. Now it's time for us to look at the model games in the position after such moves as e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, and bishop c4, and black plays bishop to c5. Our dear, beloved Evans Gambit. I'm going to show to you a couple of modern games played by some up-and-coming prodigies rated 25, 2600. I'll show you a game between Mamedyarov and Ding Liren, But I would like to start with something that really gives a lot of joy to any chess player, a game of Morphy. We'll look at a game of Morphy in the Evans, played all the way back dozens and, more than 100 years ago. The only thing I would like to say is actually not the actual Morphy, but it's his uncle who had the white pieces here, but nevertheless, still Morphy, the family charm and the family chess talent definitely will produce something magnificent right here. Now, b4 was played, c3, bishop a5, and as you know, I suggest the move d4 when it comes to theoretical chapter, but it's an old game. We don't want to look at it like this. We want to enjoy. Both sides will make a lot of mistakes, but we will enjoy. Let's not criticize too much. Let's just have fun. Now, white castle. And here it's important that black has to play knight f6. And that's the reason why I suggest we start with d4 instead of castling. Now the pawn is under pressure, and it's not so easy, I think, for white to develop much pressure here. But black continued with the move knight e7. And that's a very typical Evans mistake, because now the knight's not controlling the h5 square, and as a result, white gets a very powerful attack after knight g5. The problem is, black cannot castle here, because after queen h5, the game is over right away. There is a mate threat on h7, and there is a triple attack on f7, and as a result, black simply falls apart. Everything is just totally lost. So, black here has to continue with the move d5, and that's exactly what he did in that game. Now, white took, black took, and there follows, of course, a very typical idea of the Evans, of two knights, of many open games. Boom, knight f7. The king is immediately forced in the very center. Black took, check. And at this point, black really had to already just, admit he was wrong and play, let's say, queen f6, because, say, if white were to take, black can still somehow defend. Or if, say, bishop d5, bishop e6, say, takes. It's somewhat ugly, of course, you would say, to have a king on e6, but at the same time, black's about to just hide it on f7, and, he's almost fine. Of course, white is better, and he's not any material down, he's attacking, but that's still survivable. But black continued with a terrible move king e6 here, which should have immediately led him to a lot of trouble. Now, I think white should just go rook e1 and create such threats as d4 and just open the position, rip the position wide open, and totally crush black. But unfortunately, white continued bishop a3. Again, white wanted, I understand, white wanted to stop moves like rook f8, but this move is quite slow, it loses the momentum, now black can defend. But again, I don't want to look at this game from the perspective of, who could defend. I want to give you the taste, give you the appreciation of the Evans Gambit, and I think such games will do exactly that. So let's be less critical for now, we'll be more critical in modern Grandmaster games. For now, let's just have fun. Black played bishop b6, knight a5, and he tried to force the bishop of this important a2 g8 diagonal, or force white to take, which of course he doesn't want to. And here white continued with a move that definitely stays in centuries. It stays in years, it makes chess history. And I want to give 2 exclamation marks to this move. I want to say it's brilliant, even though according to the computer it's a losing move, but we need to understand chess was played differently back then, and it's exactly due to such chess we have the chess it's exactly due to this, aggressive chess of yesteryear we have the present game we love so much. So rook e5 is what white did. All he cared for is luring the king in the center. Check, king e6, and at this point, white objectively is worse. He should have given a check and gotten the knight back, and here white is a full rook down. However, because his initiative is so strong, white black is just a teeny bit better, and that's clearly a complicated position, so not easy to play as black. But unfortunately, Morphy here made a decisive mistake. He played g4. Well, he clearly wanted to go queen f5 on the next move, and it would just be made right now. And black immediately forgave him. The only defense for black, according to the engine, is c5, trying to run away with the king all the way there. But again, I'm not going to discuss this game from the computer perspective. I don't want to hear stuff like, This guy's played so badly 100, or 150 years ago. It's just terrible. Look, a computer just shows it right away he was lost. I don't care. I want you to appreciate the beauty. Let's not use computers. Black played g6, and after this move, White's idea paid off, and in fact Morphy won the game from now on with brilliant moves, with all the best moves. He continued with queen e4 check. He took this knight, and here he clearly wants to attack. He wants to play queen e5 check, but there is this nasty queen f6 coming down the pipeline. So he thought, okay, gotta stop this. How? Bishop e7. White's about to give this check. There is no queen f6. Black played rook e8, and White gave a forced checkmate. If you want to, you can pause the video and try to figure out what the sequence is. You can try to work out variations, see what you can spot. And I'm about to show it. Queen e5 check. g5 check. Bishop f3 check. Now, if the king went to h4, it would be mate right away. And after bishop g4, White found queen g3. And it's just over. If bishop f3, queen h3 is checkmate. And after queen d7, White mated in one move with queen h3. What a beauty. When I was studying games like this, as I was starting to learn chess, I was speechless. I fell in love with the game. It's so beautiful. Black is so much material up, but who cares? Having an extra rook or an extra queen or extra stuff doesn't matter if your king is mated. And I just want you to understand that, first of all, even though the computer might say it's wrong, people fail, people crack under pressure, and here clearly Black has been under a lot of pressure, so eventually he went wrong. And importantly, well, you cannot really say that those guys are the extra pieces. They have never participated in the game. Alright, now that we've had our share of fun, let's move on to the serious theory and serious model games of nowadays. The first one I would like to show is a game between the very talented junior player who was junior world champion under, I think, 14 or 16, Semyon Lomasov from Russia, and Grandmaster Igor Lucy, a notable theoretician, a 2700 player at some point, a Russian champion, and author of a black repertoire on e4, e5, Igor Lucy. E4, e5. Let's skip the first moves. I would just like to remind, we really need to make this move d4 to play queen b3 quickly. The game saw queen b3 here. The game saw castling, bishop b6. Black knows he's opening perfectly. Black makes all the right moves. In the theoretical chapter, I explained that queen c6 is more or less the only move. Black knows everything. And in the theoretical section, we stopped right here. I concluded the theoretical coverage with such words as White's getting his pawn back. He's opening up the position. White is ahead in development, so clearly he should be very happy. However, I said, Black has the better pawn structure, and some pieces have been already traded, so Black is not really running into as much of an attack as he could have, which is what makes the position balanced. Let's see how this balanced position, which apparently both players, 2550 and 2650, were rated, obviously very strong grandmasters, or I mean grandmaster level players, because White's actually an international master, very, very, of course, strong, about to become a grandmaster soon. Obviously, they were both prepared. They were both well prepared. Sorry, I'm already mixing up words. Let's see how such strong players handled the position in practice. Here, Black needs to find a very precise move. I would also like to say that there have been 6 games in the history of databases that have reached this position. White won 2 games and drew 4. He hasn't lost any, which I also think says a word or two about the position. I understand that 6 games is not large enough a data set to draw any serious conclusions, but still, it's obvious that when you see 6-0 or instead 0-6 as a score, you understand, well, there's some data, still to use. So yeah, White's winning, White's drawing, White never loses. That's good. So yeah, Black can play queen e6 here, and I wanted to analyze stuff a little more from the theoretical perspective as well, because I know we've stopped in the theoretical chapter. Maybe some of you would want to know a little more. Now, I think White has a couple interesting moves. It's possible to go knight f3 and just develop. But I am afraid that, say, after bishop c7, let's say queen e4, it's just going to be a draw with all the queenside pawns being eliminated. Or after, say, rook e1, it's a complicated position where we can go knight d4, bishop back, f4, and black would not find it easy to take advantage of our weak queenside pawns with the board still not full of pieces, but quite full of pieces. And white's extra pawn on the king side, I think, will be more useful right now. And again, of course, in the endgame you'll be worse, but just don't go for the endgame, don't trade, keep the pieces. So yeah, that's interesting, but even more than that, I like the move knight d3. The point being that now white wants to go c4 and play bishop b2 next, and develops the bishop to the place where it would enjoy its stay the most, the long diagonal. And after castling, rook e1, I believe that white, who is about to play bishop b2, knight f4, lands the knight on d5, f3, to improve his center, stabilize the position, should be objectively better, and of course it's a lot easier to play with such a monstrous bishop, and such a wonderful knight coming to f4, I clearly pick white. So black has to find the move queen a4, and this, such a well-prepared theoretician did find it, or did know it. The point is that black's queen, it's very scary to me, because the black queen is being driven so far away from the king side, but that's still the right move, because it challenges the white queen and stops white from creating more threat right now. And after white goes queen d3, he is trying to play queen g3, hit the pawn, maybe hit c7 indirectly, possibly come to f4 later, black goes knight f6. And this is a very interesting position, because black's immediately hitting the pawn, even though it doesn't really look like black can afford to take such a pawn, does it? Here, white goes, it's possible to go rook e1 if you're interested. You can study this move, but white played bishop g5. Now, if black were to say castle, of course white's gonna just take and play knight f3, and I personally perceive this position as a terrible one. White will just go knight d4, pawn to f4, the rook's about to come over, maybe the queen could come over like this, or maybe to g3, and I feel that black's clearly under a very strong attack. His position is extremely dangerous, I would say very bad objectively, and clearly he's gonna lose the game shortly after. So black has to find the move queen takes on e4. Now, of course, black cannot take with knight, because if he does, it's checkmate in one move. Queen e4. Well, frankly, if your opponent is not a very well-prepared grandmaster, he is not going to do this. And if he's not a well-prepared grandmaster, he's not even going to make it here. But still, I want to show you what it's all about. Check. Now, it's important that if black tries to defend like this, of course he loses right away due to rook e1. The other move, the rook fe1 move would also win, because of course white's about to just get a discover check like knight d7 or like knight g6, and yeah, there is nothing black can do, he resigns. So black has to play c6, white plays queen b6. Now, importantly, black cannot really take this knight, because after rook e1, there's a pin, black's losing the queen, and if he goes knight e4, it's going to be mate in one move. So black has to castle, and after taking rook e1, we reach a position. Well, this is really weird, because both players have made 19 perfect moves. Well, if you don't start joking or arguing that like 1 e4 is not the best move or things like that. Both players have made 19 perfect moves. That's the best both can get if opponent plays very well. Now, what about this position? Well, I would like to say, first of all, most likely they didn't just find these moves, most likely they just analyzed very deeply. Now, white's not any material down. White's about to go rook e3, rook g3, and just mate black, it seems. But interestingly, black is still doing fine according to the engine. Black can still survive. Black goes queen d5 and takes the pawn on a2. And in this position, I feel like white has so many attractive possibilities, like knight d4, rook e3, rook g3, or like rook, say, e3 right away, which is what Lomasov played. Rook e7 is a very interesting move, keeping the pawn on b7 under attack, maybe preparing ideas like rook e1, rook e8. And yeah, I feel like practically it's so difficult to be black here. White played rook e3, which is also very decent. And here, white could have gone, for example, say queen to b1, in order to play rook d1 and have the rook protected. and possibly later say queen c1, h6. White went wrong and played queen c7, and now the computer starts giving a slight edge to black, like, 1/5, 1/4 of a pawn, which of course is nothing in a practical game. c5. Now black's trying to defend the 6th rank with his rook. Check. Rook e1. Queen f4. White's trying to bring the queen over to h6. And black is still fine. Black's a teeny bit better according to the computer, because, as I said, white played a little imprecisely earlier on. However, practically, well, whom would you pick with such a weak king? And again, black had to find all the perfect moves. So far, Lucy played perfect chess. Perfect. There is not a slightest, doubt that we can kind of address towards black. Black played queen d6, queen h6, and in this position, black decided to play rook e3. 27 good moves. Now, white could have just taken with the rook, in my opinion, preparing ideas like, say, maybe h4 or maybe h3, knight out, and then rook g3. Importantly, of course, there is no need to blunder stuff over the first rank. But white made a move fe3, which is a little weird. I understand what he wanted, to push this pawn and not to have a weak first rank, but this move feels weird. Black played rook g8, e4, and in this position, it was very important, of course, that black had to, play carefully. Black had to try to stop the attack with moves like rook g6 or something, and he would be a teeny bit better. White's a pawn down, but of course his compensation is just breaking through the roof. But here black made a serious mistake. He went bishop g4. Basically, it took him like 1 or 2 mistakes to lose this game. Here white made a very powerful move e5. Of course, that was his goal, to attack his pawns. There is a spin. And at this point, black would have still survived. For example, say he could have gone queen d8, or say queen f8, with the point being that, say, if we take, then the computer says it's a dead draw, but I would be very scared as black, because his king is obviously not capable of escaping, and of course, it's very likely that in some rook endgame it will be a draw, but still white's the one calling the shots, and black will have to defend carefully because his rook is basically stuck on the last rank, at least for the time being, and it's likely we'll have at the end some endgame like 3 versus 2 or like 2 versus 1, something like this. A draw, but I mean, obviously, a comfortable draw for white, not for black. White's pressing. Or white can say play queen f6 and say let black take and again get a slightly better endgame. Or just choose to continue with the queens, like say queen f4, queen wherever, and white's obviously putting a little bit of pressure. But black played queen a6, and I would like you to stop the video here if you would like to work out a little bit as opposed to just listening to all of my stories, and find how white won here. One move and black resigned. Just one. How to continue. Okay, I hope you took the time. Here, white has a very powerful idea, e6. Now, the problem is that white's about to take on f6, and the black queen cannot defend it anymore. Here, black resigned. Let's see why. For example, if he took with the bishop, we would take, and here there's something like just rook d1, and white's about to just mate black with rook d8, and there's no stopping it. No way. So, yeah, I mean, black can like play some queen a8 and give up his queen, but apparently a grandmaster would not play a queen down in a classical game. So, I have pretty mixed feelings about this game, because it's not possible to say white won a one-sided game, or that black got slaughtered, or that, Evans is an opening which wins by force, or anything like that. Black was extremely well prepared. Black made all the perfect moves. It literally took him like 1 or 2 inaccuracies still, even after all those moves, when he was even a little better. 1 or 2 inaccuracies, like 1 inaccuracy, 1 big mistake, to lose. And clearly, black's task during this game was not pleasant. It was very difficult to handle the position for him, even though Lisa did extremely well up to some point. So, I just would like to, present an honest picture. If black is so well prepared, this is what you're gonna get. You have alternatives along the way, but, well, if you follow my main analysis, this is what you're gonna get. And, yeah, I mean, I find it perfectly acceptable. Again, the data say white wins more. White wins, as I said, 4 out of 6 in this critical tabia. The practice, as you see, says black needs to be very careful. So I am definitely very, very, pleased to be suggesting this as white, but it's definitely interesting to see how some of the top players or very strong players cope with the challenges presented in front of them. Now, let's keep going. Another game between Mamedyarov and Ding saw the following moves. Again, all this theoretical stuff, interesting up to some point, or when you see it for 100 times, maybe a little boring, so I would save your patience and get us exactly here. As I said, ED4 is a big mistake, because now white gets all these dynamic ideas. We discussed all these moves in the theoretical chapter, and what I wanted to say is that at this point, this is the end of the analysis in the theoretical chapter. I said white's advantage is nearly decisive already, and black managed to escape, which was clearly a combination of both, very stubborn defense, which is Ding Liren's kind of ace or strength. He is known as an extremely stubborn defender, and of course black needed a bit of luck. Now, black took on d6, and here I would like to ask you actually, how would you take, and what are the variations that you would base your decision on? Please slow down, pause the video, and think a little bit, and we'll carry on. Alrighty, so I think white has, both moves are good, bishop and the pawn recapture, but I would have preferred to take with the pawn because it forces material gains right away. Knight g6 and here d7. Now it's gonna get an exchange. And truth be told, black has a5 is a very nice move, fixing all the black pawns as targets. And truth be told, black has, a piece and 2 pawns for a rook, so he is not any material down, 2 pawns for the exchange. However, I think it's quite clear that the white rooks are a lot more useful in this position, and black's queenside pawns are not, passers which we need to be scared of, they are targets. So clearly white's position is very nice here, and he is much better. Mamedyarov chose to keep putting pressure after bishop d6, and after the move b6, well, black already had to play something like instead bishop e6 or like bishop g4, but yeah, Ding cracked under pressure, he played b6. He tries to go bishop b7, which is very understandable, and then say c5, or just c5 right away. But here Mamedyarov continued with a very powerful a5, queen b2, the queen side's under pressure. If black makes a random move, of course the problem is white can take on a8, and then wins this knight. So black needs to be very careful, he went queen d7. And this is another position where I would like you to stop the video, please take your time and think. White could win here. It's a difficult line, so I would like you to figure out how. Okay, so the move here is e6. What's happening? Well, if the bishop takes, we have knight e5. Now the queen is hanging. The knight needs to be defended. If queen b7, we can just play a6, and black's gonna lose his knight. So he has to play queen e8, and then we have a b6, rook a8, and bishop e7. White is just a piece up, he is gonna win. And if queen e6, we have the brilliant idea. It's nice to play rook e1 to win this knight, however, the bishop would hang. So first queen a3. Now we are about to take the knight, and if rook e8, we have rook e1, and white just wins the knight. White's a piece up, he is winning. But it's difficult, really, of course, to see all the intricacies of the position. Black can play c5, but it doesn't fully help, because we can now take on b6, and take on a8, and play bishop c7. Now, rook d8 is about to be played, and if say black makes a move, we can play rook d8 and win this knight, but it's even cleaner to just take it like this and play rook d8. And after, say, taking, white has a bishop for 2 pawns are getting blocked, and white has a technically winning position. Sorry. Clearly, it's not a very easy line to see, or let's be frank, it's not an easy line to see at all, but it's just, important to understand that objectively, white's position was winning. It was a rapid game, so Mamedyarov didn't have the time to figure this all out, and he played queen a3, which, preserves a large advantage, but white just had a killer move. Black played rook d8, and here white could have still kept putting pressure on black, but unfortunately he let him off the hook. So importantly, if bishop e7, there's queen d1, and white is suffering due to the back rank issue. So white took here, which finally let black off the hook. Now he traded the queen for two rooks. However, and he finally spotted this idea. However, unfortunately here, this is not as strong, and after h6, massive trades have happened, and black managed to survive. And in fact, black could have still struggled a little bit if I just say took this pawn and then started arranging the rooks like this, and then rerouted the bishop, started attacking g7, because clearly on one flank, you know, two pieces are better than one. The queen is not as efficient, and clearly two rooks are more useful. But Ding found a way to bail out by force. He continued with a very nice move, bishop h3, and after gh3, queen d2. Now there is a threat of the, the rook is hanging, and queen d6 is a threat, and queen g5. And black managed to pull out a perpetual check here. If king h1, he can go queen d5. And if king h2 is there after queen e5, white would lose the rook. Say king h1, check, king here, check, white loses the rook. So it'll have to go back to g1, and it's a draw. White played king f1 and took a draw like this. Ding clearly showed an incredible amount of mastery, very high tactical skills, very cold-blooded defense. Kudos to him on defending this, but at the same time, I think we got what we wanted as well. We saw another example where a top player, Ding Liren, was #2 in the world for a very long time now, didn't know how to handle the Evans Gambit and got lost position out of the opening. And that's understandable, because those top guys, they just have so much that they need to keep in mind. The amount of stuff they need to kind of load in their memory is just incredible. And, well, obviously, the Evans is not the first priority. It's not even the 10th priority for them. But for us, it's a good thing, because, yeah, black doesn't know what to do. Okay, we just come around, we just walk and we pick our well-deserved points and winning positions in the opening. So, yeah, this is all good. Now, let's keep going. Another game which we will look at was between Eltash Safarli and Nihal Sarin at a World Cup played in 2019. What happened here is all of the same theoretical moves. And at this point, I said that queen c2 is the main theoretical move that we just had seen in the game of Lomasov-Lisi, and in the game between Mamedyarov and Ding, and in the theoretical chapter, but Safarli decided to play slightly differently. One idea here is to take on e5, and if black takes back, to go bishop b5, and to, generally speaking, just keep the option of bishop b5 because it's protected by the queen. But generally speaking, I like this move less, since I really feel like the queen belongs to c2. It can be activated a lot more easily as the rooks are connected. So yeah, the move's a little weird to me, and I'm not recommending it as a theoretical weapon, but, we still have the similar type of position, so let's see what we can do. And what's happening. Black played knight e7. As usual, black needs to sacrifice a pawn in order to get developed. We took. Not we, but Safarli took, but we look at the game from white's perspective too. So here it's very important that if black were to take back naively, after knight e5, black is losing the game immediately. So black castled. And at this point, white can try to take on d6, and I actually think it's an interesting idea. Actually, this move was tried by Lomasov, the same Lomasov who just beat Igor Lysy in that game we had seen 2 games before. This game between Lomasov and a very strong grandmaster from Armenia developed with cd6, bishop d3, bishop, and here knight g6. And at this point, I think it would have been interesting to go knight d4 to keep the pieces on the board, prepare f4, and possibly prepare knight f5, possibly prepare knight b3, trying to force black to improve our structure. But he went knight c4, and as a result, there were some massive simplifications. And eventually, well, white lost a pawn. Black decided to return this pawn right away. White didn't even take it, white just repeated moves. And the game was drawn in the game between Lomasov and Manuel Petrosen, an Armenian prodigy who was world champion under 18, European champion under 18. As you can see, well, it's a good enough opening to play it versus junior world and European champions too. So, going back, Safarli went bishop to b5. He wanted to force the move c6, and that's what he did. Here it's very important that black is careful. He can lose quickly. He can end up in trouble very quickly. If he goes knight ac6, it's a move that seems to be improving black's worst knight, but actually it concedes this control over the c4 square, and as a result black lands in ton of trouble. For example, white takes, black takes, knight c4, and white's quickly gaining a ton of initiative, both dynamic and strategic wise. Say queen g6, and here we can just take, and say bishop f4. Now, that's another target. White has the bishop pair, and clearly, the bishops are monstrous in this position. Say, this knight is terrible, this bishop's not developed, the pawn, who even knows how to defend this pawn? White is much better already. If knight c6, e6, that would have been the right move. Even though it looks weird because this knight is stuck on the edge, but black needs to keep control over c4 square, otherwise he would be in ton of trouble. Later he can try to go queen g4 and develops the light-squared bishop, say, to e6 or d7, and the position would have remained complicated. But again, we don't want to, discuss obviously every single position here. Let's just see how the game went. c6, white on back, rook d8, knight c4, takes. And this is a very exciting position. It clearly got simplified a lot, but it still feels to me that the black queenside pieces are not that well coordinated. They're actually pretty terrible. It's not easy at all to develop them. Here, I think black's best defense would have been to play pawn to d5, and after, say, taking bishop d3, knight g6, black's about to go like, say, queen c7 or queen e7, get this bishop out, get the rook out, and just reach a balanced, normal position where the game would have just kept going. Again, as I say, the better player wins. But black continued knight g6, and here after rook d1, white got quite a lot of pressure. Black continued queen g4, and at this point I feel he already got himself not on the edge, but clearly in a very tough position to be in. Here, I think white could have put an insane amount of pressure on the f7 pawn with a move like queen b3. Now, if black were to play bishop e6, he would immediately end up in a ton of trouble because white would take, and after taking, white would have h3, and the queen is tucked away and the position is falling apart. This pawn is getting lost, and if, say, takes, check, and knight g5, white's attack is already totally decisive. White is just absolutely winning here. There is no way to stop knight f7. And black can just resign with a clear conscience. So black has to find the only move, which is knight h4, trying to counterattack. And now we take, king h8, take, and say develop. And as a result, we protect the f2 square, which was just endangered a move ago. And get some pretty weird position. Black's queenside is still stuck, white will have pretty weak pawns, so an interesting, complicated Evans position. And as I said, I prefer personally handling the Evans in a slightly different way. And that's why I am recommending the move queen c2 instead of queen b1 in the opening. Their rising positions are very different in terms of their nature, but that's another interesting type of positions. We are not discussing theory here. I just want to show you what, typical sort of stuff you're likely to get. Yeah. But white took with the rook, which I think is wrong, because now after rook f8, these e-pawns are not that useful, and black just manages to get very active. Now the queenside pieces are also coming out, and eventually, let's just let me just walk you through a couple more moves. Here white played e6, simplifying the position, and preparing to take on f7, which black should not afford, so black took, and now white took, and here black found a very powerful move, which is queen e4. He didn't want to take the bishop because now both the rook and the bishop are threatened, and of course, black will get the bishop one move later. Rook d7, knight e5, and here objectively white should have taken a draw with like knight h6 or knight d6, but he had to win the game. I remind you, it's a World Cup, a knockout tournament. Check, and now white played rook f1, and here white made a losing move, knight c4, and after, say, rook e8, what is the threat, by the way? What is black's threat? Okay, the threat is queen f2, and after rook f2, there is mate, and there is just no way to stop this, surprisingly. White is just lost. Nihal Sarin played bishop f2, and now he blundered his bishop. Just blundered a bishop in one move. a Grandmaster over 2600, can also blunder stuff under a lot of pressure in a very stressful tournament situation. Long story short, Zephyr Lee goes to the next round. And I definitely cannot really, imagine showing this game as something very instructive in terms of like one side, beating the other in a one-sided battle. But, or, showing a bunch of very instructive ideas. It's a rather brutal street fight as opposed to some intelligent explanation, so to speak, to the black player. Hey, here's how you're not right. Here's what we should do. But, well, that's how chess is sometimes. We all know we have all those games when stuff is murky and, someone at the end wins. Wins at the end. So, yeah, that's another interesting thing I wanted to demonstrate. And the final game I would like to show to you is probably the most interesting one here. Again, it saw all the same theoretical moves. I'm reminding you to play Queen c2. Please don't go knight d2, because here the bishop would be unprotected, and after knight g4 you're gonna be in a lot of trouble. You'll have to agree you are worse. So Queen c2, and here c5. And again, I would like to repeat my point from the theoretical chapter. The move c5 is just a bad idea. Black is just worse. I think he should go knight d7 or bishop d6, and then he gets equality. Other moves like c5 and c6 don't equalize. c5, knight d2, queen c7, f4. And again, I would like to repeat that white needs to keep this knight. It's a very strong position for it to be on e5. There was a game between Krivoruchko and Karakin, as I had explained, which saw the move knight c4. However, I don't like putting any knight on c4, because then it's just a trade, and white needs to keep the pieces, because we have more space and we have activity, but we also have pawn weaknesses. We want to keep the pieces on the board, every single one of them. So f4, and here black continued b6. I also said bishop e6 is a move, and I've explained in the theoretical chapter white has the move knight f3. But it's also possible to consider such moves as, for example, c4, preparing, knight b3, preparing, bishop b2, stopping black from playing c4 himself, and say after something like this. It's a very simple line, but still, I think it's obvious white's enjoying a ton of initiative, with all this, attacking ideas being not just possible, but very likely to upset black quite a lot. So, yeah, but white played f4, and black here continued with b6. c4. And this is exactly the idea I was pointing out in the theoretical chapter, because here the bishop's coming to b2, and white gets full control over the long diagonal. This is very, very important. Bishop b7. And here I would like to point out one more very instructive thing that I haven't talked about in the theoretical chapter, because we just cut the analysis short and I referred you to model games. So here white continued with a move which seems natural. However, I think it is just wrong. It's wrong for a very unusual reason, but it's wrong. So white continued with a very natural looking move knight d to f3, which, as we will see, is a big mistake. I think we should play knight b3. And now the point is that if black takes after a b3, we just get a fantastic control over the a file, and our structure now is deprived of any weaknesses. The bishop will come to b2, white will prepare e5, and white will get rolling. White is just much better. White is much more active. He has more space in the center. He has no weaknesses. It's a terrible position for black to be in. Clear advantage for us. And if, say, knight c6, we can just take, and say e5, and clearly, well, white's initiative is becoming very, very powerful. Black's already in a lot of trouble. But white played knight f3, and here's the problem, is that black continued rook to d8. Now, black might want to sacrifice an exchange on d3 and then play bishop e4, get a pawn for the exchange, and a lot of dynamic compensation, positional compensation. And now white had to play rook e1 to stop this idea. But what he did surprisingly proved terrible. Not just bad, or not just imprecise, but terrible. Here, black suddenly has a winning possibility. Black suddenly went from being just worse to equal, and now to winning all of a sudden. I would like you to think, if you are even a player of a titles level, I would definitely say you take just like 10 or 15 minutes for this position. It's very complicated. But black has a win here. And this move is very unexpected too. It is knight h5. And even after seeing it, you might not understand what's the point. And I guess the same thing happened to the black player who didn't find it in the game. Because after g3, f6, suddenly this knight is almost trapped. The only square is g4. Now, you can say, okay, why is it losing? It doesn't look that bad. Well, here, black has knight f4, a sacrifice of a piece. And unfortunately, very unfortunately, here after, of course, white takes, and black takes back, the g4 knight is nearly trapped. It's barely capable of moving. And if, let's say, we play h3, because again, we cannot play knight e3, black will take. We cannot play knight f2, this knight will be lost. And importantly, white cannot, say, move his queen, because the bishop will be lost. And if, say, h3, and if, say, knight h2, black has queen e3, and suddenly the bishop is getting lost as well. And the position is just totally collapsing for white. So, yeah, this was such a sudden tactical possibility. I am shocked. Now, rook d3 is what black did, which is actually too decent as well. Black got a fair amount of compensation, and here he played f6, which is a very important move, because retreating with the knight, of course, would have lost initiative. Now, white did not want to retreat either. He took on e4 and returned the exchange. But the following position actually is a very important thing to discuss. I would first like to just have you think a little bit aloud. Think to yourself. What do you think about the evaluation here? Who is better, or is it equal? And what are the advantages for both sides? And then we'll discuss with you. Okay, so I hope you've taken the time. Here, a very important thing to understand is that, of course, white structure might look worse. These pawns on c4 and a2 might look weakish. However, the knight is very bad on a5, the bishop is wonderful, and black's king, because the f-pawn is absent, black's king is quite weak. White can try to just advance f5, f6, knight g4, and ruins the king. Black went bishop f6, bishop c3, queen b7. Of course, white doesn't want any queen trades, because then black would improve his knight and get a good endgame. So white played queen f5, queen c8, and actually here it was possible to trade. The point being that after rook c8, the knight does not get to be improved, and white can now take on a5. And a pawn endgame, a rook endgame or an endgame with a rook and a pair of minor pieces, or most likely a rook endgame, say like this, is going to be very uncomfortable for black. This is a weakness. At the moment, white's even a pawn down, but this is a weakness on f4, black's losing it. This pawn on c5 is weak. Rook e7 is coming, this pawn is weak, the pawn on a5 is weak, but the problem is I feel like after, say, rook d8, after some simplifications like, say, takes, I don't know, say, check, king here, say, takes, say, rook c7, rook here, say, takes, at the end of the day, white is guaranteed more or less to win this pawn, and we'll have 2 versus 1 on the same flank, which is, of course, better, but a theoretical draw. But, of course, no one would mind an extra pawn if you had to choose. But Hussein Beth apparently wanted to keep more winning chances, so he decided to keep the queens on the board. Therefore, queen b7, rook e1, rook f8. And I really, I don't get it. The knight on a5 is just so horrible. How can a grandmaster keep a knight on a5 for, several moves and not try to improve it? I just don't understand. Black must have been having some blackout, because it's clearly such a poor strategic decision. Black should have played knight c6, by all means, there is no discussion about it. He went rook f8 though, and now white took on a5, and queen f5. Now queen e6 is coming, so black decided to trade. And at this point, white is clearly going to be better until pretty much the rest of the game. It's a very steady, long-lasting type of advantage. White's king is a lot safer due to this extra pawn. White can try to use his pawns to somehow harass the black king and open it up. Importantly, because there are still queens and rooks on the board, any attack might actually be very annoying. And again, if black just wants to trade queens, most likely he'll have to accept some endgame, like some pawn down or something, which most likely will be a theoretical draw, but still, it's not a huge pleasure. Here black went queen f7, and let's just see how white keeps improving his position. Let's scroll through a couple moves. Rook e4, h3, he made the room for the king, and here comes a very nice plan. White starts advancing on the king side. White wants to completely disrupt black's king safety and get rid of this pawn on g7. Now, there could be even ideas like, say, queen e6, And after black takes, we could take with the rook and then support the pawn with g4, or maybe even take with the pawn on some occasions. And another idea could be, say, rook g4, or maybe rook f4 and then f6. And if you think about it, clearly black's position is not full of joys and pleasures. Rook c8, rook g4, white improves his king. There is no need to be afraid. Black cannot ever move his queen away from the defense of the king, so the king is perfectly safe on h3. Rook f4, and here g4. And it's important that white can easily afford a move like this. There's no question white can do this, because the black pieces are absolutely stuck to the defense of the black king and the pawn on g7 and the last rank and all those not particularly enjoyable things. Rook c8, white keeps improving the position. And here, white could have even taken this pawn, as the analysis demonstrates, but clearly he still needed to calculate something. For example, if say black went for an endgame like this, queen e6 and white is winning and the pawn endgame. But of course it's not easy to see all this, 10 moves in advance. And especially because most likely by this point players are already tired or in some time trouble. So white just played king g3, check, king f4. Where are you going? Where are the checks leading to? There is absolutely nothing black can accomplish. So at this point, he had to play queen f6 and offer a trade. g5. White's not afraid, of course, to advance the pawns at all. And in this endgame, eventually white won. Now, black could have still maybe held if he played super precisely. Like, say, one thing I found after some very extensive analysis is rook f2, and then g6, an absolutely, difficult move. And now it gets a protected passed pawn, but the problem is that now the pawn on g5 gets very weak, and with moves like rook g2, black can hope to hold. But, yeah, it's very difficult, of course. Black played king f7, and eventually, after some moves, he went on to lose. The pawn was stopped, f6, g7. Now white's about to just promote the queen, get the queen, so black decided to resign. There is nothing he can do, g8 is coming, and if, say, rook g1, this pawn, of course, is gonna get lost. So, yeah, feels like a really one-sided game. This is definitely something that, white should be striving for in terms of how he played in the middle game. Black clearly got outplayed, and then white showed a brilliant endgame technique. I'm very amazed, very impressed by this game. It's very good, very high quality. But, of course, white blundered in the opening and could have lost. So, clearly you don't want to copy the entire thing. You need to be quite selective about what you're doing, and you need to be very careful and keep all those tactical patterns in mind. I hope that the games have gone over now, another 5 games, and 5 games you have in 3 knight f6, so 10 games overall. I hope these 5 games, starting from Morphy, and some rook sacrifices, and some unsound, fun coffee house chess, up to the modern top players such as Dingleren and Mamedjarov, will show to you both that the Evans is very playable and very interesting at any level, and that black has to solve a lot of practical issues. But of course, at the same time, white also does, and white needs to play precisely as well. And I wanted to warn you in this video about a couple of challenges and about a couple of pitfalls, both tactical and strategic ones. I hope you enjoyed being walked through this model games, and I definitely look forward to seeing you soon. Thank you for watching, and take care. Hi, and welcome. In this video, we'll be discussing the model games after such moves as e4, e5, knight f3, knight c6, bishop c4, and here knight to f6. In a different video, we are discussing the model games after bishop c5, and here it's time for us to focus on the 2 knights. Perhaps the most complicated type of positions we'll be getting. So, as much as I wanted to, I've decided to leave all this fun aside, and I'm not going to, show you many games where black takes and ends up falling victim to attacks after knight f7 or d4. I mean, this is all fun, of course, but let's focus on the most important stuff, on the most difficult stuff. So we'll be mostly focusing on the very main line. The first game I would like you to take a look at would start after moves knight a5, bishop b5 check, c6 takes. This is obviously the very key central tabby, as it will be getting in most games where the opponent is prepared. And after bishop d3, knight d5, knight f3, we said that obviously, well, the very main move is bishop to d6, and that's something we'll be discussing later, but and something we've discussed in the theoretical chapters. But now we'll take a look at the move knight to f4, which is sometimes occasionally being used even by very strong players, such as, for example, Karyakin or Kasimzhanov or Bartel. And this, in fact, is one of the games of Bartel, Sochko versus Bartel, two very strong Polish grandmasters. So here, it's possible to castle. And as I said, most likely, the move castle is going to simply transpose to the main lines. So if you are looking to cut down your need to learn theoretical variations, which makes perfect sense for many players, it makes sense just to even skip the theoretical explanations here and in the chapter before. However, because we want to understand the rising positions better, in my opinion, it makes perfect sense to discuss even the slightly different decision white can make. So we're gonna go bishop f1. Now, this move might look very strange, like, you might say, am I, getting ready for the next game? Is the next move gonna be knight g1? Well, okay, it's not that bad. So the thing is, as we said, the bishop on d3 doesn't want to be there. It wants to be elsewhere, but it goes to d3 in order to help us stop such a move as e4, for example, or control the e4 square in many cases. Like, for example, after h6, the knight can go to e4, right? So here, the bishop is not really needed there. It retreats. Now it defends a pawn and it stops black from doubling our pawns. Now, we're about to play d3 and kick this knight out, or maybe even d4 and just hit everything, hit the pawn on e5, hit the knight. And if that happens, we're just gonna be much better. For example, if black were to do something random, then after d4 the position starts falling apart. Now, bishop f4 is a threat and d5 is a threat. For example, if say black were to take after queen d4, white is just a pawn up, he is a pawn up, and the black knight is terrible, and the black pawn on c6 is really strange, and the pawn on g7 is a target, white is just nearly winning, a healthy extra pawn. You need to keep in mind whenever you play this position, you cannot hope for miracles in terms of, checkmating the opponent fast, most likely, and it's a bit of a boring game for many club players. However, this is an absolutely mandatory thing to learn in chess, how to somewhat boringly, for many players, defend and convert positions with the extra material. Now, we're simply preparing to neutralize black's activity and trade, and win. Black will have to go back, will just retreat, bishop e2, castling, knight out, bishop out, will prepare trades more and more. Eventually, black will just run out of pieces and he'll lose the endgame a pawn down. So, black might try to make a move like e4 here, but after, say, knight e5, now the knight's hanging, say knight e6, knight c3, now the pawn's hanging. Again, black didn't get much activity, the knight's really weird, the pawns on e4 and c6 are targets, white is very stable, and he is about to play bishop e2, castling, maybe f3 if needed. Again, to me it just looks like a winning position due to the extra pawn, or nearly winning. So, the only principled way for black to continue here is the move e4. Now, it's very important, it's absolutely imperative that we know the following idea. If we don't, we'll just end up in a bad position. Of course, you don't want to move the knight again, and of course, especially you don't want to go all the way back to g1, do you? So we're gonna hit this knight on f4 with the move d3. Our knight is hanging, but we don't care. Now, if the knight were to retreat, of course we'll just pick another pawn. White is 2 pawns up now, and this is just totally winning. Time to resign. I hope if you get such a position, you would win it. But if not, well, please don't blame your opening knowledge, blame your technique. But yeah, it's very important, of course, that you work on all the aspects of your chess, because you don't want to get a position like this with an extra pawn or two and not convert it. So it's extremely important, of course, that we study these positions a lot, how to convert the extra pawn. So black should really take, and in the game he did, bishop f4, and here the only thing you can somewhat kind of get scared of is queen f6, because now black's attacking the bishop as well as the pawn on b2. And if you were to say go back, well, of course that would be very passive. And also say if black were to give some check, you would not be able, or say bishop c1, queen e5, you would not be able to block with the queen or with the bishop. Bishop e3 would drop a pawn, you'd need to play king d2, and of course this would be absolutely terrible, you would lose. So it's very important that we know how to deal with this double attack. We're gonna simply take on f3. And after queen b2, it might look like we're in trouble, but we are not. we can play queen e2 check, as I explained in the theoretical chapter, and after the move bishop e6, we have a couple of ways how we can try to neutralize black's, threats. So white continued with the move bishop e5, hitting the queen and protecting the rook, and this definitely makes perfect sense, and this position is better for white, but it's even better, it's much better to go queen e5, because now the queen is more or less trapped, and if black retreats, well, okay, I mean, it's not trapped, but black needs to watch out for the knight in many cases, even though, please note, we don't want to take now due to bishop b4 check. But anyway, after, say, knight d2, the knight would hang for real already, and white, of course, doesn't face any threats. So it might be very natural to give a check, but after king d1, we reach a slightly surprising-looking position, maybe, where it might appear like white is in some trouble because white lost the right to castle, and the king looks weird on d1. But this is just the first glance, the first look, because if you look a little closer, you'll see that the queen on b2 is trapped. There's absolutely nothing it can do. So black has to take the queen on e5, and after bishop e5, white is just a pawn up in the endgame, and there is no compensation for the missing pawn at all. This is hanging. Knight d2, knight b3 is about to be played. Maybe bishop c3 can be played to trade more pieces. Bishop e2, bishop f3. White is just a pawn up. He is nearly winning again. So white unfortunately continued bishop e5, check, queen d1. Now, the position was rather complicated, and black could have gotten enough counterplay here with the move bishop b4. The point being, there's a very interesting trick. If bishop c3, you might actually want to pause the video for a second and try to find it. How can black continue here to get counterplay? Alrighty, I hope you took the time, guys. Queen b2 is a bit of a killer move, because now there's a pin, the bishop cannot take, queen a1 is a threat, and, well, it's quite a nasty surprise for white to face, I would imagine. So, white would need to play c3, and then queen b2, and again, black gets a lot of counterplay. White cannot, well, if white moves the knight, he hangs a pawn, otherwise, there is just too much counterplay, the rook is hanging, so, yeah, we don't really need this. But, yeah, so for example, after this c3, queen b2, white can say take on g7, say rook g8, take, and the position gets really messy, because black's about to get his pawn back. He would still be a pawn down, however, black's pieces are very active. Now, the g-file actually really contributes to, black's sources of counterplay. It's not so easy for white to develop this bishop. Say if you ever play g3, bishop d5 is gonna hurt, so it would have been messy. So these positions, say this one, is much better for white, but it's very important to play it precisely, and that's why we're looking at it. Now, black didn't realize it. Black played queen g5, bishop c3. Here white could have maintained the bishop with f4 and just queen f3, and white's development clearly is, rather good. The c6 pawn is being always watched out, so to speak. Now white's about to go knight d2, knight b3, maybe say c3, d4, bishop d3, and the position in fact is much better for white. Of course, it's still very complicated, now it got messy, and that's exactly why we needed to play precisely, to just make it to the endgame a pawn up, but nevertheless white's much better. Now, white played bishop c3, here black should have gone bishop c5. The point being that white cannot develop with bishop e2, because the pawn is hanging, or white can, but then he needs to play something like rook f1, because there's mate hanging as well, so yeah, that's not gonna look good. And if knight d2, then black has some very nasty tactical shot. What is it? How can black win some material? Alright, I'm about to show it. So, black has bishop f2, and after king f2 check, the issue is that black gets his pawn back, as he won a pawn for a piece, and now he's getting a free piece, so he'll just win a free pawn. So, black made a mistake as well, and then white made a mistake as well, and eventually, after some messy moves, well, I'm just gonna... It's very important that, say, if white took queen e5 would have been a problem. So, yeah, after queen e3, queen b6, a b6, knight d2, white eventually in this game ended up getting an advantage. He has the better pawn structure because he, well, it's not even as much about the pawn islands because, apparently black has less pawn islands, just 2 versus 4 for white. But rook b1 can be played, which is obviously going to be very nice. Now bishop a5, bishop c6 might be considered, knight b3 might be considered, the bishop is very active on f3, the g file is open for white. So generally speaking, of course, this position tends to be better for white, and eventually after this, this game was rather messy and long and complicated, and eventually it was drawn. But yeah, I just wanted to say that, for one, I wanted to introduce, or not introduce if you have studied this theoretical chapter, but reinforce this idea to go bishop f1. We are not scared to undevelop because we are about to play d3, d4, kick the knight out, redevelop again, castle and stabilize our position. And secondly, I just wanted to show that, as you can see, while white tends to be much better in this line, things can get out of control, so you need to have a very clear idea of what you're doing, especially, of course, if you're facing strong opponents, because, well, obviously, as you might tell, I think the level of this research in this course is, very high, and this is easily suitable for grandmasters as well. So obviously, I'm both trying to explain, to make the ideas of every single move behind every single move clear to amateurs, but also I just hope that grandmasters would also find it a lot easier to play these positions after watching this, because I think this is more or less the first comprehensive study on the two knights. So now let's move on. So the very main line, of course, runs knight d5, knight f3, bishop d6, and this is something that we are definitely studying a lot in the theoretical chapter. So this is one of the key games which has been now quoted everywhere. For example, there is a course on Chessable by Russian FIDE master Andrei Terehov, who also lived in Ukraine for a couple of years, whom I had honor to face over the board, who now lives in Singapore. He is a great author. This game has been quoted, I believe, in Chess Publishing and many other resources as something very innovative from White's perspective. So the thing is that previously, more or less everyone used to castle, and now Black can go knight f4, but he can also castle, and if rook e1, he can consider playing f5, which is exactly the way, for example, Jan Gustafsson recommends that Black plays in his lifetime repertoires. And here, well, I've analyzed this position a lot, up to say move 30, the lines get very forcing, but I've unfortunately failed to find any way for White to pose significant problems. White can definitely try, but I cannot say this is very innovative. The thing is, my approach is, it has always been, and I think most theoreticians follow this, you don't want to dig some 30 move long line and try to find some treasure in move 31 in a position already, well, not full of pieces anymore, in an empty position where there has been extensive research, where, there could be just some forced draw. You want to instead deviate and try to pose problems as early as possible, so that there are still a lot of pieces and the rising positions is complicated enough to be interesting and to, make your opponent face a lot of problems, and at the same time, clearly, well, it should also, of course, be sound. So here I'm not able, unfortunately, to suggest much. So we're gonna play knight c3, and it's exactly Aronian in this game who brought this move and this move order to world's attention, so to speak. So in the theoretical chapter, we discuss and we analyze a lot of moves here. For example, Jan recommends f5, and there are many other possibilities. Black can castle, Black can play knight f4, but the thing is that here, well, after castling, the main move has been, and will be, I think, for years still, knight f4, even though I think it's not that good of a move, as opposed to f5. So after knight c3, Dingleren also reacted with knight f4, but here after castling knight d3, cd3, very importantly, White managed to force Black into the structure, and after castling, White also managed to play without rook e1 for now, because rook e1 is a move they typically make in order to prepare bishop f1 and force Black to take. But here, Levon managed to do without the move rook e1. So now, this is really the position that we'll focus a lot of our effort on in this model games chapter. This is the position, if your opponents are prepared, you'll be getting such a structure at on, where White has this double d pawns, which look very ugly at first, but Black also has a number of problems. So let's discuss what these problems are. For one, the e5 pawn in fact can be quite vulnerable. If White ever goes rook e1 or say b3, bishop b2, knight e4, there could be a problem. Now, black can always go f6 to solidify the pawn, but then he weakens some other things, such as the e file or a2 ga diagonal. Then, this pawn is not so easy to attack. This pawn can always move. So black typically tries to play c5 in order to fix it, and in order to improve his knight, because his knight on a5, of course, is not particularly impressive at the moment. At the moment, white doesn't have this plan, but once black goes c5, knight c6, this plan appears. So if c5 is ever played, white can go b3 and start targeting the pawn on c5 by means of bishop a3, rook c1, knight a4, or knight e4, and this pawn on c5 can in fact be a huge problem for black. So after b3, Levon is preparing, of course, bishop a3 as a response to c5. Now, I think the better move is rook e8, and that's the move that was played in a correspondence game that we are about to discuss later. Now, it's very important, of course, again, I keep emphasizing, it's very important that such a position is studied and is understood in terms of plans, in terms of typical ideas, as opposed to, this very forcing approach, like I go here, he responds by going there, I take, he takes back. You don't want to think of this position like that. You want to understand what our plans are and what our ideas are. The lines in two knights can be quite forcing, but once we get here, it's time to stop and reconsider our approach and instead focus on understanding. So, we'll talk about this move later. Now let's focus on c5. So as I said, after c5, now black manages to stop d4 for good, and he manages to play knight c6, knight d4 later. But he creates himself a weakness. So we're gonna go bishop a3, which is exactly what Levon did, and after knight c6, knight e4. Now, white's about to play rook c1, and the pressure on the pawn becomes quite unbearable. For example, if queen e7, then just rook c1, and black is still facing the same problem. So he continued knight b4. Now, the knight seems to be blocking the attack, and white simply ended up trading it. And after cb4, it's very important that now the bishops are somewhat restrained. For example, this bishop is very restrained by both pawns on e5 and b4, and it cannot go too far. And white now gets the opportunity to push d4 at some point. So Levon played rook e1. Of course, the idea is to take and then take on e5. Black retreated with the bishop, and here white had a couple of options. I think knight c5 would have been very promising. White's about to go rook c1, and possibly go for this typical pawn sacrifice that we're about to see shortly. Let's say black goes a5, trying to improve his position slightly and possibly prepare bishop a7, rook c1, queen d5, and here follows this very typical idea, d4. This is something that we really need to remember as well. The point is that after e4, now the white gets rid of his doubled pawn, and as a result, we get a very stable position, say when the white pawn is on d3, or when the white rook comes to c4, where white can utilize such outposts as say c4, e4, possibly the square on c5 for his pieces. And because the pawn is on d4, say this diagonal has been blocked, and black's not capable of using his bishops as much as he would have liked to. So we can simply go, for example, rook e4, and now the pawn in fact is gonna fall. For example, d3, rook e3, and white just wins the pawn. And yeah, fair enough, I totally agree, the black bishops are good, but it's very important that the position already got rather simplified, and there's in fact even not that many pawns left, so as I understand it, the only thing black can hope to do is to somehow manage to trade his bishops for our knights and get his pawn back and draw. He cannot really hope to win here in any possible way, unless of course we blunder. So it's very important that this position will be played for two results. Either we win or the game will be a draw. Black cannot win himself. It's super, super pleasant for any good player. And we're gonna look a little more at such positions now. So white played knight g3, queen d3, black took this pawn, trade happened, bishop e6. And we got the following position, or rather, they got the following position, Levon versus Dingliren. So as you can see, white is a pawn up. Now, clearly black's pieces are active. Clearly the bishop is good, for example on d5. Clearly black has a lot of activity. Black's pawns are all good. White is passive, somewhat passive, yeah? But white is a healthy extra pawn up. So now what we can try to do is to, for example, play g3, knight f4, and push d5. Another thing we can try to do is trade down some pieces, because again, black cannot really agree to more or less any trades. And of course, very importantly, because the pieces are the way they are, the rook already on the third rank, the knight coming to f4, we can maybe even try to get an attack. So I think clearly, well, black can only hope to somehow, possibly, let's say, trade his bishop for like a knight and a pawn or something and hope to draw. But that he's not guaranteed to do so, and white is clearly not risking anything at all. Again, I'm just trying to emphasize on this. You might not convert such a position. This is not a winning position yet, it's just a better one, but you're playing without any risk, and hopefully any player, of course, who, puts the effort in to study this, to get here, would really appreciate it. You're pressing without any chances to lose. Now, black went a5, and here, I personally think it would have been very natural to go, let's say, rook c1, getting another piece in the game. Now, the rook might come to c5 if needed, or maybe white can go, let's say, at some point, rook somewhere, and then queen c2 or queen c1 and try to trade, or try to, say, come into c6. And if black keeps pushing, white can play g3. And as I said, it's a very important idea because the white knight wants to come to f4. Let's say if black is to take, and play bishop g4, say queen d3. Now we're about to go knight f4. We're about to try to play d5. We could maybe want to play something like, say, queen b5 or rook c4 to hit this pawn. Of course, hopefully without blundering mate or anything. And again, there is no way to win this immediately, but the only discussion we are having is whether white can advance his pawn or whether black can stop it. It's, again, an absolutely one-sided conversation. So h4 is what Levin did. As I understand, he wanted to get an escape square, while also possibly not playing g3 in order to keep an opportunity of rook g3 alive. But I don't like this decision, actually, because now, well, the king side gets weaker, and white wants to stabilize the position as opposed to playing, for an attack at all costs. Of course, Levin understood all this. Maybe he thought Dingle would be able to hold the position unless he played more decisively. And after rook d8, queen d2, a4, I think it would have been more interesting to place this rook on e1. It might look strange, because it might look as though you want to protect the pawn in order to move the knight later. But in fact, after, say, takes, escape square, and say g3, white's about to go knight f4, and it's very important that the white rooks are on the e-file, because possibly at some point we'll need to come to e8 with a check, and white needs exactly both rooks to be there. Now, possibly also we could try to play, say, queen c2, queen e4, maybe then queen e5, or maybe queen c5, and again, knight f4 is coming, and I definitely think white's about to start making more progress. The game continued rook d1 though, unfortunately, and after taking, rook a5, some moves, black eventually got to hold this. Black already got way too active, and the pawn on h4 definitely is not needed. And after a couple more moves, the trade happened, black wants his pawn, some trades have happened, and of course there is absolutely nothing to play for, and they agreed to a draw shortly after. So, I have mixed feelings about this game. I'm a huge fan of Aronian. Aronian came up with a great idea, a very interesting opening subtlety. This subtlety is very important for our repertoire purposes. So, by all means, have kind of, and actually I've been witnessing this game in person. I came to States for my master's exactly then, and I think 12th or maybe 13th August of 2019, and this game was played on one of the very first days when I was in America. And well, because I moved to St. Louis, obviously St. Louis Chess Club, Singfield Cup, everything's happening there, so I was actually witnessing this game in person. But yeah, so well, of course I've been kind of rooting for white to win. Well, a draw is a deserved result. Black defended extremely well. Dingleran is a great defender. But anyway, for our purposes, the opening purposes, I definitely think we can be very happy with the way everything went here. White definitely got everything he needed. Just a healthy extra pawn. What else can you demand? Well, unless we want, a course like how to win in chess, guaranteed. Well, unless I'm promising you something like that, which of course, no honest person can promise. Having an extra healthy pawn out of the opening is not a bad outcome by any means, guys. So, yeah, I'm happy. Now, another game also saw an absolutely identical structure. We'll skip the first moves, or we'll scroll through very fast. Here, again, we play knight c3 as opposed to castling, but it's a model games chapter, not theoretical one, so it doesn't really matter how white played. What matters is that, again, we got an absolutely identical structure. You'll see the structure a lot more. In this position, actually, as I said, whenever black plays c5, white immediately gets a target. White immediately gets an opportunity for this b3, bishop a3, rook c1 sort of plan. So in this position, I think a very interesting idea for black could be to prevent the trade, or to prevent white from at least attacking the c5 pawn by simply not placing the pawn on c5. And such a move as bishop c7 I think might look rather appealing. Possibly later black can just look to play f6, improve his position a little bit, or maybe f5, just maybe say rook e8, develops the bishop, you try to improve the knight via b7, and yeah, well, the game is complicated, but it could be an interesting decision. But black played c5, which I don't approve of. Again, b3. I hope by now the decision to play b3, bishop a3 already seems quite automatic to you. And here, black made an absolutely identical mistake as in the game Aronian Ding. Black again went knight b4, which is something white is extremely happy to see, because the knight gets traded, and once the knight gets traded, all the dynamic opportunities get more or less killed. So here I think it would be better to go bishop g4 and try to play dynamically. For example, knight d4, and then say rook c8, and then say knight e6. And black's a pawn down, and I think he is worse, because, well, again, a pawn down, and the pawn on c5 is just as weak as the pawn on d3, so it's not like white has targets, and black is just, pressing in return for the pawn. We can go now rook c4, queen f3, try to target the pawn with rook c1, but at the same time, the knight on e6 is a great defender, and it's not that easy to break through. And I definitely think that white is on, a very comfortable end of, well, I wanted to say equality. White has some slight advantage. But anyway, white is definitely pressing, at least somewhat, but black should have played this way. Because after he continued with the move knight b4, all the counterplay got killed, white just traded, played rook e1, a very similar way to continue as in the previous game, as we see. Now white's about to take and win a pawn. So black continued bishop b7. Now, one interesting idea here could be to go f6. And now it's high time we discussed an additional pattern, and you've already seen, so to speak, a glimpse of this pattern, but now it's time to see more of it. Now it's time to see it really shine for in our interests. So it looks like black has a very stable center, and our pawns are so miserable, and the black bishops are great. It doesn't really look like white is better here, at first, until you see the following idea. We play d4, give up a pawn, and just continue rook c1, for example. Now that this pawn got on d4, with the pawns back on e5 and f6, this felt a little bit intimidating. It felt like black had superior presence in the center. Now it doesn't really anymore. Now black has a weakened e-file, black has a weakened diagonal, and a weakened king. And because the pawn is on d4, neither the weaknesses or whatever on the d-file, nor the diagonals can be used by the black pieces. The pawn on d4 is essentially completely limiting all the black pieces, the black bishop, and possibly all the pieces that could press over the d-file. And white is just much better, because white's about to start putting pressure on the pawns with rook c4. White might want to take and then just win this pawn. If black retreats, white might just want to play, say, rook c4, queen c2, maybe d3, start targeting black over here. Possibly there could be ideas to, say, reroute the knights, like via d2 to c4, or somehow else. And yeah, all these pawns are now gonna be targets. And the black bishop on d6 is in fact very, very useless. So black continued bishop b7. And here white just took, and won a pawn. 2 pawns up. White returned one of them, and after queen g6, white decided to take, and go queen f1. Now, again, I would really like to ask you, not even for my own in interest, but for you to be able to get as much out of this repertoire as possible. I would like to kind of ask you for patience. What I mean is that obviously no one would find the position on of the queen on f1 sexy, so to speak. Obviously, the queen is rather passive. There is no doubt about it. Obviously, the bishop on b7 looks wonderful. There is no doubt about it. But you're 2 pawns up. Being 2 pawns up is huge. Being 2 pawns up means any endgame should be winning. So, in this line, you're not going to have a lot of fun in terms of attacking, but you'll have the extra material, so you just need to tolerate the pressure a teeny bit, a little bit, and as a result, you'll just get the winning endgame. So please be patient. Now, black played h5. Let's see how we can try to untangle with the queen on f1. We can just play f3, and then build an obstacle on the way of this bishop, and then just plant our queen on f2. On f2, it would start targeting a7, it would keep all the king side protected, and maybe we can play rook e1 quite soon as well. So white played f3, and in this position, I think white could have gone, for example, say, rook c1, possibly preparing, say, queen f2, possibly intending to play something like, say, d4, knight e5, possibly preparing to play knight d6 at some point if the queen leaves g6, possibly preparing to continue with, say, knight e3, and block the e file and try to invade with the rook. White's in full control, he is 2 pawns up, likely one of the pawns will fall, but the other one will stay, and white will be much better. But white, I think, started doing something he didn't need, because as a result, all the queenside pawns got traded, and black got enough time to get active. White took, and here, unfortunately, white didn't play it properly. If he just continued queen f2, now, if black takes on b4, of course, it blunders a rook. So black needs to take with the rook on b3, but after, say, takes knight f7, again, white is just gonna be material up. White's just gonna be a pawn up, and what's likely, in my opinion, is that, say, these pawns will get traded, and as a result, white will keep pressing in a position 3 versus 2 on the same flank, which, of course, is definitely something any player would enjoy. Black would still struggle to save half a point, and his struggle will be eternal. There is no way he'll be able to resolve his problems, anytime soon, or within any predictable time frame. He'll just need to keep struggling for as long as white would like him to. Unfortunately, white misplayed it a little bit. He continued king h1, and at this point, all the queenside pawns got traded. The d2 and the a7 pawns are about to be gone, and players agreed to a draw shortly. So, yeah, actually, the game still went on. The evaluation actually shifted a little bit, but, well, of course, the most reasonable moves from now on should just lead to a very quick draw. But, again, we got to reinforce a few very valuable concepts. I just cannot really emphasize this enough. If black ever plays c5, this becomes a target. So you just start hitting it. If black ever goes knight b4, you always want to get rid of this knight. And very often, if black plays f6 especially, you want to sacrifice a pawn in order to make the black bishop dump, in order to get rid of any potential pressure over the d-file, and in order to start targeting these new pawns, new weaknesses, shortly after. These are the extremely valuable concepts here. Now, let's carry on. The following game would be a piece of art. The following game is absolutely perfect. Well, because it's a correspondence game, obviously. This is something beyond any human understanding. So let's see how black should actually defend. As I said, all these moves are something we've seen for many times, so let's skip them quite quickly. And here, as I said, black doesn't want to place his pawn on c5. Black typically does it. Black does it in 95% of cases, but black should try not to. And, well, I'm very happy he typically does, of course, that's what we're looking for, but I also want to explain to you how black should objectively try to hold this position. So, black's best play would involve keeping the pawn on c6 for now. So, he goes rook e8. And after rook e1, white just says, alright, if you want to, if you don't want to improve your knight and, say, protect the pawn with the knight, we're just gonna put a little more pressure on it. We might continue with bishop b2 instead, or with knight e4, and possibly with something like d4, and check you out on the e-file. So let's see what you do. Now, black continued f6 in this game, making the pawn look absolutely rock solid. But, of course, as a result, again, the diagonal, and the king, and the 8th rank, and the king got somewhat weakened. I don't want to make it sound like it's a clear mistake to me from by black. It's just that, you know, many moves in chess, even great moves, even winning moves, oftentimes they achieve a lot, but they also concede something. You just cannot get everything you want for free. That's not how chess works at a high level. Sometimes you just need to make concessions. So, now white, of course, doesn't necessarily want to hurry with a move like bishop b2, because possibly if black goes c5, the bishop again wants to be on a3. So white wants to wait a little bit. Let's wait by making a useful move. And white played h3, just stopping any possible bishop g4 sort of play. Now, black could try to make a move like bishop f8, trying to hit the pawn. But as I explained carefully in the theoretical chapter, the problem of this move is that it doesn't lock the e-file. And again, this super useful d4 thrust comes very handy. We sacrifice a pawn for a move, and if black takes, otherwise we just take ourselves. We take on e8, and then take on d4, and white again. White is a pawn up, white got rid of his doubled pawn, and he's about to just develop, you know, knight f3, bishop b2, d4, rook c1, and so on and so forth. For example, c5, knight f3, and after some moves like this, say knight a4, hitting the pawn, black is likely to again go knight b4, and again we're likely to go to get such a position where white is fighting with two knights and a pawn versus two bishops. White's about to play knight c4, d4, queen d3, rook e1, and start slowly but surely converting his extra pawn. Yeah, the bishops look great, especially this bishop. They totally do, I totally think so, but there is nothing black can attack, white has no targets, and of course if needed, say, the white knight can always come to defense. The white rook can always be used over the c-file. The fact the pawn is on f6 clearly now proves harmful for black. Not only is his king weaker, but also, say, his bishop cannot go, for example, to g7. So white is definitely much better in such positions. And it's very important that, you know, I mean, obviously, all the authors, all the books use such words as, say, compensation. You can often read full compensation for a pawn, for a piece, for whatever. And sometimes there is fun compensation, meaning that you're a piece down, but you're attacking, and it's really complicated, and, you know, your pieces are so active that it's fully making up for the missing material. But sometimes there is a, how to say, restraining rather type of compensation, meaning that your opponent's material up, or your material up, but because the other party's pieces are so active, there is just no way to make progress. So obviously, you know, black might have a lot of compensation, say, here, but I personally see his compensation as a defensive one, as a restraining one. It's not fun compensation where he is attacking. So obviously we're very happy to go for a position like this. So in the game, black played more carefully. He continued bishop e7, not letting white ever trade on e8. But white again took advantage of this idea and again sacrificed the pawn with d4. This is a super important pattern. I just cannot emphasize this enough. Now white played knight a4, and as a result, black got a backward pawn on c6, a weak pawn on d4. Now, if black ever plays c5 to support this pawn, then this bishop will become even worse, will get even worse. Black played bishop a6, and here d3. And later on, because it was a correspondence game, you can replace this word with a perfect game, or a game between gods. There is, well, obviously the position is not winning for white here. It's equal. It's somewhat more pleasant, in my opinion, for white in a practical game. It's equal. And black did make a draw. White didn't create many chances. But I totally think in a human game, this position would be very unpleasant with such ideas as bishop out, then rook c1, knight c5 coming, or possibly say knight b2, knight c4, or possibly say bishop b2 hitting this pawn, rook e4 hitting this pawn, maybe even an attack on the king with rook e4, rook g4, bishop h6, maybe queen h5 at some point, maybe knight h4, knight f5. The position doesn't look good to me. Black did hold it, he played bishop b5. Now, he also reacted very carefully. For example, here, many of us would want to play bishop a4, doubling the white pawns, but after ba4, now the b file opens up as well, and the c file opens up as well, and white's about to go rook e4, pick this pawn, white's about to maybe switch to the attack, the knight on a5 is terrible, and if, say, king h8, stopping ideas like queen b3 at some point after the trade or something, white will just go rook e4, and if, say, black goes c5, protecting the pawn, which is the most natural move by far, we can just win. Let's actually think, let's slow down, let's pause the video. How can white win here? More or less by force. How can white create two powerful threats for black to deal with? Alrighty, so we can just take on a5, and now there is a huge issue over the e file, and we'll just go queen e2. Now, the rook's coming to e1, and there's just absolutely no way black can hold all of this. Black is totally lost. He is losing a bishop, and the game's over. So as you can see, it's very easy to sleep as black, and lose the game right away. Now, black continued knight b7, b4, trying to play queen b3, possibly trying to play knight b2, and then a4, kick this bishop out, possibly trying to play rook c1, hit the pawn. It would also be combined very well with the plan of a4, because the black bishop, the only defender of the pawn, will be forced away. Black played queen d7, and again, it's, not human chess, so he did hold it. For example, knight c5 here would have probably held as well, even though I think a position like this, again, is clearly a position where white is pressing with an extra pawn, but obviously the computer will make a draw. Black took with the bishop, and after taking rook e4, d4, knight c5, eventually there have been some trades and players agreed to a draw. And, it's possible to make a conclusion that white was not able to put a lot of pressure on black, and I guess analytically it's true, I guess, objectively it's true. But practically I totally disagree. Practically I think black had to really walk a very thin line and make a lot of very careful moves in order to hold. Plus, it's very important, of course, that, we are talking about some of the most serious black's defensive ideas. And there's absolutely no way I could really honestly promise you objective advantage in e4, e5, just as, say, in Najdorf, or Sveshnikov, or some top-notch openings, or Petrov, for example. We face the objectively very best variations in the entire game of chess. It's really hard to, it's not possible to refute them. It's really hard to pose problems or to challenge the established theoretical evaluations. But I think we do. I think in this course we do. And if black makes, 25, 30 perfect moves, well, if he does this in any chess opening, you would not be able to win. You would not be able to do anything. But in fact, as for me personally, well, I am, I understand I'm a pretty good player by, most people's standards, but I'm not a top grandmaster, and I'm not an engine. So if someone plays 30 perfect moves against me, I would be extremely delighted to get a draw versus that player. I would be just, celebrating this all night. Because, again, if black plays perfectly, well, how is he worse than an engine? So if you make a draw versus an engine and try to tell me, you're not happy with the way the course works, well, I would not understand you. So I definitely think that white keeps posing problems in such positions, and black has to be very, very careful. Now, let's move on. The following game definitely made a lot of noise in all the chess media because a very young, promising player managed to pose problems to someone no less than the world champion himself, and a person behind Chessable, Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen went for the sharp line of two knights, perhaps trying to play for a win, and faced this move knight to c3. So, as I say, of course, in the theoretical chapter, in my opinion, Jan Gustafsson's ideas with f5 are the most principled way to play here, and Ding's idea with knight f4 is not that attractive. Carlsen went for the third line. He continued with the move castling, and here comes another very important idea behind knight c3, as opposed to castling. So here's the deal. What white wants to do when the bishop goes to d3, white wants to eventually play bishop back to e2 and then d3. But if you ever play bishop e2 too early, you'll get hit by e4, and you'll have to go all the way back, which of course you would not enjoy, and black would get way too active. This is no good. So you really want to prepare bishop e2, and the move knight c3, as opposed to castling, takes e4 under control and prepares white, enables white to go bishop e2 next without being hit by e4, and then white gets to play d3, and of course if he does, he'll manage to completely stabilize the position. So black castled, and now bishop e2, a very important move, trying to play d3 next. Now Carlsen continued at knight f4, white castled, and Magnus went bishop g4. But that's exactly what white is not hoping to get. White is praying to get this. Because after d3, he is about to kick this knight out, and if black ever wants to trade on e2, white is very happy to get rid of some pieces. White is extremely delighted, because white's main problem here is lack of organization, lack of coordination of his pieces, and lack of space. So the more pieces are gone, the better for white. Magnus took on e2, queen e2, and played f5. And in this position, it might appear as though black is okay. It might look like, well, you know, black has two very powerful pawns, there's this nice pin, black's about to go, say, queen f6, rook e8, e4, maybe even, I don't know, queen g6, queen h5 or something. Maybe queen c7, rook e8, and then do some damage over here or some damage over here, and it looks like white is just bound to, you know, defending passively. But Van Forest found a very strong idea. Of course, I suspect he knew it. He brought it from home. And after he played that idea, it quickly appeared that black was just on the verge of barely surviving. Let's try to recall our knowledge from the theoretical chapter, or let's try to find it if you haven't seen the theoretical chapter yet. What shall white do here? Okay, I hope you did take the time and paused the video. White continued with h3. Of course, black doesn't want to take, helping white trade more pieces and get a winning endgame with an extra pawn. So he went back, and here followed a brilliant, absolutely brilliant idea, g4. Now, he breaks the pin, and it looks like he is just giving up a pawn, but there is knight g5. White's about to get this pawn back because the pawn is pinned, and he also wants the e4 square for his knight. Black went queen d7, knight e4, white is in no rush to take, the knight came to g3 to tuck this bishop away, and here white took on g4, and as a result, we got the following endgame. In the theoretical chapter, I just say, well, that's enough, let's cut the analysis short here. White is just a pawn up, he enjoys a fancy square on e4, black has a bunch of targets, and apparently white is nearly winning. Obviously, it's not easy to beat Magnus Carlsen. Carlsen hasn't lost in more than 100 games, the longest, you know, non-losing streak ever. And in this game, he also managed to hold. But I think he was extremely lucky to hold, because clearly the position is super difficult at this point. Let's take a look at the game and try to figure out how white could have posed more problems. Now, Magnus continued at c5, preparing knight c6, knight d4. There followed knight e4, bishop e3, and at this point, Van Forest continued with rook to c1. I definitely think it's a very natural move, but in fact there's a very interesting decision suggested by Alc0, which is to play c4. Now, this move might look really weird, because it's weakening the d3 pawn, and because it's depriving white of any ideas to play c3 and tuck this knight away. However, the thing is, if you ever take on d4, after c4 you'll have a target on c2. But if you ever take on d4 here, after c4 you have a protected passed pawn. This is what white's preparing to do. And if black, for example, goes rook d8, just rook d1. And, you know, there's this notion in the chess world, there's this word weakness. And this word, I think, is often misunderstood. People often refer to weakness as to something like the pawn on d3. But there's no way this pawn can get attacked, so why is that a weakness? White's about to go knight c3, and then maybe knight d5. The other knight can go to e4. White can prepare taking on d4. White will take on d4 once the knight is on d5, or whenever black cannot take back with the rook. Black has absolutely no counterplay, because both of his bishops are absolutely useless. So white is just nearly winning. Rook c1 was played, a couple more moves have been made. Finally, Van Forest took on c4 on d4, and after e4, we are finding ourselves at the very, very important crossroads. And at this point, the decision that Van Foreest had to find in one version or another was extremely difficult, and that's a position I'm very happy to use to, torture some of my Grandmaster friends or some of my very high-rated aspiring students. It's definitely a difficult decision, but I would like to ask you, how would you continue here as white? Okay, I hope you've taken some time. So the decision white had to find was definitely extremely difficult, yet it's absolutely brilliant, very nice to see. Van Foreest just played f3. But an absolutely brilliant idea would be to go b3. Now, the whole point, of course, is that black's not hurrying to take on d3 or to release the tension, and white's looking to make him. For example, if cd3, cd3, well, the rook's about to go to c4, white's about to just take the open file, black's doing terrible. Or if black plays c3, he is killing all the possible counterplay he might be hoping for, black's doing terrible, white will just start advancing here like f4, f5, g5, and so on. The pawn on d4 will now be a target. So, yeah, but the problem is, as it appears, that black has bishop a3, and if the rook moves away, black will take and come into c2. Of course, then he'll get very active. But the thing is that white doesn't care. White will take on c4, and after bishop c1, rook c1, white will just stabilize this knight with f3. White will start targeting this pawn with rook d1. Possibly the king could walk over to target the pawn. Possibly the knight could go to f5 or e2 to target the pawn. White can maybe play c5, knight d6 to isolate this pawn from the rest of the black forces. And white at the moment has two pawns for the exchange. His knights are dominating the board. His pawns are very strong. Black's pawn on d4 is a target. So white is just nearly winning. And this position would be, of course, very easy to play as white. It's just that, well, it's a really tough decision to find. It's extremely difficult. I totally acknowledge that. So Van Foreest played f3, and after rook c6, b3. He plays the right move. This is still an idea that works, but he didn't... Well, he saw the move, but he didn't see the idea behind it. Because after bishop a3, instead of taking, still getting to the same brilliant position that he could have gotten to before, he played rook e1. And here, Magnus managed to get very active. Black's already extremely active. He owns the c-file. His bishops are really good. And unfortunately, at this point, it's barely possible to convert. Later, the game still continued. White returned the extra pawn and then managed to eventually target the d4 pawn. Now the a5 pawn is clearly very weak. White won it, but at this point, the players agreed to a draw very shortly. Now, black wants to play, if white makes some random move, black wants to go d3, and if rook e3, d2, and the pawn promotes, and as a result, black will be an exchange up. And of course here, for example, well, all the pawns are just gonna fall, so white's not gonna make a move like a3. White can make some other move, but anyway, after say king g2, to play d3 is possible, but apparently Magnus didn't feel like playing an endgame like this, because, yeah, well, it's really hard to imagine how black would win. These pawns are not really likely to go far, because of course the rooks will stab them easily, but at the same time, yeah, I just cannot imagine how either side would lose. Black's rooks are too active and white just has too many pawns. But nevertheless, apparently Magnus thought it was not a position where he would play for a win, because he just decided to repeat the moves, and here the game was agreed, drawn. I definitely think this was an absolutely magnificent battle. Magnus showed why he is such an incredible player once again. Very often, in fact, if you analyze Magnus's games of the last year or two, very often he has bad positions, but he never loses them. That's the point. The point is not to, be capable of not ever getting into a bad position. The point is to always keep fighting. The point is to always keep resisting. And Magnus was able to save the draw here as well. And in fact, at the end, maybe even white had to be a little careful. But anyway, in my opinion, what Van Foreest had found, and the arising position after this move, bishop e2, followed by d3, and this absolutely brilliant idea of g4, and a position like this, is definitely wonderful for white. White is much better, and of course, someone who is not Magnus will have a very hard time defending it. White is nearly winning. So I definitely hope that both the theoretical chapter which you have studied elsewhere and the videos have reinforced all the important ideas you need to know after knight f6. And again, in these videos, we didn't discuss the positions after, for example, knight takes on d5 or some b5 or whatever other crap. I could have easily found, say, 5 miniatures, and we could have had a lot of fun with you. But I've decided it would be more productive if we focus on the most challenging type of positions and discuss the ideas a lot in the video, as opposed to memorizing the specific sequences. And, well, hopefully I've done a good job, but it's up to you to evaluate based on your feeling and results. I'll look forward to your feedback, and thank you so much for watching. I'll see you shortly.